So that was awesome. Now moving on to our next state partner, we have Vibrant Gujarat. So let's take a look at the AV of Gujarat Tourism.
Dear Diary, I've been to a wonderful place. Have always thought ancient and modern are opposites. I was wrong. Here I've seen the first modern city of 4,000-year-old civilization. I've been to places that are endowed with heritage and preserved by time. I always thought man and wild are opposites. Not really. Here I've had conversations with the king of the jungle. I always thought white is the opposite of colors. Proved false. Here I've seen millions of shades dancing in color white. Strange ones, hit terribly by earthquake, are today inspiring others to live, to celebrate. I always thought gods live only in heaven, but here I heard the sounds of Lord Krishna's flute. I heard the heartthrobs of Goddess Sati. I saw a place which was attacked hundreds of times by foreign intruders. Still it stands untouched. Even sun god comes to greet good morning to this place. Isn't that a living symbol of faith? I went back in King Ashoka's era. I even stood at the place Parsis entered India. You know who lived here before any human walked on the earth? I have seen that creature in all its glory. And for a change, I had a tea party with clouds too. I have been to a place where migrated birds come to spend a vacation. I felt kingly at times. I felt crazy at times. I went too deep to explore new world. I soared too high to see the world from sky. You know, you can walk towards the sky and sleep underneath the sky full of starry glow. I learned how much I have to swing to hit a hole in one. You know, humans learned to heal before they invented wheels. On my journey, I saw the journey of medical science. I have heard the echoes of bravery that still reverberates among masses. You know, here they celebrate more than 200 festivals a year. taste palette. I mean, they have everything. You know, mountains, rivers, oceans, jungles, deserts. This place has given visionary leaders to the world. Mahatma Gandhi, the soldier of peace and non-violence, who got India her independence. Sardar Patel, who united India after independence. World's tallest statue built in the memory of Iron Man of India. Narendra Modi, who is striving to make developed India. A man pushing forward the development indices in the country with his proactive vision and approach. One of future smart city and all-round development is taking place in this state. I always thought that the sound of my heartbeat would fade in the crowd until I resonated with 132,000 heartbeats. I have seen something unique here too, like the world's longest river front. It means this state is traditional in looks, but truly modern in thoughts. This place welcomes the world on its doorsteps to do business. I've seen modern splendors sitting atop one another. One can experience the ease of doing business here, as the world is within your reach and accessible anytime. No destination is too far and no dream impossible. Here knowledge is reaching unto the last through most advanced technology. Here the most famous institutions of the country are paving the way of future for the youth. I've seen opportunities. I've seen innovations. Seen illuminated thoughts of Mahatma being realized. It's not a state. It is a state of mind where all the senses merge. I think I love Gujarat. And you would too. So come, experience the hospitality of this mesmerizing state. Gujarat awaits you with open arms.
All right, that was Khushbu Gujarat ki. Now we move to the heart of incredible India. So let's take a look at an AV from Madhya Pradesh tourism.
When I open my eyes to a day of glee, nature's abode is where I want to be. Enchanted by its scenic charms, I desire to bask in its blissful arms. When the going gets tough and triumph upholds, I wish to rejoice my victories amidst the brave and the bold. The adventure then unveils, and to the courageous roars and soaring hopes, I bow down and hail. For the times when the spirit is at peace, I seek the divine, and uncertainty I seize. Purity, power, passion, and pleasure. The feelings that reside within are all I want to treasure. Beauty, adventure, peace and culture are my inner call.
थोड़ा कल्पना कीजिए ओनली इमेजिनेशन फिर बोलते समझ गए तो आठ नहीं समझे तो मोड़ा नाट आप लोग घूम रहे भेड़ा
I am the heart, and I desire it all. मध्य प्रदेश, सब कुछ जो दिल चाहे.
All right, that was Madhya Pradesh. We also have an AV from IOCL now, so can we take a look at that, please?
Fueling the growing aspirations of its people and driven by rapid development of infrastructure, the Indian economy is accelerating its growth like never before. An inspiring reflection of India's economic progress is the burgeoning countrywide demand for modern high-end cars. Indian Oil, India's leading fuel brand, has been fronting the development of innovative products backed by its world-class R&D to meet the fast-changing needs of customers. To fuel the aspirations of the upwardly mobile car enthusiasts and to accelerate their cars' high performance, Indian Oil has led the path to bring for the first time in the country a high-performing and the best-in-class premium fuel. XP100 100-octane premium petrol. Indian Oil's XP100 premium petrol with superior anti-knock properties improves engine power with faster acceleration, enhances fuel economy and offers better drivability with increased engine life. Equally heartening is the positive impact it would make for a healthy and cleaner environment with reduced carbon emissions. Its low benzene content will drastically reduce carcinogenic emissions and its low aromatic content will reduce suspended particulate matter, thereby improving the air quality. Indian Oil's XP100 Premium Petrol is the first such fuel being launched in India. It is an innovative achievement of Indian Oil through intense and sustained efforts of its world-class R&D. Harnessing an indigenously developed technology interface, using multiple production streams and quality systems. Adding yet another feather in the crown of Atmanirbhar Bharat, Indian Oil helps India join the League of Select Advanced Nations like Germany and the USA to offer 100-octane high-performance fuel to demanding customers across the country. Now, when you rev up your mean machine for a passionate drive, be assured that Indian Oil is backing you with a matching high-performance fuel. XP100.
All right, so Indian Oil Corporation Limited, and what I can conclude from here is use premium fuel in your car and now you can zoom to different locations across the country because the idea is Chalo Dekhein Apna Desh. All right, so from that we move to a place now. उसके लिए कहा जाता है कि अगर कहीं स्वर्ग है तो यही है, यही है, यही है. Exactly. So if there's heaven on earth, it is here, it is here, it is here. I'm sure you get to know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Kashmir. They say Kashmir is not just a place, but an emotion that every person wants to experience. Before I call the official from Kashmir for the presentation, we have an AV for Kashmir tourism. Let's take a look at that first. All right. So, these are, when you look at the AVs of these wonderful states, that's the first thought that actually comes to your mind is Chalo Dekhein Apna Desh. It's so beautiful. We are so fortunate and so lucky that we are part of a country like India, which is so magically beautiful. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have seen the AV, but we have with us Dr. Ehsan Chishti, Deputy Director, Directorate of Tourism, Kashmir. I would now like to invite him to come onto the stage for a presentation on Kashmir tourism as well. He has been associated with tourism for over last 2 years. Prior to that was with the State Information Department, has been the press officer for 3 CMs, and he has also authored 2 books, the recent one being India's Change in Media Landscape, which was published by Penguin Publishers, calls himself a media professional by passion, has a PhD in mass comm as well from Pune University. So I will now let him present Kashmir to all of us in his way. So over to you, sir.
A very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, though I see very few ladies than the gentlemen. Leaders of the Indian tourism industry, particularly Shri Vijay Mohanji, Shri Jaspreet Bhatia ji, Shri Rajesh Mundra ji, Shri Liaquat Ali ji, and of course Mr. Prakash Sahu, the CEO of Argus. Thank you, Argus, for having organized this event because as I see since yesterday morning, it's more than a tourism event. It's a confluence of ideas, confluence of thoughts and of course cultures. One would look to more such events in future as well. So coming back to the presentation, I think the Honorable Minister yesterday evening did introduce you to Kashmir, and after his very detailed and meticulous thoughts about Kashmir, very little remains to be said and discussed. Anyway, I'll try my bit. I think many of you might have visited Kashmir, and those who have not. For their information and at the same time at the risk of repetition, let me rush you through certain things, and maybe at the end of the presentation, if you have some queries or some points, we can discuss and deliberate. We have been raised and we have been brought up saying that Kashmir is the crown of India. So is it, not only because of tourism, but because of the culture, cuisine, crafts, and of course, the hospitality for which the people of the place are known for over centuries. These days, at a time when I am speaking to you at Srinagar, we are hosting at around 12, we are throwing open a food festival at the Tulip Garden. The Tulip Garden, the famed Tulip Garden, Asia's largest Tulip Garden, was thrown open to public only a few days back. And today we are hosting a food festival of ethnic foods at that Tulip Garden, Srinagar. This is the tulip season and it would last for a few days. After that, the summer season would make its onset. Few days back also we had an almond festival, a cherry festival. It was the beginning of the spring which has made its onset, which has started in Kashmir. Martand, it's a heritage site. What we have done is that in terms of tourism, earlier we used to concentrate on leisure tourism, but we have diversified the product portfolio. Besides leisure tourism, we have concentrated, rather we have put the adventure tourism and the heritage tourism into focus. And some 3 months ago, we have started conducting conducted tours of heritage sites, and Marthan being one of the heritage sites. This is Dargah Hazrat Bal Shrine, which we all revere and respect a lot. The peace and the solace which we, or the hospitality which we exhibit or believe in, comes from places like this. Of course, the Amarnath Shrine, which we expect to be held this year. This is the largest Jama Masjid in Srinagar. This is the Khankahi Mohalla, Srinagar, one of the major shrines in the city. Pari Mahal, it was an observatory, an astronomical observation center built on the banks of the Dal, built by Darashku, and it overlooks the Dal Lake, gives a mesmerizing look in the evenings. Then of course the Dal, which you all might be aware of, and the houseboats are there. Over the past year or so, let me give you, for a minute or so, during the pandemic period when the whole sector was closed down, we did some soul searching and we did some brainstorming at the department. We looked at the tourist arrivals, we looked at the tourist preferences and the market demands. So what we did was that looking at the trends and the demands, as I earlier said, we diversified the tourism portfolio, and we added certain new things. New things added was adventure. Then golf is a very important sector which we are concentrating on. We have a circuit of 5 golf courses: the Royal Springs Golf Course, Kashmir Golf Club, Gulmarg Golf Course, Pahalgam Golf Course, and of course the Jammu Tawi Golf Course. We have a circuit of 5 golf courses where you can come down and play golf, enjoy the nearby tourist spots, and then move back. This is the Royal Springs Golf Course on the banks of Dal Lake. This is the Jammu Tawi Golf Course. Then Kashmir tourism is not a season specific tourism. Every season has its own attraction. Somebody who has witnessed or who has watched Kashmir in summers, definitely when he comes in winters or in autumn, then he sees an entirely different world. You come in autumn and you see the whole surroundings burning with the changing colors of. This is a picture we took only in a month ago of the same Pari Mahal. The snow had settled for the day and this is how it looked. In the winters, see, it's this. This one. Of course, the winter. This is the Gulmarg Gondola, as you say it. The skiing, and we have added one more feature there of that of night skiing. Anybody who wishes to do skiing in night, he can do that. This is the almond bloom, then now the tulips. Early spring then moves to summer, summer moves to autumn, lot of bird watching and all. Jammu, of course, my other colleague would be dealing with that, so many fantastic lakes coming up at. Equally fascinating and of interest are the arts, crafts and cuisine. If you are in Kashmir and you haven't tasted Wazwan or haven't taken a couple of handicraft items, then definitely your trip to Kashmir is very incomplete. These are wicker works, then paper mache works, then crafts. The famed Wazwan and the Kaladi Kulcha from Jammu. To celebrate the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the 75 years of independence, we put into focus 75 offbeat destinations, which were so far not into the visibility of tourists and which were not on the, I would say, the itinerary of the travel agents. Of those 75 destinations, we have 38 fall in Kashmir and 37 are in Jammu. And among those destinations are Dudhpatri, then Gurez, Bangas, as you saw in the trailer. This is the Nagin Lake, the picture taken from a houseboat. In the winter, in October last year, we conducted a houseboat festival, and during that houseboat festival, we had a moving shikara on the boats, which was an instant hit, and it was carried and covered, reported by many international media. This was it. That was the screen, and on that screen we screened the films which were entirely shot in Dal Lake. Yeah, this one you see. And of course, a Sophie festival we also held, which was attended by none other than the Honorable Union Home Minister. Similar events we held at Jammu. This is the sprawling Shere Kashmir International Convention Center on the banks of Dal Lake. When we often refer to MICE tourism, it's a convention center which we can use for meetings and conferences. These are the inner views. See, the effort on the part of the department over the past 2 years has been giving a confidence among the tour operators and of course among the prospective travelers that post-COVID they are in safe hands, that post-COVID they can travel down to Kashmir. And those efforts seem to be paying, and you see, you are aware more than me that we have gone through a very successful winters. What we have added, I mean, during winters, we only used to have one winter destination, Gulmarg. Now we have added Pahalgam, Sonmarg and Dodh Pathri. This winter, during November to February months, we saw a tourist arrival of almost 4.5 lakhs. If you compare it with 2018, it's more than double. And during the March, we are seeing a daily arrival of more than 6,000 per day. We hope of a very good coming summer season, and definitely with your support and cooperation, we look forward to brighter times, we look forward to happier times, because we have seen enough of miseries during COVID times. Thank you. If anyone has any queries, please feel free.
I think yes, there is a query from the table. Yes.
Hi.
Yes.
Sir, most of the time we are facing the availability of the hotel at Gulmarg, Pahalgam.
Okay.
It's a big challenge for us. So, are the new hotels are coming, or some chain hotels are coming there?
If you look at the numbers or the quantity of accommodation, that is sufficient available with us. When I say us, means the stakeholders out there. But what happens if you are talking about a particular hotel, a particular brand, then definitely they have limitations. But by and large, the accommodation level is so far sufficient, and we are also trying our bit in rationalizing that in the short term means, and in long term, yes, certainly.
Thank you.
I'm from Odisha.
Okay.
I'm a tour operator here. I would like to know, is there any possibility of conducting a FAM tour for the Odisha tour operators to Kashmir?
I was thinking at my own level that why didn't anybody ask for that? So here is the call. Certainly, this place calls for that. Definitely, if you people are interested, why not? We should, organize and arrange one such tour from this place. We look forward to Odisha or Bhubaneswar market, that many people from this place should visit Kashmir, and for that, why not? It's a valid suggestion, and I'll take it forward. Sure.
The big problem that we are facing, and a little time back my friend asked you this question, but the truth is we are not able to get rooms from December onwards. Not December, from as early as November. And today if a client comes to me and says, I want to go to Kashmir next week, I can't give him a holiday in any of the top luxury hotels. But if this trend continues, I'm sure we'll also have to stop looking at selling Kashmir in the luxury segment.
Yes, yes. For that, even
That's a major problem we're all facing today.
We have launched. One of the objectives of promoting these new destinations was that we're having a couple of destinations we now feel are overloaded. Say Gulmarg in winters or Pahalgam in summers. So the idea of putting these 75 destinations is to offload these already established destinations, number one. And secondly, we have already launched a sort of homestays. From the Anantnag district, it has taken off. And we are encouraging more and more homestays so that the tourist gets a feel of the local culture, cuisine, and of course the local area. And maybe in a year or so, we shall be seeing the results coming out. Thank you.
Look, sir, we'd like to felicitate you, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Chishti, and I would now like to invite the operation head of Argus News, Mr. Sahil Chopra, to please come on stage and do the honors of felicitating our guest here on stage. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for that wonderful presentations and taking up the queries and suggestions as well. All right, I know we don't have a lot of people here, but there's one exercise that we would like to do before we move to the next presentation, which is very pretty simple. I have seen some of you are very active here, but there are others for which this exercise is very important. It's really good for your health, post-COVID times, trust me, post-pandemic. It's really helpful for all of you. Very simple. I request all of you to please raise your left hand. Yeah, this is the left. I'm sorry, I did the wrong. Yeah, raise your left hand. And I'll also Okay, script your adventure, but ek se dil bhara nahi, ye dil mange more. We have one more AV from Karnataka Tourism, so let's take a look at that now.
India is renowned the world over for its unity in diversity. And there is one state that exemplifies this par excellence. One state that plays home to multiple worlds, thriving together in harmony. Lush green forests and diverse wildlife. Glistening waterfalls, hilly terrains, heritage sites and monuments, adventurous coffee trails, delicious food and so much more. Welcome to Karnataka, a land of ethereal beauty, the perfect combination of heritage, art and nature. Karnataka is a state of surprises and picturesque sights. Every road, river and trail will lead you to a marvelous location with breathtaking views. Explore the incredible land of Karnataka with us and experience a million different details about the varied heritage and rich culture.
Bengaluru being the gateway to this beautiful state of Karnataka, I couldn't have asked for a more perfect start to our journey in exploring this entire state. So please come along with me while we explore Karnataka. But before that, let's grab a quick Bengaluru breakfast. Bengaluru offers the perfect blend of modern and traditional cuisine served right on a platter like the dish in front of me.
What better place to start than the garden city of the country, the cosmopolitan capital of Karnataka. Time to dive into Bengaluru. With arms wide open, the city welcomes people from across the country to work, to study, or just to start afresh. Voted as the most dynamic city of the world, Bengaluru's energy is infectious. Pleasant weather all year round. Fine dining restaurants with global cuisines. Bars and clubs to relax, unwind and hang out. Keeping with its authentic South Indian cultural inheritance, Bengaluru is your gateway to the variegated world that is Karnataka. Karnataka is famous for its unique heritage and culture. Declared as UNESCO's World Heritage Sites, the amazing architecture of Hampi and Pattadakal are a marvel. The precision and sheer grandeur will leave you spellbound. When you walk through the sites of Badami and Pattadakal, you are not just exploring the magic of these places. You are, in a way, experiencing the thriving legacy of the ancient dynasties. These sites are an outstanding testimony to the importance the ancient kingdoms placed on architecture and other forms of art. The different monuments and sculptures found in several ancient temples across the state stand tall as a witness to the ever-changing world. The artwork, meticulously crafted by sculptors, is not only stunning, but also narrates the story of Karnataka throughout the different ages. What makes it all the more magical is just how they achieved such brilliance at a time when technology wasn't even a distant dream.
Just outside the Vijayavattala temple where we are right now is the stone chariot. The sheer size and attention to detailing of this structure is absolutely brilliant.
The sophisticated and intricate edifice of the Mysore Palace reflects the opulence and richness of the royal family's life.
A trip to Mysuru city without coming here would be absolutely incomplete.
The palace is like a montage of thriving dynasties in the royal kingdoms of Karnataka. No wonder that it attracts the second largest number of tourists in India. A few kilometers away, you are taken into the world of temple towns, into the magic of Belur, Halibedu and Shravanabelagola.
This pillar in specific holds utmost value for the reason being that this entire temple has been carved into this one pillar.
The details and finishing of the sculpture and artwork on the walls of Belur and Halibedu temples are some of the best you will see anywhere.
While the temple at Belur was carved on the inside, this one is intricately carved on the outside.
Jaw-dropping, that's the word and experience. When you look at the Gomatheshwara, Bahubali statue at Shravanabelagola, one of the largest monolith structures in the world. Standing at a height of 57 feet, it is truly an architectural marvel.
The statue and the temple that we're in is sculptured out of the same mountain. No additional rocks or materials, but from the very same mountain.
Step into a cultural and architectural heaven to witness the Deccan style of architecture as you explore the Gol Gumbaz and the Ibrahim Roza that are further north in Bijapur.
We're now at the Gol Gumbaz, which literally translates to a circular dome. Made Islamic style, it took almost 30 years to finish this monument. It is said that the structure is designed in such a manner even if you whisper, your voice is amplified over a distance of 40 meters. I'm going to test this out right now. Hello.
Hi.
Further to the edge of Bijapur is the Ibrahim Roza, with richly decorated corridors and perforated stone windows, which follows the Indo-Islamic style of architecture.
Every carving, every sculpture, and every pillar has a story to tell. Karnataka has something for everyone, and we mean that. The state has been blessed with endless dense forests and astonishing wildlife. Wildlife like majestic tigers, leopards, elephants, the gaur, sloth bears, all deer species, crocodiles, and over 500 different species of birds can be spotted in the forests of Karnataka. Looking for a wild experience? Your search ends with Karnataka.
We're going on a safari today. Let's hope we get lucky.
32 sanctuaries and 5 national parks with a huge number of elephants and tigers. That's what Karnataka has for you. Nagarhole and Bandipur Tiger Reserve, Kali Tiger Reserve, Bhadra Tiger Reserve. Many sanctuaries and bird sanctuaries are just some of them. Living the mantra of eco-tourism, Jungle Lodges and Resorts, a pioneer in eco-resorts in India, operates facilities in the vicinity of these national parks and tiger reserves and offers a variety of activities. We are talking about safari, nature walks, coracle rides, rafting and other adventure sports that are a must once you come to Karnataka. A little away from the Sharavati Adventure Camp is the Jog Falls, the second highest plunge fall in India. Do we need to say more? Let the fragrance of coffee guide you as you make your way into Coorg. Magnificent green hills, picturesque sceneries, and the best coffee. We know you're sold.
It's an absolute haven for coffee lovers. And if you can see, we have the green coffee berries here, which turn dark red by around December.
Spoiled for choice is how cold will leave you feeling. Indulge in our uber luxurious and lavish staycation at Madikeri. Built amidst a tropical forest, if it's luxury you're looking for, this is it. For the backpacking adventurer, there are quaint and comfortable homestays with backyards of their own. So take your pick.
From sipping coffee in the middle of the rainforest at the Taj to now sitting and sipping coffee right by a lovely waterfall right behind my homestay, Kodavu has it all.
They've got you covered coast to coast, figuratively and maybe literally too. The trip to Karnataka is incomplete without some time spent exploring the coastline, spanning over 300 kilometers. It's a scene out of a movie to see the mountains gently blend with the Arabian Sea. Sun, sand and adventure, Karnataka has everything for the beach lover in you.
You could go parasailing, jet skiing, dolphin sighting, or even just take a walk on the beach and take in the atmosphere.
With a host of beaches to choose from, some of the most iconic ones are Gokarna's Om Beach and Devbag Beach at Karwar, near Goa. Feel the sand beneath your feet, the wind in your hair, the waves crashing in on the beach. We'll let you experience the rest. Speaking of experiences, one has to talk about food when on the coast. The chef was generous enough to give us a sneak peek into one of his masterclass cooking sessions.
Oh my God, this smells heavenly. I can't wait to try it. Now this is what we can call a holistic experience.
Marvel at architecture of forts and temples, or just unwind on a beach. Experience the adrenaline rush of spotting a tiger, or experience the aroma of fresh coffee amidst nature. For nature lovers, a lover of cultures alike, a state that embraces change without letting go of its rich heritage. Karnataka is the perfect combination of the traditional and the modern. Whether you are traveling with family or partner or going solo, there is something for everyone here. Living up to its reputation of one state, many worlds. Welcome to Karnataka.
Yes, one state, many worlds. Welcome to Karnataka, and I would now like to welcome on stage Ms. G.N. Shweta, Joint Commissioner Tourism, Government of Karnataka, along with Mr. Santosh, Tourist Officer, Karnataka. Ms. Shweta has been working with tourism for the last 1 year, has multiple experience across different departments from mines and geology, urban infrastructure, health, and various other departments. And today she is here with us along with Mr. Santosh for a wonderful presentation on Karnataka government.
Good morning, everybody. I think the AVs from Karnataka have reduced my work. You have all watched it. It's a long one, but I think you all liked it also. I would like to congratulate the officer from Kashmir who did a very good presentation. And I will start with, okay, I'll actually stand like this. We have a PPT presentation to be made. Let's play the PPT, please. Yeah. So post-COVID, Karnataka government has been making efforts to revive the industry. From yesterday, we had been hearing many statistics. We also have one. So the direct impact, the most hit industry is the hospitality industry. can see, and how the contribution to the GDP has come down. And the Karnataka government is taking steps to boost the industry and to help in the revival. Okay. This has been witnessed in the Mysore Dasara, which is later held in October this year. The occupancy in the hotels were up, and all the tourist spots are now brimming with a lot of tourists, and percentage of occupancy is crossing 90% in most of the destinations, especially the ecotourism destinations of Coorg, Hassan, and also the adventure tourism destinations. And you have the statistics here. We have amended our tourism policy to help the industry. We are doing the promotional campaigns also. And the new tourism policy 2026. Earlier it used to be a 5-year policy. Because of this COVID situation, now it is 6 years policy. And many tourism products have been introduced here with incentives, concessions, and the industry is sure to revive. During the COVID, we have helped the industry by giving a grant of 5,000 to every tourist guide. In the current budget also, 2,000 rupee minimum amount is as a monthly grant is announced to every tourist guide. And you can see the other property tax and electricity bill reductions that were announced. And as the minister yesterday was quoting, industry status for the star classified hotels has already been given. Through this star classified hotels being given the industry status, they will be enjoying the concession in electricity and property tax. The modalities are being worked out for giving the property tax concession. Electricity, they will be enjoying the rates applicable to the industry instead of the commercial rates. Yeah, this everybody knows how we have suffered. Yeah. Now we have, as I said, in the new policy, 26 tourism products have been identified, which includes ecotourism, agri-tourism, heritage hotels, and budget hotels, and also premium hotels. We give a lot of subsidies for them, and also like back-end subsidies for agriculture, where the interest paid on their loan is reimbursed. There are any adventure sports is also, subsidized through their vehicle subsidy or the construction subsidy. We have this caravan vehicle subsidy and also caravan park, where the vehicles are parked at night, and many other products are also there. This is just a glimpse of the policy. And Karnataka has been a forerunner and actually announcing the COVID policy for the foreign visitors, and the tourists stuck in the country after the corona protocol was announced were helped to actually get back to their countries, and our department also got awards for this. Yeah. This you know. Thank you. And there's something else actually about the new steps that we are taking, the budget. Next, yeah. So I'm very happy to share with you all that the heritage sites of Belur, Halebeed, and Somnathpur have been listed on the temporary heritage list, and we are working out. And yesterday we have requested the minister to also help us to get it on the permanent list of heritage sites. Yeah, and our beaches have been given this Blue Flag Award given by the international organization based on the security and the cleanliness and the amenities offered to the tourists. And at Jog Falls, we are now coming out with a comprehensive development plan of around 200 crores. And we have also adopted the Niti Ayog's ropeway RFP, and RFPs have been floated for ropeways. And even we are submitting the proposals for ropeways under the Parvata Mala scheme announced by the Government of India. And these are our tourist destinations, and I think our detailed AVs have already told you the kind of facilities and the kind of tourist spots that exist here. Next. Heli-tourism is also being encouraged. Yeah, and this has been revived now. During corona restrictions, this was totally stopped. Now we have revived it through the Indian Railways. And based on the Government of India's Adopt a Monument scheme, we also, with little changes, announced this in our budget this year, where the public enterprises are also given an opportunity to participate in maintaining the heritage sites. Next. So this is what I told you. We are offering incentives, subsidies and concessions for tourism projects. Global Investment Meet is also planned in November this year. And we are also encouraging PPP projects. And wayside amenities, especially people are showing a lot of interest in developing wayside amenities wherever it is missing. We do this on state or national highways. So we have everything to offer for a serious traveler to come and relax. You can call us. The previous slide, please. You can connect to us on any of these for any queries. Thank you. So I think after a long AV, I don't think you have any questions. If there is anything, please contact us. Thank you.
All right, I think that was the presentation from the Karnataka side. Could I now request Mr. Sahil Chopra, Operation Head for Argus News, to please once again come on stage and felicitate our guests from Karnataka. Of course, if there are any questions or queries, even otherwise, you can have an informal discussion during the day. Ma'am, please. Thank you so much. All right. Well, they say on the road to happiness, a pleasant surprise can work wonders. And if you are on your way to Chhattisgarh, well, then it's happiness guaranteed, because they are full of surprises and each one better than the other. So yes, we have an AV now from Chhattisgarh Tourism. Let's take a look at that. All right, that was, and yes, I mean, to a lot of people who are from other states, there's quite a bit of similarity if you look between Odisha and Chhattisgarh as well. We have with us Mr. Jaspreet Singh Bhatia, Secretary, Chhattisgarh Travel Trade Association, founder Ice Cube Holidays, has been serving the tourism industry since 2002 and has an experience of over 18 years in the field of destination marketing, tourism and hospitality operations, as well as tourism policy formulation. I'm going to request him to take over from here and present the wonderful Chhattisgarh full of surprises to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diksha. And it's simply amazing to be present over here physically. And after COVID, this seems much better. And instead of asking, am I audible on Zoom meetings? So this is much better that we are here physically present. Okay, this is working. So, friends, my name is Jaspreet Singh Bhatia and I am the founder of Ice Cubes Holidays based in Raipur, Chhattisgarh. Today, I would just take a few minutes of yours to brief you about what Chhattisgarh is, where Chhattisgarh is, what are the destinations that you can promote. I believe we have a mix kind of a gentry over here. We have got tourism officials, we have got tourism professionals, we have got decision makers. So the idea of the presentation here today is to brief you that what Chhattisgarh as a destination has to offer. Because, in spite that it has been created for over 22 years now, there is still big communication gap, lack of information about the state. So let us begin. So some key facts about the state of Chhattisgarh. It was carved out of Madhya Pradesh and was created on 1st of November. It's the 9th largest state of India. This is a mistake which we often make, that Chhattisgarh chota sa hai, kahin pe hai, but it's the 9th largest state in India. 44% of the state is under forest cover. So that's a big amount. I mean, so it's necessarily a green state. And as Diksha was saying, similarities between Odisha and Chhattisgarh. Yes, borders have been created by us humans. Nature knows no borders. So yes, both the states are very similar, not just in terms of geography, but in terms of people, culture also. 34% of the state's population is tribal. I was talking about tribes. I was talking about people. So Chhattisgarh is predominantly a tribal state. The aboriginals have a very large impact on the state. Yes, it's particularly rich in forests and mineral resources. And it's the only tin producing state in India. Chhattisgarh is the only tin producing state in India. And most importantly, it is untouched and unexplored. So, come, let's explore the unexplored. First and foremost, where is Chhattisgarh? Well, Chhattisgarh is very strategically located in the heart of India. It is bordered by 7 states. We have got excellent connectivity. Now, connectivity is the backbone of tourism. If we have to talk about tourism, we need to talk about connectivity. So, if this is the location, physically, if you can see, then talking of connectivity, Chhattisgarh has excellent air connectivity. Raipur, the state capital, is the main hub. It is the main airport. And very recently, in the last 2 years, 2 more airports have started, which is Jagdalpur to the southern part of the state and Bilaspur, slightly northern part of it. We have got pretty decent amount of airlines. We have got Indigo, Air India, Vistara, who has got all the connections. There are daily direct flights to almost all the metros. This is a very important thing. If you are planning to send some tourists or you are wanting to come down, you should know that we have got daily direct flights to Raipur from Delhi, Bombay, Chennai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Calcutta, and any place you name, there is a connection. Even recently, Srinagar also has been connected from Raipur by Indigo Airlines. So there's a direct flight to Srinagar from Raipur. And then there are hopping connections, obviously. Train connectivity, very important, very critical. We have excellent train connectivity. Raipur and Bilaspur, these 2 cities, they happen to be on the main trunk line between Calcutta and Bombay. So all the trains passing here stops at Raipur or Bilaspur. Other than that, we have got daily direct trains to almost all the cities. There is Rajdhani Express. There are other connections to metro cities. So Rail connectivity is again very good. Road connectivity, well, there are 19 national highways that pass through Chhattisgarh, and we have a very good network of roads all across the state. And you know, once you are there in Chhattisgarh, आप वहाँ पे एक बार arrive कर लेते हैं at Raipur, Bilaspur, Jagdalpur, any of the places, then from there you can travel across the state using these amazing roads. Now, I've tried to sum up the kind of attractions that Chhattisgarh state has to offer. You know, we have got some of the best waterfalls. These waterfalls are pristine and untouched. We have got some amazing archaeological locations. And the best part of these archaeological locations are, you know, many of them are still being unearthed. Abhi wahan pe kaam chal raha hai. You will see things being unearthed, history being unfolded in front of you. So that's the best part about it. Cultural landscapes, it's particularly rich because it's a predominantly tribal state. So, you know, it has a lot of fairs, a lot of festivals. We have got a huge Buddhist influence also. Then spiritually also, there are a lot of temples. There are a lot of Shakti Peeths which are revered by the people and people who come in. Tribes hain, to ethno-tourism, yes, ethno-tourism is a very, very important aspect. And it's not just aboriginals. There are some very specific communities also, rare communities. I'll be speaking about them. Then handicrafts obviously are there. Wildlife sanctuaries, yes, because Chhattisgarh is a green state. So if you look at it over here, I have just tried to sum up the different aspects or the different locations. You know, just for the sake of understanding, we can talk of North Chhattisgarh, Central Chhattisgarh, and the Southern Chhattisgarh. The Southern Chhattisgarh that you look at here is generally referred to as the Bastar region. You know, this is what has been most famous and everybody talks about Bastar region. And just for your information, the area of Bastar is larger than the state of Kerala. So, you know, that would give you some idea of the size of the state. So, let us start with the waterfalls. There are so many waterfalls, and over here I am starting with the most famous one, the Chitrakoot waterfall, which is located in Bastar. I'm sure most of you would have heard of it. It's often referred to as the Niagara of the East also. It's a horseshoe-shaped waterfall with almost a kilometer in width and 100 feet in height. So then there is Amrit Dhara. Let me tell you, there are so many waterfalls. I mean, I can make a separate presentation only on waterfalls for 2 hours. But what I have tried to do over here is pick a few of them and just showcase it to you. So we have got this Amrit Dhara. This is in the northern part of the state. There is Pavai. This is also in northern Chhattisgarh. This is Gaur Ghat, again northern Chhattisgarh. This is another very famous and well-known waterfall of Tirathgarh. It's in Bastar again, in the Kanger Valley National Park. This is Rakasganda. This is again in northern Chhattisgarh, very close to the Uttar Pradesh border. This is a waterfall called as Machli Point. It's in Manpad. This is the place where we have a lot of Buddhist monasteries. So from waterfalls, let me quickly take you to the archaeological and historical locations. This temple that you see on your screens is the Bhoramdev temple. Now the speciality is, you know, it's dating back to the 7th century. And it's just like the Khajuraho temples. In Khajuraho, you have got a group of temples. Here, it's a single temple. And the legend says that, you know, the artists who made the Khajuraho temples are the same who have created Bhoramdev. And another tip, very important one. If you have your guests who are reaching Kanha National Park, if there are any travel agents over here, so if your guests are traveling to Kanha National Park from Raipur Airport, this is a temple that you can cover on the way. This is a very good value addition. This is midway between Raipur and Kanha National Park. So, you know, Chhattisgarh can be explored in many ways which is not yet known. So, this temple can easily be done by your tourists without any extra cost, and it's a very good value addition. This is a temple which is called as Tuman. It's also in central Chhattisgarh. It's again a 7th century AD temple. This is Lakshman temple at Sirpur. Now Sirpur is one of the most important archaeological locations in Chhattisgarh. As per the Chhattisgarh Tourism Board, you know, once all the excavations are complete, this site is going to be 10 times larger than Nalanda. So it has huge potential, and lot of remains are still being unearthed. वहाँ पे अभी भी काम चल रहा है. And His Holiness Dalai Lama has visited this place twice in 1 year, in the year 2014. So he liked Sirpur so much. This is also Sirpur. This is a place, this is a temple, Anand Prabhu Kuti Vihar. This is just 80 kilometers from the Raipur, capital city, Raipur. This is a temple, Vishnu temple, which is 12th century AD. The beauty of the temple is it has all the incarnations of Lord Vishnu depicted over here. And this is Narayanpur temple. This is again a Shiva temple. As I said, for waterfalls, for temples also, I can go on and on. I am just giving you a small glimpse that there is so much that you can explore. Just one tip on this one. This is a temple, Malhar, which dates back to 2nd century BC. And the legend says that this is the oldest statue of Lord Vishnu anywhere in the world. So this again happens to be in Chhattisgarh. Now, cultural landscapes. Cultural landscapes, fairs and festivals is again a very important facet of the state of Chhattisgarh. Bastar Dashera, Raigad Mahotsav, Narayanpur Madhai, Fagun Madhai, Ramnami Bhajan Mela, Chandani Gonda. These are different festivals, these are different groups, these are different kind of events that happen all around the year in some or the other part of the state. So, say for example, Raigad Mahotsav is again a very famous music festival which happens in a city called as Raigad. So it is culturally very rich, although not much is known about it, but you can explore and you can see a lot of such things here. I would like to take a minute to brief you about Bastar Dashera, although most of my friends from Odisha would be aware of it, because Odisha and Bastar Dashera are very, very closely connected. But still, do you know that Bastar Dashera is a 75-day long festival? And yes, it's not a typo error, it's a 75-day long festival. And this Dashera has nothing to do with Lord Ram or Ravan. It is totally dedicated to the local Danteshwari Devi, which is a tribal goddess. And it's a completely amazing tribal extravaganza which happens in the Jagdalpur city of Bastar region in southern part of Chhattisgarh. It's very close to Odisha. I'm sure most of you would be knowing it. So Bastar Dashera is one such tribal festival which is simply out of the box, and you know, you get to see the tribal culture, their lifestyle, their way of living and their festivities in a very different way. This is again a picture from Bastar Dashera. Now moving on to ethno-tourism rich tribal culture. As I said, you know, the state has a very colorful and rich culture of aboriginals, and north, central, southern, all have different kinds of tribes, which are sometimes very similar, but at the same time very different. So it's a heaven for people who are into anthropology or who want to witness tribal culture closely. And it is also home to a lot of unique communities, not just tribals, but very unique communities. This is a picture of a tribal hut. You know, a tribal hut is like a tribal supermarket where it's a weekly market where the tribes come down for their local daily purchases. And if you can, I mean, I think people from Odisha might know, any guesses for the red thing over there? Anyone? If you look at it, कोई guess कर सकता है वो क्या हो सकता है? Yes, ants. Did he say ants? Well, it is ants. Thank you so much. That's a chutney. You know, that is a chutney which is made of red ants. So it's a tribal delicacy which the tribes love. It is full of such surprises and things. And at the top that you see is a sulfi. That's again a local drink which is very popular among the tribes. So this is a very integral part of the Bastar region, where you will see red ant chutneys and local delicacies and things like that which are being served. Now, if you look closely, these people have tattooed the name of Lord Ram on their entire body, from head to toe. This community is called as the Ram Nami community. They are found in the central part of Chhattisgarh near the city of Bilaspur. This again is a very rare and unique community, and people from across the globe come to watch it. You know, they have 2 festivals in a year, and they have dedicated their entire life to the name of Lord Ram. So this again is quite unique and found only in Chhattisgarh and nowhere else. So as he said, it's home to versatile tribal communities. It's very rich in spiritual escapes also. Chhattisgarh is blessed with 3 Shakti Peeths. We have Champaran, which is the birthplace of Mahaprabhu Vallabhacharya. It is revered by the Gujarati community. We have a lot of people coming in, thronging to visit these temples. Rajim is again a very important center of attraction, of pilgrimage. It's on the confluence of 3 rivers. And Shivri Narayan is also a prominent place. It's a place where the legend says that Shabri ne Ram ji ko bear khilaye the. And the state government is doing a lot of works over there under the Ram Vangaman Path. They have, highlighted an entire circuit on which Lord Ram is believed to have traveled across the state of Chhattisgarh. This is a picture of Champaran temple that I was talking about. Now moving on to nature and wilderness, Chhattisgarh is particularly a green state. 44% is the state is forest, as I said. It has got 3 national parks, 11 wildlife sanctuaries and 1 biosphere reserve. And India's only elephant sanctuary. Chhattisgarh has India's only elephant sanctuary, Badal Khol, in the northern part of the state. It is ideal for trekking and camping, and large variety of flora and fauna, obviously. These are some glimpses of the Barnavapara Wildlife Sanctuary. It's particularly known for leopards. Barnavapara is very famous for leopards. This one is the Kanger Valley National Park. Again, this national park is very different. You know, this is not like Kana or Bandhavgarh where you hop on in a gypsy and go and sight wildlife. This one is known for waterfalls and for their caves. These are the Kailash Gufa, which is known for stalactite and stalagmite formations. Again, a very unique site. This is Jashpur. It's in northern part of the state. Chhattisgarh has a lot of big water bodies where now a lot of water sports and activities are taking place in different parts of the state, central Chhattisgarh, northern Chhattisgarh. Handicrafts, yes, just like Odisha, the handicrafts are pretty much similar. Bell metal, which is called as dokra, wrought iron, terracotta. Now coming on to an important aspect. We all are agents here. Information तो हो गई, but आप sell क्या करोगे? टूरिस्ट को कैसे भेजोगे? आइटनरी कहाँ पे बनाओगे? अकोमोडेशन की क्या बात है? ट्रांसपोर्टेशन की क्या बात है? Where will they stay? What is the level of hotels that we have? So talking of that, Raipur, the state capital, has, almost very good facilities. We have got some amazing properties like Hyatt, Marriott, Mayfairs. All the brand names are there. And once you move out of Raipur, then there are a lot of specialty homestays and especially the properties of the Chhattisgarh Tourism Board, which they have made at the locations. They are amazing locations and very comfortable properties where you can stay. Oops. Sorry, Kerala aa gaya Chhattisgarh mein. Is anybody awake here? Is this Kerala? No, it's not. It is Mayfair Lake Resort in Chhattisgarh. So that is also an aspect. We have got some amazing properties. We have got some amazing locations which are there. And as I said, once you move out of Raipur, the Chhattisgarh Tourism Board has got some very, very beautiful locations where they have their properties. So I'll just play this video. Can you check the volume, please? as I was saying, Tourism Board has done an amazing job of creating these properties all across the state. That video was about that. This is one such property which is at a dam called as Gangrel, just 90 kilometers from Raipur. These are, very nicely put up pine wood cottages which are very comfortable with all modern amenities, and they are very popular among the locals as well as the visiting tourists. Similar cottages are there at Chitrakoot waterfalls, and you can see, you can enjoy the waterfall right from your bed. Focus on our bordering states, and we should try and promote intra-state itineraries. So if you look at Raipur, it is very centrally located, and along with Raipur, if any tourist of yours is coming down, we can think of covering adjoining states along with it. We can club Chhattisgarh with MP, we can club Chhattisgarh with Odisha, with Vishakhapatnam, with Varanasi, and whatnot. That is up to us. But first thing is that we should be aware of it. So Raipur is very centrally located, and all these tourist destinations along Raipur are very easily accessible and can be promoted. This will leverage both the destinations and will create a value for money proposition for the visitor also. That in one trip, they are getting to see two states or two different destinations. So this is what I always request and ask my fellow travel agents to consider while promoting Chhattisgarh. These are some itineraries if anybody wants. This is a QR code. You can take the itineraries. These are ready-made itineraries of Chhattisgarh, or I can also share it with you. And that's pretty much it. Thank you. Yeah. And I would like to request Mr. Rakesh Mishra ji, who is from the Chhattisgarh Tourism Board. He takes care of the marketing section, to kindly come onto the stage. I was fortunate enough to get a chance to make the presentation, but the Tourism Board is here. So, sir, please.
And yes, I would also like to invite on stage Mr. Sahil Chopra, Operation Head for Argus News. We would like to felicitate our team from Chhattisgarh. Of course, I keep saying if there are any questions, queries, suggestions, you all can have an informal discussion anytime. Everybody is available here. Please. Yes, sir, why don't you go to the center? Thank you. Yep, बिल्कुल.
सभी को नमस्कार. मैं आर्गस न्यूज को ऐसे अच्छे आयोजन के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं कि कोविड सिचुएशन के बाद बहुत समय बाद एक अच्छा आयोजन हमें देखने को मिला. एक प्लेटफॉर्म में टूरिज्म के अलग अलग सेगमेंट को लेके उन्होंने यहाँ पे आया और सभी को टूरिज्म की जानकारी दी गई और दी जा रही है. इसके लिए मैं आर्गस न्यूज को धन्यवाद करता हूं और आगे भी ऐसे सफल आयोजन के लिए उनका धन्यवाद करता हूं. थैंक यू.
Shukriya, thank you. Okay, we'll now move to the next presentation. This one is presentation by Jammu Tourism. हम लोगों ने कुछ समय पहले ही AV देखा था, so I think we have already seen the AV for Jammu and Kashmir. एक साथ ही देखा था. Now it's time to invite the dignitary for the presentation. We have Amit Saz, Mr. Vivek Puri, KS Chief Executive Officer, Tourism Department Authority, Rajouri, UT of Jammu and Kashmir. I would like to invite him on stage with a round of applause from all of you for the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Chaudhary, Regional Director, India Tourism, Mr. Vijay Mohan, Mr. Jasprit Bhatia, Mr. Ritesh Mundra, Mr. Liaquat Ali, Mr. Sandeepan Ghosh, Mr. Debasis Maitra, and of course, Mr. Prakash Sahu, CEO Argus, the brain behind organizing this mega conclave. Before starting my presentation, I would like to explain some of the measures Government of Jammu and Kashmir has taken to attract tourism, to revive tourism post COVID-19. As we all know, COVID has impacted tourism industry as a whole. So, first of all, the drive was on to vaccinate all stakeholders involved in tourism industry. In the month of September 2021, to imbibe some interest to revive the tourism activities in Jammu and Kashmir, Government of Jammu and Kashmir conceived an idea to organize iconic week festival. This festival was celebrated throughout the regions of Jammu and Kashmir. The highlights of the same were cultural festivals, exhibitions, theatrical performances, painting exhibitions, Sattu recitals, Himalayan, and so on. As we all know, have no preferring to visit less crowded areas due to so in order to achieve that idea, 75 offbeat destinations are being promoted in Jammu and Kashmir. Like we know that in Kashmir, Gulmarg, Sonmarg and Pahalgam. In Jammu region, we know Vaishno Devi. But else, we have lot of destinations of tourism importance in Jammu and Kashmir. So, let me start with my presentation. Welcome. Welcome to Jammu, where the soul meets its primordial. This is the view of Raghunath Temple, situated in the heart of Jammu city. This is the Uttar Pradesh, its statistics, its cuisine, its traditions, fairs, traditional dances, traditional dress. Vaishno Devi Temple, the most sacred shrine in Jammu, where around 9 million people come and pay darshans of the deity Ma Vaishno Devi. Jammu is also called City of Temples. In addition to Mata Vaishno Devi Temple, we have other temples situated in and around Jammu city, like Babe Wali Mata. Other important temples around Jammu, Chukrala Devi, Chichi Mata. I am talking about religious tourism first. The blessing of Shiva, we have sacred shrines of Lord Shiva, like Shiv Khodi Shrine, where every year during Mahashivratri Parv, a mega festival is being conducted by Directorate of Tourism Jammu. Sud Mahadev, situated near Patnitop Hill Station. Ranbireshwar Mandir, and other important Shiv temples. Raghunath Mandir, which I already discussed. The gallantry tales, Balidan Stambh, to show eternal gratitude to the martyrs. This Stambh was constructed by Indian Army in the heart of Jammu city, a must-visiting place. We do have golf course to promote golf tourism. Jammu city golf course has been constructed. For bird watchers, we have Grana wetland, just 30 kilometers distance from Jammu. This is another picture of Grana wetland. Border tourism. This Chhattisgarh border is hardly 25 kilometers from heart of Jammu city, and on the pattern of Wagah border, we have started beating retreat ceremony to attract more and more tourists. These are some of the heritage buildings of Jammu: Mubarak Mandi Complex, Bhimgad Fort, Bahu Fort, Akhnur, Amar Palace. We do have water rafting near Jammu in River Chenab. If we go to Vaishno Devi, we can enjoy this rafting. Other distinctions are Chenab Bridge, highest railway bridge connecting Kashmir with the rest of India. It is going to be completed within the shortest possible time, and after its completion, the train will definitely reach to Kashmir from rest of India. We have Mansar Lake. इसके बारे में एक मान्यता है कि जब अज्ञातवास में पांडव्स जहां आए थे तो द्रौपदी ने पानी पीने की जिज्ञासा करी, तो अर्जुन ने मानसर में तीर छोड़ा। वो उसकी नेक्स्ट सिस्टर लेक जो है हार्डली 20 किलोमीटर वहां से होगी, वो सुरिंसर से निकला। दीज लेक्स आर इंटरकनेक्टेड फ्रॉम बिलो। अगर एक का रंग ब्लू होगा तो दूसरे का भी ब्लू होगा, एक का काला होगा तो दूसरे का भी रंग चेंज हो जाएगा। दिस इज वेरी फेमस प्लेस फॉर टूरिस्ट। Basoli. This is Atal Setu connecting 3 states, Punjab, Himachal with Jammu and Kashmir. This Setu is the longest cable stayed bridge in North India. This is the aerial view of Basoli, where a water body, Ranji Sagar Dam. We have water sports facility in this place, and one of the offbeat destinations being promoted by Government Jammu and Kashmir. One such specialty of Basoli is Basoli painting. Sarthal. Sarthal is another offbeat destination, hardly situated 70 kilometers from Basoli town. This is a highland meadow where we can go during summers. We have camp stays Department of Tourism has also constructed some TRCs for tourists. And this is one of the connecting link with Bhadrava Valley. If we think of upcoming tourist circuits in Jammu, through Busoli we can reach Bhadrava Valley called Mini Kashmir, through Sarsal. And beyond Bhadrava, it is Kishtwar, famous for adventure lovers, high mountain peaks. Kishtwar National Park is there. Parder Valley, connecting Janskar, Ladakh. Patnitop is also well famous tourist destination for leisure tourism. We have gondola over there, zip line, good hotel facilities for tourists coming there. Sanasar, this place boasts of nature tourism. In addition to Kashmir, we do have a tulip garden at Sanasar, and this has been thrown open for the visitors. This is a picture of tulip garden at Sanasar. Sangfal track. Recently, Department of Tourism conducted a trekking campaign from Sanasar to Sangpal, just to promote adventure tourism in the area. Now comes to my district, from where I belong, wondrous lakes of Punch. This is the area called Seven Lakes. In the month of September, Department of Tourism conducted a trekking program to reach this inaccessible area at an altitude of around 12,000 feet. Around 200 trekkers from all walks of life participated in this campaign, and I am thankful to Government of India and our UT government for having sanctioned one cable car project under Parvatmala scheme recently launched by Government of India to this place. One more place of religious importance is Shadra Sharif Dargah, situated in Rajouri district. This is Loran Valley in Poonch district. Ziyarat Sai Mera Sahib Poonch. This is Shri Buddha Amarnath Ji and Nangali Sahib. I am to say there is unity in diversity. All religious faiths have been inculcated in one single place. And last but not the least, this is Peer Ki Gali, connecting Jammu division with Kashmir division. If we think of coming to Kashmir from Jammu or to Jammu from Kashmir, we can come across this Peer Ki Gali, an alternate route from National Highway 44. And this was all about presentation from Jammu. I request all of you to please organize your tours in such a manner that you please visit not only Kashmir but also visit the places of Jammu. We do have lot of to offer you people, so please come to Jammu and enjoy the beauty of Jammu. Thank you.
All right. I would like to once again invite Mr. Sahil Chopra, the operation head of Argus News, to please come on stage and felicitate our guest here. Thank you. We will have, some more felicitations here. We have a representation from different states, so I would like to invite them one after the other. So first, from Madhya Pradesh, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Abhijit Dhar, Senior Tourist Officer, Madhya Pradesh State Tourism Development Corporation Limited. And to do the honors from Argus, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Sahil Chopra, Operation Head, and Mr. Ratikan Sahu, HR Head. I'd like to invite both of them on stage. And from Madhya Pradesh, Mr. Abhijit Dhar. Oh, yes. We already saw a wonderful AV in the beginning, the heart of incredible India. Would like to request you to stay back on stage. We'll have, could I request Team Assam Tourism to join us on stage as well. Awesome Assam, we did see a wonderful AV in the morning. We started with Assam in fact. And we would like to felicitate the team from Assam. Beautiful language, Okhomia. I see some lovely faces. So that's Team Assam. It's good to see that, with the pandemic hopefully done and dusted with, state representatives have come in and been a part of this conclave, and it is because of all this participation that this conclave is a success today. Thank you so much. All right, we now have, of course, I said all this is because we are a part of a beautiful country we call India. Incredible India, and we now have, we've seen state AVs, but now it's time to take a look at the incredible India AV. So we'll have a look at that.
As a blogger, no two mornings have ever been the same. Today, I woke up in India, on one of the most beautiful cruises I've ever seen. Following my passion, I've traveled to over 100 countries around the globe. I did not know that this is what was in store for me. When you come here without knowing what to expect, you discover an instant comfort and delight for India. And of course, the breathtaking wildlife. It has left me wanting to come back to discover some more. As a writer, I know that my chapter with India has only just begun.
It is every person's dream to be mesmerized by the beauty of the Taj Mahal. For me as a designer, I'm inspired by its timelessness. And I try to emulate the same in my work. India has a power, a magic about it, that draws me back here each time for the past 10 years. I love the afternoon markets. There is so much to learn, to keep creating, with the colors, the textures, the chaos and the gentle quiet. India is incredibly layered. The visuals that my eyes capture of this land not just pushes me creatively, but also makes me look at life in a new way. It has made me free, truly independent. India has made me believe in myself. India has some of the most unique and exotic food cultures in the world. Food and travel are my passions. As a cook, when I travel, I'm always looking for new ways to use spices in my cooking. This is such a vast country, offering the most wonderful tradition and scenery in every place you visit. I've met the friendliest people who have taught me their well-kept secrets of chutney. The differences in cuisine from one side of India to the other have amazed me and given me endless inspiration. I may not be able to replicate everything I've learned so far, but this is definitely going to be my most memorable trip. I can't wait to go back and discover more.
Do you see what I see? Do you hear what I hear? Do you feel what I feel? Here I am, playing on the world-class golf courses in India. Walking through history, making friends. One minute I am traveling into the past, and the very next playing gully cricket. Before I realize it, I'm thrown into a lap of luxury. I could be anywhere in the world, but here I am. Hold my club, aim, and strike. This is my 8th time here, and it won't be my last. Do you see what I see?
Racing has taken me all over the world. But when I put on the helmet, I am still in India. India, where I found yoga and the champion inside me.
If your mind is racing, how can you? Slow down. Breathe.
I have breathed in India's magic. I have felt its warmth. I have breathed out the noise. The Himalayas, the Ganges. I have breathed in their calm. Yoga has taught me the truth about life and motorcycles. That the more still you are, the further you can go.
Incredible India. What does luxury mean to you?
Luxury. In India, I discovered that true luxury isn't something you buy off a shelf. True luxury is a feeling that you are the Maharani of your world. And it can be all designed around you. All the beauty is yours. All the music is yours. India showed me that luxury doesn't follow designers and brands. True luxury follows its own heart.
Incredible India.
I was going to shut down my family bookstore, but the Indian rhinoceros saved it.
That's a rare bird.
In my travels through Kaziranga, I saw the jungle growing again. And I heard the story of the rhino.
50 years ago, there were only 400 rhinos. But now, there are more than 2,400.
India showed me what can happen if you don't give up. And if the Indian rhino can make a comeback in this day and age, so can my bookstore.
Incredible India.
Reincarnation. India showed us what it's really about.
A little pain is good. Reminds us we are alive.
India, it's so alive, so soulful. Ayurveda had to be born here.
Ayurveda is literally the science of life. Take a sip.
Life flows through the air here, healing the body, reawakening the spirit, keeping a culture that's centuries old, forever young. Ayurveda showed us you don't have to wait for reincarnation. You can be reborn in this life.
Incredible India.
People ask me what culinary school I went to. My answer is India. I learned that you don't add masala just to the food. You add it to everything you do. I learned that flavor is more than a taste. It's a sight, it's a sound, it's a science. In India, I found the secret masala spices that make all the difference. The joy with which you cook. The love with which you serve.
Incredible India.
India, the land of Buddha. An extraordinary journey begins in this sacred place where he took his first steps on the path to enlightenment. This is the land where he first spread his word, where people heard, and where his life took shape. Discover for yourself the journey of Buddha to his final resting place. Immerse yourself in his life here in India, the land of Buddha.
Incredible India.
Well, that was incredible, India. Could I now invite on stage Dr. Sagnik Chaudhary, Regional Director, East India Tourism, and Ms. Rashmi Sonia Tirki, Assistant Director, India Tourism from the Bhubaneswar office to please come on stage and to do the honors, to felicitate them. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Sahil Chopra, Operation Head, Argus News, and Mr. Ratikan Sahu, HR Head, Argus News. So, thank you so much. Well, it's, the event is happening in India's best kept secret, Odisha, so it is not possible that we don't look at an AV that shows why Odisha is called India's best kept secret. So here's an AV, in fact, a few of them for you on Odisha tourism. Please take a look.
Miles and miles of dense green forest, tall and proud mountains, ravishing waterfalls and murmuring hill streams, wild and enchanting creeks and lakes of pristine beauty, infinitely long coastlines. Odisha is gifted with immense natural wonders, filled with numerous sensory splendors. Odisha has about one-third of its land covered with forests, 480-kilometer long coastline supporting around 86 species of mammals, 473 species of birds, 110 species of mangrove plants and 350 species of medicinal plants. The rich biodiversity of the state is conserved mainly through a network of protected areas comprising 2 national parks and 18 sanctuaries. Elephants, tigers, leopards, black bucks, crocodiles, olive ridley turtles, Irrawaddy dolphins and migratory birds together make Odisha a sumptuous visual feast. Rich in forest cover, mountain range, water resources, flora and fauna, Odisha is filled with unspoilt nature, scenic beauty and rich biodiversity. It offers people with magnificent landscape across the state. These make Odisha a perfect tourist destination. All the eco cottages offer day and night staying facilities straight in the lap of nature. They have proper food and accommodation facilities provided by the local communities. Visitors can easily book these luxurious cottages as per their taste, budget and requirements. All you have to do is log into www.ecotourodisha.com, browse through the available destinations, select a favorite, check the ideal time for visit, fill up easy online forms and pay by credit or debit card or by online banking. There you go. Your booking is confirmed. It's time to pack the bags. So what are you waiting for? Come, be a part of nature. Rejoice in peace and rejuvenate in tranquility.
Well, in fact, the ecotourism model of Odisha government engaging local communities and giving it back to the community has been very well appreciated at the national level as well. So that was Odisha tourism for you, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, may I now invite you all for lunch. We'll have a quick break because I'll request everyone to please be back and join us by 2:30 because we'll have 3 panel discussions back to back after that, post lunch, and then the valedictory ceremony, which is being graced by His Excellency the Honorable Governor of Odisha, Professor Ganeshi Lal. So expect all of you to please join us back by 2:30 for the panel discussions. Thank you so much. Now you can enjoy a sumptuous lunch.
Argus. It is the real voice of Odisha, a commitment to excellence, a name that stands for people's first point of view and the truth.
सचिवालयर सीएम कठारु ओडिसार पुरपल्ली रे अपांत अंचल रे थिबा कॉमन मैन रो सीएम रो कथा को आमे सेति की गुरुत्वर सहित देखेबा पई आमे बद्ध परिकर.
Driven to be the most responsible and responsive force. It is acknowledged for its progressive and dynamic presence. It is known to be fast and to have in-depth and expansive coverage from every corner of Odisha. It has the most exhaustive and analytical presentation on diverse subjects such as politics, business, sport, art and culture, science and technology, world affairs and more. It has state-of-the-art technology such as real-time 3D graphics, sports analysis and asset management tools. Virtual reality offers unlimited possibilities for the creation of complex, interactive 3D virtual sets. Teleporting and augmented reality make it the most technologically advanced news channel in Odisha. Argus has highly modern newsrooms and studios. The team at Argus is made up of over 200 professionals comprising journalists, reporters, technicians and others. Argus stands for people and their core issues.
अनेक प्रिय शब्दर संयोजन पाई आमे प्रस्तुत किए भी पार्टी रे तुंडी देई बसु किंतु आमे कहिबु रोक ठोक तो लोकन का अभियोग जे विकासर गाड़ी गड़िला नाही धिमेई गला दूरेई गला
ओडियान को हाथ रे पत्थर एठी जीवन पाए सुताक्षरे सौंदर्य भरी जाए
विद्युत जोगाइबा आज जाए 18 वर्ष बीती गला काहे कि संभव होई पारुनी यार जवाब आज लोक के मागबे
चित्र देखेबू आमे माने ऑडिट करिवे आपण माने.
Today, it is the most preferred and the fastest growing news channel in Odisha.
I wish you all the very best, and you will definitely make a big difference to the Oriya society, Oriya people, Oriya language. Jai Utkala Janani and Jai Bharat Mata.
Argus News. The curtain has risen. The journey has begun. Argus. It is the real voice of Odisha, a commitment to excellence, a name that stands for people's first point of view and the truth.
सचिवालय सीएम कठारु ओडिशार पुरपल्ली रे अपांत अंचल रे थिबा कॉमन मैन रो सीएम रो कथा को आमे सेतिकी गुरुत्वर सहित देखेबा पई आमे बद्धपरिकर.
Driven to be the most responsible and responsive force. It is acknowledged for its progressive and dynamic presence. It is known to be fast and to have in-depth and expansive coverage from every corner of Odisha. It has the most exhaustive and analytical presentation on diverse subjects such as politics, business, sport, art and culture, science and technology, world affairs and more. It has state-of-the-art technology such as real-time 3D graphics, sports analysis and asset management tools. Virtual reality offers unlimited possibilities for the creation of complex, interactive 3D virtual sets. Teleporting and augmented reality make it the most technologically advanced news channel in Odisha. Argus has highly modern newsrooms and studios. The team at Argus is made up of over 200 professionals comprising journalists, reporters, technicians and others. Argus stands for people and their core issues.
अनेक प्रिय शब्दर संयोजना पाई आमे प्रस्तुत किए भी पार्टी रे तुंडी देई बसु किंतु आमे कहिबु रोकथोक
तो लोकों को अभियोग जे विकास रो गाड़ी गड़िला नहीं धिमेई गला दूरेई गला
ओडियन को हाथ रे पत्थर एठी जीवन पाए सुताक्षरे सौंदर्य भरी जाए
विद्युत जोगाइबा आज जाए 18 वर्ष बीती गला कहीं कि संभव हो पारुनी यार जवाब आज लोग के मागबे चित्र देखेबु आमे माने ऑडिट करिवे आपण माने.
Today, it is the most preferred and the fastest growing news channel in Odisha.
I wish you all the very best, and you will definitely make a big difference to the Oriya society, Oriya people, Oriya language. Jai Utkala Janani and Jai Bharat Mata.
Argus News. The curtain has risen. The journey has begun. Argus. It is the real voice of Odisha, a commitment to excellence, a name that stands for people's first point of view and the truth.
सचिवालय सीएम कठारु ओडिशार पुरपल्ली रे अपांत अंचल रे थिबा कॉमन मैन रो सीएम रो कथा को आमे गुरुत्वर सहित देखेबा पई आमे बद्धपरिकर.
Driven to be the most responsible and responsive force. It is acknowledged for its progressive and dynamic presence. It is known to be fast and to have expansive coverage from every corner of Odisha. It has the most exhaustive and analytical presentation on diverse subjects such as politics, business, sport, art and culture, science and technology, world affairs and more. It has state-of-the-art technology such as real-time 3D graphics, sports analysis and asset management tools. Virtual reality offers unlimited possibilities for the creation of complex, interactive 3D virtual sets. Teleporting and augmented reality make it the most technologically advanced news channel in Odisha. Argus has highly modern newsrooms and studios. The team at Argus is made up of over 200 professionals comprising journalists, reporters, technicians and others. Argus stands for people and their core issues.
अनेक प्रिय शब्दर संयोजना पाई आमे प्रस्तुत किए भी पार्टी रे तुंडी देई बसु किंतु आमे कहिबु रोकथोक
तो लोकों को अभियोग जे विकास रो गाड़ी गड़िला नहीं धिमेई गला दूरेई गला
ओडियन को हाथ रे पथर एठी जीवन पाए सुताक्षरे सौंदर्य भरी जाए
विद्युत जोगाइबा आज जाए 18 वर्ष बीतीगला कहीं संभव हो पारुनी यार जवाब आज लोके मागबे
चित्र देखैबु आमे माने ऑडिट करिवे आपण माने
Today, it is the most preferred and the fastest growing news channel in Odisha.
I wish you all the very best, and you will definitely make a big difference to the Oriya society, Oriya people, Oriya language. Jai Utkala Janani and Jai Bharat Mata.
Argus News. The curtain has risen. The journey has begun. Argus. It is the real voice of Odisha, a commitment to excellence, a name that stands for people's first point of view and the truth.
सचिवालयर सीएम कठारु ओडिसार पुरपल्ली रे अपांत अंचल रे थिबा कॉमन मैन रो सीएम रो कथा को आमे सेति की गुरुत्वर सहित देखेबा पई आमे बद्धपरिकर
Driven to be the most responsible and responsive force. It is acknowledged for its progressive and dynamic presence. It is known to be fast and to have in-depth and expansive coverage from every corner of Odisha. It has the most exhaustive and analytical presentation on diverse subjects such as politics, business, sport, art and culture, science and technology, world affairs and more. It has state-of-the-art technology such as real-time 3D graphics, sports analysis and asset management tools. Virtual reality offers unlimited possibilities for the creation of complex, interactive 3D virtual sets. Teleporting and augmented reality make it the most technologically advanced news channel in Odisha. Argus has highly modern newsrooms and studios. The team at Argus is made up of over 200 professionals comprising journalists, reporters, technicians and others. Argus stands for people and their core issues.
अनेक प्रिय शब्दर संयोजना पाई आमे प्रस्तुत किए भी पार्टी रे तुंडी देई बसु किंतु आमे कहिबु रोकथोक
लोकक अभियोग जे विकासर गाड़ी गड़िला नहीं धिमेई गला दूरेई गला
ओडियांक हातरे पथर एठी जीवन पाए सुताक्षरे सौंदर्य भरी जाए
विद्युत जोगाइबा आज जाए 18 वर्ष बीतीगला कहीं संभव हो पारुनी यार जवाब आज लोके मागबे
चित्र देखैबु आमे माने ऑडिट करिवे आपण माने
Today, it is the most preferred and the fastest growing news channel in Odisha.
I wish you all the very best, and you will definitely make a big difference to the Oriya society, Oriya people, Oriya language. Jai Utkala Janani and Jai Bharat Mata.
Argus News. The curtain has risen. The journey has begun. Argus. It is the real voice of Odisha, a commitment to excellence, a name that stands for people's first point of view and the truth.
सचिवालयर सीएम कठारु ओडिसार पुरपल्ली रे अपांत अंचल रे थिबा कॉमन मैन रो सीएम रो कथा को आमे सेति की गुरुत्वर सहित देखेबा पई आमे बद्धपरिकर
Driven to be the most responsible and responsive force. It is acknowledged for its progressive and dynamic presence. It is known to be fast and to have in-depth and expansive coverage from every corner of Odisha. It has the most exhaustive and analytical presentation on diverse subjects such as politics, business, sport, art and culture, science and technology, world affairs and more. It has state-of-the-art technology such as real-time 3D graphics, sports analysis and asset management tools. Virtual reality offers unlimited possibilities for the creation of complex, interactive 3D virtual sets. Teleporting and augmented reality make it the most technologically advanced news channel in Odisha. Argus has highly modern newsrooms and studios. The team at Argus is made up of over 200 professionals comprising journalists, reporters, technicians and others. Argus stands for people and their core issues.
अनेक प्रिय शब्दर संयोजना पाई आमे प्रस्तुत किए भी पार्टी रे तुंडी देई बसु किंतु आमे कहिबु रोकथो
तो लोकन को अभियोग जे विकासर गाड़ी गड़िला नाही धिमेई गला दूरेई गला
ओडियान हाथ में पथर एठी जीवन पाए सुताक्षरे सौंदर्य भरी जाए
विद्युत जोगैबा आज जाए 18 वर्ष बीतीगला कहीं संभव हो पारुनी यार जवाब आज लोके मागबे
चित्र देखैबु आमे माने ऑडिट करिवे आपण माने
Today, it is the most preferred and the fastest growing news channel in Odisha.
I wish you all the very best, and you will definitely make a big difference to the Oriya society, Oriya people, Oriya language. Jai Utchala Janani and Jai Bharat Mata.
Argus News. The curtain has risen. The journey has begun. Argus. It is the real voice of Odisha. A commitment to excellence. A name that stands for people's first point of view and the truth.
सचिवालय सीएम कठारु ओडिशार पुरपल्ली रे अपांत अंचल रे थिबा कॉमन मैन रो सीएम रो तथा को आमे सेतिकी गुरुत्वर सहित देखेबा पई आमे बद्धपरिकर.
Driven to be the most responsible and responsive force. It is acknowledged for its progressive and dynamic presence. It is known to be fast and to have in-depth and expansive coverage from every corner of Odisha. It has the most exhaustive and analytical presentation on diverse subjects such as politics, business, sport, art and culture, science and technology, world affairs and more. It has state-of-the-art technology such as real-time 3D graphics, sports analysis and asset management tools. Virtual reality offers unlimited possibilities for the creation of complex, interactive 3D virtual sets. Teleporting and augmented reality make it the most technologically advanced news channel in Odisha. Argus has highly modern newsrooms and studios. The team at Argus is made up of over 200 professionals comprising journalists, reporters, technicians and others. Argus stands for people and their core issues.
अनेक प्रिय शब्दर संयोजना पाई आमे प्रस्तुत किए भी पार्टी रे तुंडी देई बसु किंतु आमे कहिबु रोकथो
तो लोकन को अभियोग जे विकासर गाड़ी गड़िला नाही धिमेई गला दूरेई गला
ओडियान हाथ में पथर एठी जीवन पाए सुताक्षरे सौंदर्य भरी जाए
विद्युत जोगैबा आज जाए 18 वर्ष बीतीगला कहीं संभव हो पारुनी यार जवाब आज लोके मागबे
चित्र देखैबु आमे माने ऑडिट करिवे आपण माने
Today, it is the most preferred and the fastest growing news channel in Odisha.
I wish you all the very best, and you will definitely make a big difference to the Oriya society, Oriya people, Oriya language. Jai Utchala Janani and Jai Bharat Mata.
Argus News. The curtain has risen. The journey has begun. Argus. It is the real voice of Odisha. A commitment to excellence. A name that stands for people's first point of view and the truth.
सचिवालय सीएम कठारु ओडिशार पुरपल्ली रे अपांत अंचल रे थिबा कॉमन मैन रो सीएम रो तथाकू आमे सेतिकी गुरुत्वर सहित देखेबा पई आमे बद्धपरिकर.
Driven to be the most responsible and responsive force. It is acknowledged for its progressive and dynamic presence. It is known to be fast and to have in-depth and expansive coverage from every corner of Odisha. It has the most exhaustive and analytical presentation on diverse subjects such as politics, business, sport, art and culture, science and technology, world affairs and more. It has state-of-the-art technology such as real-time 3D graphics, sports analysis and asset management tools. Virtual reality offers unlimited possibilities for the creation of complex, interactive 3D virtual sets. Teleporting and augmented reality make it the most technologically advanced news channel in Odisha. Argus has highly modern newsrooms and studios. The team at Argus is made up of over 200 professionals comprising journalists, reporters, technicians and others. Argus stands for people and their core issues.
अनेक प्रिय शब्दर संयोजना पाई आमे प्रस्तुत किए भी पार्टी रे तुंडी देई बसु किंतु आमे कहिबु रोकथोक.
तो लोकों का अभियोग जे विकासर गाड़ी गड़िला नहीं धिमेई गला दूरेई गला.
ओडियांको हातरे पथर एठी जीवन पाए सुताक्षरे सौंदर्य भरी जाए.
विद्युत जोगैबा आज जाए 18 वर्ष बीतीगला कहीं संभव हो पारुनी यार जवाब आज लोक के मागबे.
चित्र देखैबु आमे माने ऑडिट करिवे आपण माने.
Today, it is the most preferred and the fastest growing news channel in Odisha.
I wish you all the very best, and you will definitely make a big difference to the Oriya society, Oriya people, Oriya language. Jai Utchala Janani and Jai Bharat Mata.
Argus News. The curtain has risen. The journey has begun. Argus. It is the real voice of Odisha. A commitment to excellence. A name that stands for people's first point of view and the truth.
सचिवालयर सीएम कठारु ओडिसार पुरपल्ली रे अपांत अंचल रे थिबा कॉमन मैन रो सीएम रो तथाकू आमे सेतिकी गुरुत्वर सहित देखेबा पई आमे बद्धपरिकर.
Driven to be the most responsible and responsive force. It is acknowledged for its progressive and dynamic presence. It is known to be fast and to have in-depth and expansive coverage from every corner of Odisha. It has the most exhaustive and analytical presentation on diverse subjects such as politics, business, sport, art and culture, science and technology, world affairs and more. It has state-of-the-art technology such as real-time 3D graphics, sports analysis and asset management tools. Virtual reality offers unlimited possibilities for the creation of complex, interactive 3D virtual sets. Teleporting and augmented reality make it the most technologically advanced news channel in Odisha. Argus has highly modern newsrooms and studios. The team at Argus is made up of over 200 professionals comprising journalists, reporters, technicians and others. Argus stands for people and their core issues.
अनेक प्रिय शब्दर संयोजना पाई आमे प्रस्तुत किए भी पार्टी रे तुंडी देई बसु किंतु आमे कहिबु रोकथोक.
तो लोकों का अभियोग जे विकासर गाड़ी गड़िला नहीं धिमेई गला दूरेई गला.
ओडियांको हातरे पथर एठी जीवन पाए सुताक्षरे सौंदर्य भरी जाए.
विद्युत जोगैबा आज जाए 18 वर्ष बीतीगला कहीं संभव हो पारुनी यार जवाब आज लोक के मागबे. चित्र देखैबु आमे माने ऑडिट करिवे आपण माने.
Today, it is the most preferred and the fastest growing news channel in Odisha.
I wish you all the very best, and you will definitely make a big difference to the Oriya society, Oriya people, Oriya language. Jai Utkala Janani and Jai Bharat Mata.
Argus News. The curtain has risen. The journey has begun. Argus. It is the real voice of Odisha. A commitment to excellence. A name that stands for people's first point of view and the truth.
सचिवालय सीएम कठारु ओडिशार पुरपल्ली रे अपांत अंचल रे थिबा कॉमन मैन रो सीएम रो कथा को आमे सेतिकी गुरुत्वर सहित देखेबा पई आमे बद्ध परिकर.
Driven to be the most responsible and responsive force. It is acknowledged for its progressive and dynamic presence. It is known to be fast and to have in-depth and expansive coverage from every corner of Odisha. It has the most exhaustive and analytical presentation on diverse subjects such as politics, business, sport, art and culture, science and technology, world affairs and more. It has state-of-the-art technology such as real-time 3D graphics, sports analysis and asset management tools. Virtual reality offers unlimited possibilities for the creation of complex, interactive 3D virtual sets. Teleporting and augmented reality make it the most technologically advanced news channel in Odisha. Argus has highly modern newsrooms and studios. The team at Argus is made up of over 200 professionals comprising journalists, reporters, technicians and others. Argus stands for people and their core issues.
अनेक प्रिय शब्दर संयोजना पाई आमे प्रस्तुत किए भी पार्टी रे तुंडी देई बसु किंतु आमे कहिबु रोकथोक
तो लोकों का अभियोग जे विकासर गाड़ी गड़िला नहीं धिमेई गला दूरेई गला.
ओडियाଙ୍କ ହାତରେ ପଥର ଏଠି ଜୀବନ ପାଏ ସୁତାକ୍ଷରେ ସୌନ୍ଦର୍ଯ୍ୟ ଭରିଯାଏ.
विद्युत जोगाइबा आज जाए 18 वर्ष बीतीगला कहीं संभव हो पारुनी यार जवाब आज लोके मागबे. चित्र देखैबु आमे माने ऑडिट करिवे आपण माने.
Today, it is the most preferred and the fastest growing news channel in Odisha.
I wish you all the very best, and you will definitely make a big difference to the Oriya society, Oriya people, Oriya language. Jai Utkala Janani and Jai Bharat Mata.
Argus News. The curtain has risen. The journey has begun. Argus. It is the real voice of Odisha. A commitment to excellence. A name that stands for people's first point of view and the truth.
सचिवालय सीएम कठारु ओडिशार पुरपल्ली रे अपांत अंचल रे थिबा कॉमन मैन रो सीएम रो कथा को आमे सेतिकी गुरुत्वर सहित देखेबा पई आमे बद्ध परिकर.
Driven to be the most responsible and responsive force. It is acknowledged for its progressive and dynamic presence. It is known to be fast and to have in-depth and expansive coverage from every corner of Odisha. It has the most exhaustive and analytical presentation on diverse subjects such as politics, business, sport, art and culture, science and technology, world affairs and more. It has state-of-the-art technology such as real-time 3D graphics, sports analysis and asset management tools. Virtual reality offers unlimited possibilities for the creation of complex, interactive 3D virtual sets. Teleporting and augmented reality make it the most technologically advanced news channel in Odisha. Argus has highly modern newsrooms and studios. The team at Argus is made up of over 200 professionals comprising journalists, reporters, technicians and others. Argus stands for people and their core issues.
अनेक प्रिय शब्दर संयोजना आमे प्रस्तुत किए भी पार्टी रे तुंडी दे बसु किंतु आमे कहबू रोकथोक
लोकों अभियोग जे विकास गाड़ी गड़िला नहीं धिमेई गला दूरेई गला
ओडियां हाथ पथर एठी जीवन पाए सुताक्षरे सौंदर्य भरी जाए
विद्युत जोगैबा आज जाए 18 वर्ष बीतीगला कहीं संभव हो पारुनी यार जवाब आज लोके मागबे
चित्र देखैबु आमे माने ऑडिट करिवे आपण माने
Today, it is the most preferred and the fastest growing news channel in Odisha.
I wish you all the very best, and you will definitely make a big difference to the Oriya society, Oriya people, Oriya language. Jai Utkala Janani and Jai Bharat Mata.
Argus News. The curtain has risen. The journey has begun. Argus. It is the real voice of Odisha, a commitment to excellence, a name that stands for people's first point of view and the truth.
सचिवालयर सीएम कठारु ओडिसार पुरपल्ली रे अपांत अंचल रे थिबा कॉमन मैन रो सीएम रो तथा को आमे सेति की गुरुत्वर सहित देखेबा पई आमे बद्ध परिकर.
Driven to be the most responsible and responsive force. It is acknowledged for its progressive and dynamic presence. It is known to be fast and to have in-depth and expansive coverage from every corner of Odisha. It has the most exhaustive and analytical presentation on diverse subjects such as politics, business, sport, art and culture, science and technology, world affairs and more. It has state-of-the-art technology such as real-time 3D graphics, sports analysis and asset management tools. Virtual reality offers unlimited possibilities for the creation of complex, interactive 3D virtual sets. Teleporting and augmented reality make it the most technologically advanced news channel in Odisha. Argus has highly modern newsrooms and studios. The team at Argus is made up of over 200 professionals comprising journalists, reporters, technicians and others. Argus stands for people and their core issues.
अनेक प्रिय शब्दर संयोजना आमे प्रस्तुत किए भी पार्टी रे तुंडी दे बसु किंतु आमे कहबू रोकथोक
लोकों अभियोग जे विकास गाड़ी गड़िला नहीं धिमेई गला दूरेई गला
ओडियां हाथ पथर एठी जीवन पाए सुताक्षरे सौंदर्य भरी जाए
विद्युत जोगैबा आज जाए 18 वर्ष बीतीगला कहीं संभव हो पारुनी यार जवाब आज लोके मागबे
चित्र देखैबु आमे माने ऑडिट करिवे आपण माने
Today, it is the most preferred and the fastest growing news channel in Odisha.
I wish you all the very best, and you will definitely make a big difference to the Oriya society, Oriya people, Oriya language. Jai Utkala Janani and Jai Bharat Mata.
Argus News. The curtain has risen. The journey has begun. Argus. It is the real voice of Odisha, a commitment to excellence, a name that stands for people's first point of view and the truth.
सचिवालयर सीएम कठारु ओडिसार पुरपल्ली रे अपांत अंचल रे थिबा कॉमन मैन रो सीएम रो तथा को आमे सेति की गुरुत्वर सहित देखेबा पई आमे बद्ध परिकर.
Driven to be the most responsible and responsive force. It is acknowledged for its progressive and dynamic presence. It is known to be fast and to have in-depth and expansive coverage from every corner of Odisha. It has the most exhaustive and analytical presentation on diverse subjects such as politics, business, sport, art and culture, science and technology, world affairs and more. It has state-of-the-art technology such as real-time 3D graphics, sports analysis and asset management tools. Virtual reality offers unlimited possibilities for the creation of complex, interactive 3D virtual sets. Teleporting and augmented reality make it the most technologically advanced news channel in Odisha. Argus has highly modern newsrooms and studios. The team at Argus is made up of over 200 professionals comprising journalists, reporters, technicians and others. Argus stands for people and their core issues.
अनेक प्रिय शब्दर संयोजना पाई आमे प्रस्तुत किए भी पार्टी रे तुंडी देई बसु किंतु आमे कहिबु रोकथोक
तो लोकक अभियोग जे विकासर गाड़ी गड़िला नहीं धिमेई गला दूरेई गला
ओडियांक हातरे पथर एठी जीवन पाए सुताक्षरे सौंदर्य भरी जाए
विद्युत जोगाइबा आज जाए 18 वर्ष बीतीगला कहीं संभव हो पारुनी यार जवाब आज लोके मागबे चित्र देखैबु आमे माने ऑडिट करिवे आपण माने
Today, it is the most preferred and the fastest growing news channel in Odisha.
I wish you all the very best, and you will definitely make a big difference to the Oriya society, Oriya people, Oriya language. Jai Utkala Janani and Jai Bharat Mata.
Argus News. The curtain has risen. The journey has begun. Argus. It is the real voice of Odisha, a commitment to excellence, a name that stands for people's first point of view and the truth.
सचिवालयर सीएम कठारु ओडिसार पुरपल्ली रे अपांत अंचल रे थिबा कॉमन मैन रो सीएम रो कथा को आमे सेतिकी गुरुत्वर सहित देखेबा पई आमे बद्ध परिकर.
Driven to be the most responsible and responsive force. It is acknowledged for its progressive and dynamic presence. It is known to be fast and to have in-depth and expansive coverage from every corner of Odisha. It has the most exhaustive and analytical presentation on diverse subjects such as politics, business, sport, art and culture, science and technology, world affairs and more. It has state-of-the-art technology such as real-time 3D graphics, sports analysis and asset management tools. Virtual reality offers unlimited possibilities for the creation of complex, interactive 3D virtual sets. Teleporting and augmented reality make it the most technologically advanced news channel in Odisha. Argus has highly modern newsrooms and studios. The team at Argus is made up of over 200 professionals comprising journalists, reporters, technicians and others. Argus stands for people and their core issues.
अनेक प्रिय शब्दर संयोजना पाई आमे प्रस्तुत किए भी पार्टी रे तुंडी देई बसु किंतु आमे कहिबु रोकथोक
तो लोकक अभियोग जे विकासर गाड़ी गड़िला नहीं धिमेई गला दूरेई गला
ओडियांक हातरे पथर एठी जीवन पाए सुताक्षरे सौंदर्य भरी जाए
विद्युत जोगाइबा आज जाए 18 वर्ष बीतीगला कहीं संभव हो पारुनी यार जवाब आज लोके मागबे चित्र देखैबु आमे माने ऑडिट करिवे आपण माने
Today, it is the most preferred and the fastest growing news channel in Odisha.
I wish you all the very best, and you will definitely make a big difference to the Oriya society, Oriya people, Oriya language. Jai Utkala Janani and Jai Bharat Mata.
Argus News. The curtain has risen. The journey has begun. Argus. It is the real voice of Odisha, a commitment to excellence, a name that stands for people's first point of view and the truth.
सचिवालयर सीएम कठारु ओडिशार पुरपल्ली रे अपांत अंचल रे थिबा कॉमन मैन रो सीएम रो कथा को आमे सेति की गुरुत्वर सहित देखेबा पई आमे बद्धपरिकर.
Driven to be the most responsible and responsive force. It is acknowledged for its progressive and dynamic presence. It is known to be fast and to have in-depth and expansive coverage from every corner of Odisha. It has the most exhaustive and analytical presentation on diverse subjects such as politics, business, sport, art and culture, science and technology, world affairs and more. It has state-of-the-art technology such as real-time 3D graphics, sports analysis and asset management tools. Virtual reality offers unlimited possibilities for the creation of complex, interactive 3D virtual sets. Teleporting and augmented reality make it the most technologically advanced news channel in Odisha. Argus has highly modern newsrooms and studios. The team at Argus is made up of over 200 professionals comprising journalists, reporters, technicians and others. Argus stands for people and their core issues.
अनेक प्रिय शब्दर संयोजना पाई आमे प्रस्तुत. किए भी पार्टी रे तुंडी देई बसु किंतु आमे कहिबु रोकथोक.
तो लोकन को अभियोग जे विकासर गाड़ी गड़िला नहीं धिमेई गला दूरेई गला.
ओडियान को हातरे पथर एठी जीवन पाए सुताक्षरे सौंदर्य भरी जाए.
विद्युत जोगाइबा आज जाए 18 वर्ष बीती गला कहीं संभव हो पारुनी. यार जवाब आज लोक के मागबे.
चित्र देखैबु आमे माने ऑडिट करिवे आपण माने.
Today, it is the most preferred and the fastest growing news channel in Odisha.
I wish you all the very best, and you will definitely make a big difference to the Oriya society, Oriya people, Oriya language. Jai Utkala Janani and Jai Bharat Mata.
Argus News. The curtain has risen. The journey has begun. Argus. It is the real voice of Odisha, a commitment to excellence, a name that stands for people's first point of view and the truth.
सचिवालयर सीएम कठारु ओडिशार पुरपल्ली रे अपांत अंचल रे थिबा कॉमन मैन रो सीएम रो कथा को आमे सेति की गुरुत्वर सहित देखेबा पई आमे बद्धपरिकर.
Driven to be the most responsible and responsive force. It is acknowledged for its progressive and dynamic presence. It is known to be fast and to have in-depth and expansive coverage from every corner of Odisha. It has the most exhaustive and analytical presentation on diverse subjects such as politics, business, sport, art and culture, science and technology, world affairs and more. It has state-of-the-art technology such as real-time 3D graphics, sports analysis and asset management tools. Virtual reality offers unlimited possibilities for the creation of complex, interactive 3D virtual sets. Teleporting and augmented reality make it the most technologically advanced news channel in Odisha. Argus has highly modern newsrooms and studios. The team at Argus is made up of over 200 professionals comprising journalists, reporters, technicians and others. Argus stands for people and their core issues.
अनेक प्रिय शब्दर संयोजना पाई आमे प्रस्तुत. किए भी पार्टी रे तुंडी देई बसु किंतु आमे कहिबु रोकथोक.
तो लोकन को अभियोग जे विकासर गाड़ी गड़िला नहीं धिमेई गला दूरेई गला.
ओडियान को हातरे पथर एठी जीवन पाए सुताक्षरे सौंदर्य भरी जाए.
विद्युत जोगाइबा आज जाए 18 वर्ष बीती गला कहीं संभव हो पारुनी. यार जवाब आज लोक के मागबे.
चित्र देखैबु आमे माने ऑडिट करिवे आपण माने
Today, it is the most preferred and the fastest growing news channel in Odisha.
I wish you all the very best, and you.
Well, after I'm sure all of you have enjoyed a wonderful lunch, we are ready to resume with the second part of the second day. And I'll have to, before we start, could I please request all the guests who are done with the lunch and who are still outside the hall, if I could request them to please come inside, take their seats. We are just about to start our panel discussions. And I would also request all our moderators for each session to please ensure to stick to the time schedule. As you all would be aware that we are expecting His Excellency, Honorable Governor of Odisha, Professor Ganeshi Lal, to be a part of the valedictory ceremony, and we'll all have to stick to the time schedule before that. So we are starting on time, and we'll request moderators for each session to ensure that they are completing the panel discussions within the given time frame. So without any further delay, we will be starting with the discussion. This one is a panel discussion on post-COVID scenario and challenges in tourism sector. Tourism and hospitality remain one of the most important pillars of the Indian economy. This sector is estimated to have directly contributed over 6.5% to the GDP and 7% to the employment of the country. However, the pandemic changed the dynamics as health and safety has emerged a primary concern for travelers besides the challenges that curbs and restrictions bring. From looking at strategies to cushion against such global crisis that can have crippling impacts to find the way forward, we really have an esteemed panel with us to discuss the subject hereon. So let me invite with a round of applause from all of you, our panelists and our moderator as well. We have with us Mr. P.P. Khanna, President Association of Domestic Tour Operators of India, ADTOI. He'll be moderating the session as well. Mr. Vivek Puri, KS, Chief Executive Officer, Tourism Department Authority, Rajouri, UT of Jammu and Kashmir. Mr. Jagdeep Bhagat, National Coordinator, Network of Indian MICE Agents, NEMA. Mr. Amresh Tiwari, Vice Chairman, India Convention Promotion Bureau. Mr. Devjit Datta, Chapter Chairman, Indian Association of Tour Operators, West Bengal. With a round of applause, I invite all our panelists. And as they get settled, I would like to, of course, you know all of them, but I would like to briefly give you a little information about all our esteemed panelists here. Of course, Mr. Khanna was here with us for the inaugural ceremony as well. Has been in travel and tourism trade for the last 3 decades, holding the post of Director Hathway Showbiz Private Limited, event company handling corporate sector for day-to-day events, has held various positions in the association, is also a member of National Tourism Committee of CIA and FICCI, and has been representing the association in all forums and meetings convened by the ministry. We also have with us Mr. Vivek Puri. He was earlier there to give the presentation on Jammu, Chief Executive Officer, Tourism Department Authority, Rajouri. He was earlier Assistant Commissioner, Revenue, RISI, and post-COVID-19, the UT government has started various initiatives for revival of tourism, which is why the Jammu and Kashmir have participated in this conclave as well. Just for your information, the Rajouri Development Authority came into existence on 13th October 2006 under the mandate of J&K Development Act 1970 and is spread over 101 villages of Rajouri district. Well, we also have with us Mr. Jagdeep Bhagat, a founder member and currently the National Coordinator of Network of Indian MICE Agents, past President of Northern Region, the IATA Agent Association of India. He has also driven proficiency and knowledge amongst the travel fraternity through mentoring and collaborating networking. In a tourism career spanning over 2 decades, continues to contribute, innovate and make sure that the tourism industry in India grows better and more talented youngsters join it with passion. We of course have Mr. Amresh Tiwari. He's also been the Managing Director, 80 Seasons and Travel and Vacation Travel Private Limited, Chief Executive Officer, Meeting and Incentive World, Vice Chairman, India Convention Promotion Bureau, Board Member and Director of Faith, former Honorary Secretary ICPB and also former Honorary Treasurer IATO, has done his Masters in Tourism Administration, and he's been working in this industry since 1993, has traveled extensively across continents and has specialized in execution of MICE and luxury leisure tours. His pioneer in organizing management development programs, leadership development programs in India, has also devoted a large amount of time to the association cause and contributed a lot for its growth. He's one of the first few also who started volunteer tourism in remote areas and started rural tourism, thus contributing to the development of sustainable tourism as well. Has participated as a speaker at various forums and has many awards and recognitions to his credit. And we also have Mr. Debjit Datta, tourism futurist and industry expert in responsible destination management, skill development and community tourism initiative across Bengal and Northeast India for over 2 decades, is also active in travel industry initiative and represents the Indian Association of Tour Operators and the Association of Domestic Tour Operators of India as Bengal State Chairman, along with some other trade bodies in the state. So I'll now request Mr. Khanna to take this session forward from here. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you had a good lunch here, but a lot of people still are taking the lunch, and let them come back. First of all, let me thanks and graduate to Argus News and Media for organizing this event. And this event is very important because now the tourism has come back. But a lot of medias are stating that no, inbound and outbound it will take time to come, but they should understand the importance of the domestic tourism in India. As yesterday we had also discussed about that, domestic tourism is the only key engine in today's date and has a huge potential in India being the biggest population in the world after China. And I think lately, last week I was hearing that now we are very near to the China population. Even the domestic tourism in India is very huge compared to our population. Now it is 2.32 billion, and inbound tourism is almost about 10.93 million. Compared to domestic tourism, you can now judge that how important is that, our domestic tourism. Taking into consideration how this is important, because tourism has an impact on our economy and the GDP, and also it creates a lot of employment generation and the revenue generation in the country. Now today's our subject is, in fact, you know, I was going through that post-COVID scenario and challenges in tourism sector. Tourism has come back. Still we are waiting for the inbound and the outbound. But still we have a lot of challenges in tourism. And how to, you know, cope with that, that's a challenge in front of all of us. That it's not like that the tourism has come back. But a lot of still challenges are there in the tourism and hospitality. And we have very professional panelists here today from the industry, from the MICE, and even from the state. Mr. Puri is here. And we have also our panelist, Mr. Amresh Tiwari, who's now from the MICE, Indian Convention Bureau, and he can also talk about the MICE segment, which is a huge segment in India. It's going to be. So, without wasting the time, I would like to start with the panelists, that how do they see and how do they really see that what is the future of the tourism in India, That's a main cause for all of us today. I'll start from Jagdeep ji, from you, that, what kind of expectations from the government you are seeking to have sustainable mice in India? So if you can really brief us and to the audience that how we can see that what is the scope of the mice in India, and globally also we can consider definitely. At last we have to consider the globally also the international and the domestic market. Over to you, Mr. Jagdeep.
Good afternoon, everyone. See, as our industry was put on a kind of sabbatical, or we can say on hold due to COVID, and once the first wave was over, there were so many speculations. So many speculations means so many trials were put into place to somewhat negotiate the effect of COVID, and particularly in meetings industry, in mice business and all, we try to develop ways. Somebody talked totally online, hybrid modes, proper precautions and all those kind of things to be able to conduct mice business. Those trials went on well up to some time, but subsequently everyone, I believe everyone will agree on the dais as well, that the ROI which we call, or the results which we call, are best in the physical meetings only. Hybrid, it definitely helped to restart. But when we say that we are into the game again, it has to be physical events, physical meetings, and physical movement of delegates and everyone involved. So what we see that now this is the time. We have seen multiple waves. In fact, in some part of the world, another wave is ongoing. But what we need to adapt actually is that we need to evolve, utilize technology to its best, but to deliver a physical event. By technology, I mean the various kind of things, like earlier we used to have physical documents being exchanged, physical catalogs being exchanged and all. So now we want to remove that touch factor, but that physical interaction, physical networking, which we used to do on various events and physical events, that is an essential part to deliver results. So from hereafter, what I personally see, that we are on the right track, and we should keep focusing on developing physical events. We should not be thinking too much about hybrid or online models, because ultimately that is not fetching results. That has been proved not only in India, worldwide it has been proved that those meetings are just completing the, you can say, statutory compliance sort of thing. Okay, some meeting has been done, some event has been carried on, but actual results are achieved during physical meetings only. So that is what I see. It is a gradual start, but physical events are going to be there, and that is the way we should move forward from here.
Thank you, Jagdeep. You mean to say that, still physical events are more important, or maybe the virtual, in fact?
At the end of the day, yes, this is what everyone is saying. Our members are saying, our clients are saying, and not only they are saying that the kind of results which they got through hybrid events and all, those were not really, that is what they expected it to be. So events are resulting more business. That is it.
Okay, thank you, Jagdeep, for your concern. And I will take to Mr. Vivek Puri, who is the director of the Jammu region, if I am not wrong. Mr. Puri, tell me one thing. As yesterday, even the Honorable Minister also said that blessing in disguise that after COVID, Jammu and Kashmir is a region which has really gained a lot of traffic, and he was also telling about the flights, everyday flights, how many people, 75 lakh people till date, have really visited the... So it's a benefit to the, Jammu and Kashmir particularly, because the people had no choice to go anywhere. But still, in India, a lot of people are scared, and they have a fear in their mind that why to go to Jammu and Kashmir, why not to go to, other hills like Shimla or maybe Nainital or maybe Mussoorie. They are also considering those factors also which could be gained by the Kashmir, which is called as the paradise of India. And no doubt that lot of hotels have done their best, which they have not done for the last maybe, if I am not wrong, 20-25 years. I was in one of the sessions where, the director of tourism, he also announced that the hotels are totally full. And yesterday we also heard that till May, you don't have rooms to be available for that. So how do you see that the future, if you want to see the future, it is not like that because people don't have choice to go anywhere. But once the outbound will be open, then people definitely would like to go to, different states. I mean, people would like to go to Switzerland, they would like to go to Europe, to America, or to our neighboring countries. So there are still challenges which exactly must be the administration of the Jammu and Kashmir will be thinking, and how do you find, what is the challenge exactly you are seeing for that, how you will cope with this, all these challenges?
Hello. It is rightly said that Kashmir, hotels in Kashmir are fully packed before summer, for summers. But one thing I would like to say that nobody asked me the question post 370 abrogation impact on tourism on Kashmir. I would like to say that August 2019, when Article 370 was abrogated, no single incident of stone pelting was heard from anywhere. I was there posted in some of the districts, though elaborate security arrangements were there to cope up with any eventuality, but not a single incident of violence was reported from anywhere in Kashmir and Jammu. So, one thing I would like to also say that nowhere in Kashmir the incident of attack on any tourist has been heard till date. So, another question is that outbound tourism is banned because of COVID-19. But I would like to say that the basic impact is of abrogation of Article 370. Maybe after abrogation, 4 or 5 months later, the restrictions for COVID-19 were imposed and they remained for almost 2 years. But post-COVID initiatives have already been taken by the government of Jammu and Kashmir regarding identification of new tourism destinations where we can offload the tourist pressure to new destinations, and in a sense that this would be helpful as a check against COVID pandemic, or we can say that spread of the COVID disease. So in my view, tourism is going to flourish, is going to have an uphill track in coming days. Maybe the outbound or inbound tourism gets open, international flights are allowed, but I think Kashmir was, is and will be the favorite tourist destination for we people, Indians. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Puri. So you are very much confident about that, even if the inbound and outbound, opens up, but still people are liking to go to Kashmir because of their, the nature is there, eco is there, and particularly if we see that from the south and from even the center, and if you talk about the Maharashtra or the Odisha or the northeast or maybe from the Gujarat, people are really very keen to see the snow. That's the only reason which we see that people wanted to know, and they have seen that yes, the terrorism is now no more there, and a little bit of confidence and trust is coming in their mind, which is a good for India. Because once the tourism in India will grow, definitely the employment will be there and the revenue generation will be also there, which is a good for, not only for a state, it is for the country. So yes, of course, we agree with that, that you people are very, very confident about that. And God bless that it continues in the same way, and people would like to go to Kashmir and other states where they find that, you know, जैसे अपना है ना चलो देखें अपना देश, तो why not to see our own country once we have a potential, lot of potential in our own country. So that's the way forward to look into that. And now I come back to with the mice. Amresh, you are the vice chairman of ICPB, and you are very closely working with the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. Sustainability is one thing which has to be there in the tourism and the responsibility. Do you think sustainability is a critical issue surrounding the mice industry? Do you believe that sustainability is not a choice in the future, rather it is a matter of actionable priority in the present, particularly in domestic mice? Because domestic mice is going very well, and only the challenges which we have from our own neighboring countries, because of our structure and the infrastructure and tax structure is there, and the connectivity is not so good as we have seen even in our small countries like our neighboring countries. They have a good connectivity, they have a good, the infrastructure which we are missing. So what do you say about that, about the sustainability and the responsibility in the mice, particularly if you talk about the domestic Chalo Dekhein Apna Desh?
Thank you, Pipi, asking a very relevant question. In fact, I wish, as the topic suggests, post-COVID, the challenges in tourism sector, but the COVID is still going on, and we all need to keep the precaution in place. So please, ladies and gentlemen, please make sure you are taking all the precautions and have a safe. Sustainability, PP, is not a mere word, because sustainability become a new fashion. But actually sustainability is a very inclusive word, and it evolved with 3 P's: the people, product, and the price. So sustainability is having a 3 segment. When we talk about the people, so in the last 2 years, the kind of job tourism industry lost, it says around 10.2% total India's employment, direct and indirect, is in tourism sector. So normally we say around 40 million people employed in India. So around 4 million in the tourism industry, and virtually 50% lost the job. So that's a people first, And people does not about as a job opportunity. When we are starting a business, so recently ICPB did a survey. There is 2,000 crore rupees business, 2,000 crore rupees business where mice industry is not able to serve. So we are refusing the business because we are not having the capabilities. Because most of the senior people, because of the job loss, they changed the industry. They gone to the restaurant industry, hotel industry, IT, other call centers. They changed the industry because the faces was very bad for their family, survival was an issue. So in the people, the sustainability we are talking, so we need to look where we can get the skilled manpower. Second is the training. Most of the institute, they need to again work day and night, change their curriculum, most on the practical way, so that they can complete and supply this demand gap. So I think this skill development, the manpower, and the talent resources, this is very key. And how we are going to motivate our people, even if you get the people. Last 2 years it was very tough for the employees. how you are going to motivate them ki you will continue the job, there won't be any loss of business or loss of employment, the family, their school kids had been transferred to other schools, people shifted. We had seen all those faces. Even surviving my employees, I employed around 65 people. Almost I taken more than 2 CR bank loan to pay the salaries to them during this 2 years time. So first is the people. Second is PP is the product. So what product we sell, whether it is a inbound, outbound, MICE, that is meeting, incentive, conference, exhibition, be it a wedding or adventure, wildlife, the birding, you name it. Any segment of the tourism, tribal, rural, that need a productivity need, so that's going to be change the dynamics. Now people will looking, when they look the sustainability, they are looking the technology, how best you are going to use the technology to support your product, to make the customer experience much better. Hygiene and cleanliness. Now the new tourist is demanding places wanted to go, which is hygiene and cleanliness is very well maintained. Then the new product is coming up like the wilderness, like the wildlife and flora, fauna where you have. So wilderness and wellness, these are the new product coming is. And second thing, the dynamics are changing. India was always known as a destination for 50 plus. So lots of culture, religious, spiritual tourism was happening, be it inbound, outbound or domestic. But now business game is changing. My colleague Debojit will, the second to me, now the young generation is coming for the tourism. And their demand is very different. They are very active. They wanted to take a challenge. They wanted to explore the new ideas. They wanted to have a new, the cuisine. They wanted to test those things. So the completely different new generation is coming up. So are we having enough sustainability to fulfill their demand? Are we going to have the same mindset while delivering the services to them? That's going to be another thing to look into this. Then the third is coming the profit. During this COVID time, I think I represent ICPB, represent the AD2I, they will represent the IR.
Particularly if we are talking about the domestic tourism, we have almost about 87.5 million people, those who are enrolled in the tourism and hospitality industry, and almost 21.5 million people were lost their jobs. But yes, if we have a skill and if we have a efficient working, the infrastructure is there, connectivity is there, and also the very important, which has been also told by our Honorable Prime Minister, that safety, security and sanitization, which is a very, very important factor in our country. Because a lot of Europeans and Americans, when they come to India, used to come to India, Now, they used to say that India is a dirty country. If you see that garbage is there, even the toilets are not there. So all these considerations are there, and particularly in the maize sector, if we want to really compete with our neighboring countries, I think we have to follow all these, the norms that the country should be very safe, safety and sanitization should be there, and skill is also there in the professional way with the people who are working. Thank you, Amresh, and we'll come back to you again. Now, Devjit Datta, who is the chairman of the ITO, as well as he is also looking after the domestic tourism. He's also the chairman for the West Bengal for looking after the inbound, looking after the domestic, looking after the mice. Everything is looking after. He has an NGO also. So he is really involved in different ventures. But mainly your bread and butter is as a tour operator or a travel agent. Devjit, travel and tourism has now come back again. What are the challenges you are facing as a tour operator for the industry? And what are the key areas where you find that if you really work for something for the fraternity and we can really grow our business? That's a question to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Khanna. Eminent panelists, distinguished dignitaries from the trade and media. Mr. Sagnik Chaudhary is here, I can see. Thank you very much and good afternoon. I think for the last 2 years, we have been talking about survival, revival, and the crisis that we are going through. And I sincerely believe this is the time to take it to the next level. The discussion should be taken to the next level, where we need to discuss about the challenges. And I think the primary challenge that we are facing is actually understanding the actual challenge. How many people actually understand the real challenge that we are going to face or actually facing? Tourism is actually, it's in its revival phase. We have seen a lot of domestic travel. In fact, India emerged as the biggest market for India. I'm going to talk about the positive impact of COVID rather than talking about the negative impact, because last 2 years we have been talking only about the negative impact. So the primary positive impact is, I think, that India emerged as the biggest market for India, and that was due to the international borders were closed. So people, the higher upper segment of the market were actually looking for, we've always been, always choosing destination, that was a very key opportunity for the domestic tourism industry. Is that cities emerged as the biggest source market for nearby destinations. The small resorts, standalone properties, all being done. So I think the challenge, if you are talking about, Mr. Khanna, you're asking about what would be the challenge. Now international borders are opening. We will having, people who are looking for international destination, going beyond the borders, and tour operators and intermediaries who are actually primarily focused into outbound business. They were in last 2 years, they were exploring destination product, domestic tourism. That again, will shift back to their old business and try selling outbound. I think that was, I was talking of one of my friends, Ritesh from Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and I told him, Ritesh, I'm not getting any domestic business from you. I said, it's far more easy for me to sell Thailand rather than selling, Gangtok. Am I right, Ritesh? So Ritesh is again when the border is open, Ritesh is again looking back to the international destination. So retaining this market which emerged in between, in last 2 years, this response that we have got from the market in terms of domestic destination, domestic products, retaining these customers, retaining this market segment would be the primary challenge for all of us. Because it's very easy. Whenever the market opens, people should start even. It's not about the market. It's all about also about the intermediates, the two travel agents who are actually started selling domestic product. Again, they may go back to the international product, outbound product. So I think this is the primary challenge. And key focal areas, I will redefine that sustainability factor. We learn and it was a learning experience, I think, for last 2 years. It was a learning experience for the industry, and sustainability has become the key factor in doing business, and it would be the key factor in doing business in the future. And I will, redefine this in 4 ways. Normally, sustainability, if you are talking about sustainability, people normally think about ecologically sustainable factors. That not doing business in future, because due to the impact is this COVID-19, tourism, the entire industry has gone through a transformation. So, and due to that transformation, there is a lot of change in demand and supply and the way we do business. So, sustainability has evolved with new meanings and shape and form. We need to be ecologically sustainable. That is the, I think the basic. We need to be ecologically sustainable so that there is a shift in the tourist aptitude. People are more looking into, sustainable destination, responsible travel, all these things. So ecologically sustainable travel or tourism is more important in the days to come. So the entire industry and every segment of the industry needs to understand what is exactly ecologically sustainable tourism business. We need to be economically sustainable. Now doing business in more sustainable way, because we have learned our lesson. If you look at quantity rather than quality, or if you are doing business without any sustainable reserve, what could happen? We have already learned the lesson. How many companies have closed down, they have shifted, they did not have any resources to sustain during this crisis. So economically sustainable, what I mean to say, for example, right now you will understand one thing. If we have a lot of tour operators here, we have a lot of hoteliers here. The tourism business has shifted from postpaid to prepaid. Earlier we had a different type of doing business. So now everything was on prepaid. You pay and go. No more effort to give you credit. It has to be upfront payment. So this will result in less cash flow in our business. So we have to be very careful about doing our business and managing our resources. Earlier we used to have double the resources in terms of human resources in my office. We do the same business in today's date with half of the human resources that we are having. So proper utilization of our resources and a sustainable way of utilizing our resources. We have to be digitally sustainable. Now if you keep on complaining about travel technology, we are losing business because of the online companies, portal, and travel technology, digital travel technology is the future of tourism. You cannot bypass this. You cannot avoid being technology friendly. So better learn and understand how technology can help you to do business, and that will keep you survive in the days to come. And fourth is, of course, jointly sustainable. This is the time to collaborate. I can give an example which I have tried myself. We have, initiated something called Connect India. It is 12 local experts across India. We have united together to form a national brand called Connect India with 12 partners, 28 offices across India under one single national brand to facilitate marketing and B2B, marketing and destination management in B2B platform. So jointly doing business together. I think sustainability has got these 4 key focal areas, and we all need to learn and understand what is the exact meaning of sustainability in order to do business in the days to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Devjit. We have really shared the knowledge and the future, how we have to work. It is almost 2 years when we are only talking about on the different forums, in the Zoom meetings, in the different Microsoft, Googles, we are talking about only about that, how to survive and how to revive. But we never thought that how to survive and revive and then to thrive. That's the most important thing in our life. And rightly you said, digitally we have to say, from post-paid to now it has come to prepaid now. Even we are seeing the airlines and the hotels are taking a lot of advantage from the tour operators today, which is again a challenge for all of us. Earlier, all the hotels and the airlines, they used to give us good amount of, the credit But now, today, after COVID, no airline, no hotel, no transporter is going to give you any credit. They say, please pay first and please then come to us. The scenario has really changed. It's a big challenge for all of us, which I think that is a challenge for all of us. Not only for if I'm talking about the tour operators, it is a challenge for all the industries, all the stakeholders. Yes, digitally we have to move forward. Technology is another thing which we have to adopt if we want to survive in the industry. Thank you, Devjit. पुरी साहब, मैं आपके पास दोबारा आता हूं और मुझे एक बात बताइए. अभी तक तो हमने ये देखा कि जम्मू एंड कश्मीर बहुत अच्छा कर रहा है. आपकी प्रेजेंटेशन बहुत खूबसूरत थी. And we have really seen that different the attractions are there in Jammu and Kashmir, which people are not aware. If we really talk about the Jammu and Kashmir, जम्मू में अगर लोग जाते हैं तो उनको पता है सिर्फ एक वैष्णो देवी है, इसलिए जाते हैं. If they go to Kashmir, they go to Gulmarg, only go to Pahalgam or to Sonmarg. उसके आगे बहुत कुछ है. Beyond that, there are a lot of things are there. दूध पथरी मैं उस दिन देख रहा था, एक प्रोग्राम दूध पथरी के ऊपर देख रहा था, उम्मेद के ऊपर देख रहा था. There are beautiful places are there. There are a lot of opportunities which the Jammu and Kashmir administration or the government should think, or the tourism department should think, that it should not only restrict to Gulmarg, Pahalgam or to Sonmarg. जम्मू में जो है अभी नया एम्प्रीन का एक जो वो खुला है, आपका नया जो है एक उन्होंने जो वो कारपेट वाला वो शुरू किया है. It's a very big venture. Or people go to if they go to Jammu and they go to Vaishno Devi, I think we should make a 1 night or 2 night stay near to those places, so that tourism, अगर वैष्णो देवी लोग जाते हैं तो जाके अपना सिर्फ वहां पे अपना दर्शन करते हैं और वापस आ जाते हैं, उससे टूरिज्म नहीं बढ़ता. टूरिज्म का stay there, people spend some time, people spend some money on that, so that होटल्स वालों को भी फायदा हो, ट्रांसपोर्टर को भी फायदा हो, उसके अलावा हम सबको फायदा हो, जितने भी हम स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं या टूर ऑपरेटर्स हैं, कुछ ना कुछ कमाएं. आप क्या सोचते हैं कि व्हाट आर द अपॉर्चुनिटीज फर्दर आफ्टर दिस, जिससे हम जम्मू एंड कश्मीर को एक सस्टेन कर सकें और वहां पे एक जो हमारा जितना भी एक टूरिज्म है उसको हम अभी तो ठीक है, मई तक अगर आपके जो जितने भी होटल्स वगैरह हैं फुल हैं जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में, जून जुलाई में जैसे ही बारिशें शुरू होंगी तो ट्रैफिक फिर रुक जाएगा, फिर लोग सोचेंगे कि अब कहां जाएं. क्या आपने क्या सोचा जम्मू एंड कश्मीर गवर्नमेंट ने कि उस टाइम हमें क्या करना है और हमारे पास क्या अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं जिनको हम अवेल कर सकें? ओवर टू यू.
फिर मैं 370 के ऊपर ही आऊंगा. आफ्टर एब्रोगेशन ऑफ 370, number of investment agreements were made by government of Jammu and Kashmir with different business houses, but unfortunately due to COVID pandemic they could not fructify. Recently, a delegation from Arab country has visited Kashmir, and they are eagerly awaiting for government not to establish their establish a mall and other tourism related investments. Moreover, a lot of investment is also being made by the government in improving the infrastructure of Jammu and Kashmir. You must be knowing that 4-laning of Jammu Kashmir National Highway, 2 tunnels each measuring more than 9 kilometers have been constructed and thrown open for the public. An alternate route via Rajouri Punch is being upgraded to 3-lane road, which also connects Jammu with Kashmir. Sir, you are very right that during monsoon season, there are landslides, shooting stones, and our main arterial national highway gets closed, and tourists face lot of problems in reaching Jammu to Srinagar or vice versa. But in coming future, I will assure you that with the completion of this national highway and alternate Rajouri-Poonch national highway, such type of suffering will never happen, because that would be the safest route to reach Jammu towards Kashmir. And moreover, regarding identification of 75 destinations, may definitely will boost the tourism potential of Jammu and Kashmir. Like we have Basoli, which I discussed in the PowerPoint presentation. It is a very beautiful lake, reservoir, man-made reservoir, Ranji Sagar Dam, over which as of now boating and water sports activities are being carried out, which are very shortly being upgraded to a very big level. So this would definitely have an impact on increase in tourism potential in Jammu region. Likewise, as we have said, only Vaishno Devi is a tourist-centric place in Jammu. But recently, like Suchetgarh border, where beating retreat ceremony has been started, Grana Battleland, musical fountain, and water rafting, paragliding, such type of activities have taken up within Jammu and areas surrounding Jammu. So, in coming future, much and much more tourists promoting avenues are being undertaken and shall be completed very soon. So I think tourists shall come and help in building Jammu as a best possible tourist destination.
Thank you, Puri Sahab. But I understand that exactly you have a lot of attractions in Jammu and Kashmir. But only the thing which we understand is that marketing strategy is not so good in Jammu and Kashmir. लोग जा रहे हैं, अपने आप जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि उनके पास और कोई चॉइस नहीं है. आज हिल्स में जितने भी हिल्स हमारे भरे जा रहे हैं, उनकी वजह है कि there is no choice. But don't you think that your marketing strategy, जो आपने यहाँ presentation की है, it should go to the masses. It should not only be restricted to the tour operators. That tour operators को हमने दिखा दिया तो आगे अपने आप he will sell that particularly product. If you want to sell any product, you have to reach to the masses. That's very important. But anyway, let us hope for the best, and there are a lot of opportunities. We said that national highways, after opening the national highways, the connectivity will be very good, and there is no such kind of a that in the monsoon season or in the slow season, people will not go. People will go. That's exactly we want, that people should travel, and people cannot die without the travel. Tourism is such a sector which everybody wants to go, because it's not only a travel, it's a joy for all of us. Tourism is a yoga. I call it as a yoga. When we go anywhere, so we do such kind of a, exercise to reach that place. And it gives a kind of a happiness and joy in our body. So that's the exactly thing which we really expect, that all the stakeholders should, go to and look after it. आजकल तो गूगल में सब कुछ मिल जाता है. लोग कहते हैं हम क्या बेचें, कहाँ जाएं, अपने क्लाइंट्स को क्या दें. आप गूगल में जाइए, अगर आपका कोई अपनी जितने भी हमारे स्टेक होल्डर्स यहाँ पे हैं, टूर ऑपरेटर्स हैं, दे शुड लुक इनटू द गूगल एंड दे शुड फाइंड आउट व्हाट आर द अट्रैक्शंस इन पर्टिकुलरली प्लेसेस फ्रॉम जम्मू एंड कश्मीर टू केरला टू साउथ टू नॉर्थ ईस्ट टू वेस्ट. लॉट ऑफ अट्रैक्शंस आर देयर. इंडिया इज फुल ऑफ पोटेंशियल. हमारे यहाँ क्या नहीं है, वी हैव एवरीथिंग. बट हमें अपनी बहुत बड़ी बुरा नहीं मानिए, बहुत शान लगती है जब हम कहते हैं मैं सिंगापुर होके आया, मैं थाईलैंड होके आया, मैं हांगकांग होके, मैं यूरोप होके आ रहा हूं. बहुत अच्छा लगता है हमें बताते हुए लोगों को. बट हैव यू एवर थॉट that हम अपना कहें कि मैं कश्मीर होके आया, which is really a paradise in the earth, on our planet, बहुत अच्छा लगेगा जब हम अपने लोगों की सहायता करेंगे, सहायता नहीं करेंगे, बल्कि हम अपने ही पैसे को अपने देश में खर्चा करेंगे, तो उससे हमारा फायदा है, हमारी इकोनॉमी का फायदा है, हमारी एम्प्लॉयमेंट को फायदा है, हमारी रेवेन्यू बढ़ेगी, हमारा जीडीपी बढ़ेगा, हमारी कंट्री एक रिच बनेगी. So that's the main issue which exactly all our stakeholders, our tour operators should think about that. Chalo Dekhein Apna Desh. That's exactly, we are thankful to the management of Argus, which has a very wonderful, the theme. अभी तब तो हम कहते देखो अपना देश, कहते थे देखो अपना देश, लेकिन कभी हमने कहा कि चलो देखें अपना देश. So that's a wonderful thing. Now let us move and start moving to India. That's the best thing exactly. I am grateful to you that you have given this beautiful and which you have added. आपने एक पानी में थोड़ी सी कहते हैं ना शक्कर मिला दी है, नींबू में मिला दिया है, जो हमारे को अब बहुत अच्छा हजम कर रहे हैं, हमारा हाजमा भी अच्छा कर रही है. So coming back to Jagdeep, you are a national coordinator for the network of Indian mice agents. You are connected with, different agents, those who are into mice. And how do you look into that, the mice market? And what kind of expectations you have from the government that you are seeking to have a very, very sustainable and responsible tourism in India, particularly seeking the government assistance? That's my another question to you.
Very challenging question, because talking about government is normally what I suggest to bureaucrats and the politicians. They should first learn that how important tourism is for the country. That is something which is missing. I somehow feel as a stakeholder, as an individual agent, I'm not talking on behalf of the platform, but what I as an individual tour operator and travel agent, I feel that somehow that fire which should be there with the decision makers, that is missing. One thing I would like to add to Devji's thing, like there are so many things which we need from the government, but the most important thing is that we all stakeholders, I'm talking on this front, that tour operators, travel agents, we are basically the sales guy. Don't leave marketing to us. We don't have that kind of, we can't market any destination. Destination marketing needs to remain with the state and the government bodies. So we need to understand the difference between marketing and sales. We can convert, we can easily convert. And what we need from the state departments and all those things, all the stakeholders, all operators and all, they should be trained. They should be educated about the destination so that they can easily convert the sale. So marketing exercise is to create the perception, to know the consumer know about it. It's a kind of indirect sale. If you say you go to a doctor for some treatment and all, doctor writes a medicine, but he doesn't sell that medicine. Medicine is sold over the counter of the chemist or pharmacist. So that kind of chain is what is required. Government should, all state governments, including Jammu and Kashmir and all, their states are doing good. Some states are really very proactive in marketing their state. So at times customer comes to us. Our role is to coordinate things, give them a service delivery so that we combine various components and deliver the product to them. But we are in no position to create that product. We can create an itinerary, but we can't create the product. So government should think it wisely when they are making those policies and implementing it, that we need to look at the whole ecosystem as a whole. Ecosystem of tourism needs to be upgraded as a whole. It can't be done in isolation. You can have n numbers of rooms inventory in a particular destination, but if you don't have means to commute to that destination, it is of no use. You may have, like, if we are talking of big events and all those things, and there are certain places which are good for any kind of activity and event, but then you don't have that kind of transport to ferry delegates from the earliest point of connect, air connect or something like that, where we lack on that. So when governments are working to develop any destination and all, they need to work on all those parameters. They need to upgrade all the constituents of that ecosystem, be it transporters, maybe the guides. One of the most important constituent of tourism, like guides, they are the ground level brand ambassadors of any destination. If you don't have proper, this is one of the forum we did with the Chhattisgarh tourism and all those things, where we emphasized that concierge at the hotel should be trained and educated what all is around the hotel or within the city or within the proximity. Like we are having a kind of business event over there.
We have a short of time, so we have another questions to them. So we understand that exactly you need that, the government should come up.
I'll sum up with this.
Coordinate with the,
I'll sum up with this thing only with all the government bodies who are available here, that when you think for the system, for the whole industry as such, individual development will not fetch us the results, because development on one end and lacking on another end will not get us the desired results. We will not have that kind of resources.
Thank you, Jagdeep. Eddie, Amrish Tiwari, I come back to you now. Being you are also attached with the government of India, and you are vice chairman of the ICPB, and your chairman is the joint secretary of Ministry of Tourism. What kind of a role you are playing? Because, every day we are facing some kind of a music from the clients or from the corporates, that they don't have still confidence in the minds that maybe they book with you any convention or the conference, and something like which is happening in the world now, we are seeing that again, that kind of a Ukraine and the Russia war. How do we really result to it, and how do we reach to it so that we create a kind of a confidence in the minds of our corporates or the people? Only 2 minutes, please.
I just give a 30-second story. When Ram wanted to go to the Sri Lanka, he started praying to the Samudra, कि मेरे को रास्ता दे दो. And Lakshman says, कादर मन कहूँ एक आधारा, दैव दैव आलसी पुकारा. है ना? हे देव मेरी रक्षा करो, उससे काम नहीं चलेगा. Tourism, please understand, tourism is a state subject. Tourism is not in concurrent list. So even if the central government want to do anything on a tourism, they can't. Our constitution is not having that mandate. Tourism is not in a concurrent list, is a state subject. All states need to work. So if you see the data of the domestic tourism, so few states like the Kashmir, Kerala, Goa, Leh, Andaman, Himachal, they are doing extremely well. In fact, they are having a problem of carrying capacity. Season में कमरे नहीं मिलते, जगह नहीं मिलती. तो बाकी स्टेट में नहीं. So all states are not promoting their tourism product. And every time, putting the blame on here and there, that will not solve the purpose. You need to create your lobby with the states. You need to create your lobby with the state to force them. People are talking about the higher GST. The state has the right to waive up the SGST, which is 9%. Why states are not doing? So same thing central government can do. So tourism had lots of problem. We had tax on tax. Tourism is the only state where your 5% GST, you cannot take a credit of your GST. Again, another, the mindset. So government mindset, since inception 1947, whoever come into the power till now, be it a central or a state, is that tourism is luxury subject. जिसके पास बहुत पैसे हैं वो घूमने जाता है, टैक्स लगा दो, टैक्स लगा दो, टैक्स लगा दो. जब तक गवर्नमेंट टूरिज्म को आर्थिक इंपॉर्टेंस की, इकोनॉमिक इंपॉर्टेंस की नहीं मानेगी, tourism which contribute 10% of the GDP, the segment who was contributing just 2% or 3%, they get 10 times better incentive from us as compared to us after contributing 10%. So we are doing from last 75 years the push factor in demanding. We need to raise our voice and make a pull factor to demonstrate and take that thing.
Thank you, Ambrish. Interrupting you in between, because we are a very short time now. And lastly to you, Devjit, after the COVID, all the stakeholders and all the associations has reached to the Finance Ministry, to the Ministry of Tourism, to different departments for the assistance. And the ministry said that they have introduced MSME, where you can get a lot of funds and everything. They said that it is an assistance to all the tour operators or to the stakeholders, whether it's a hotelier, tourism and hospitality industry I'm talking about. What challenges you are facing with the MSME? A lot of people have complained that they are facing a lot of, the challenges with the banks and everything. What do you say about that? That how to, resolve this matter?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Khanna. I think I will go back to the basics.
Only 2 minutes.
Yeah, of course. I think what we are lacking is basically tourism is recognized as the largest industry in the world, largest employing industry in the world, the third largest foreign exchange earning industry in the world, and the largest, we contribute 10% of the GDP. These are the facts that we know. But do you really know that tourism yet to be recognized as an industry by most of the government, state government, and centrally also? I think that is the root of the problem. Tourism yet to be recognized as an industry, and that's why the facilities which has been extended to the industries has not been extended to the tourism industry, because it's a very, very big industry, and there are it's very easy to venture in tourism. There are a lot of, why it is the largest, because the components, and it's very easy come and start a tour operating business or a travel agency business. Until today, recognition in India is a voluntary subject, not as a mandatory subject. So the recognition as a tourism service provider needs to be a mandatory, strategy by the government. And of course, tourism needs to be recognized as an industry so that all the facilities can be extended to the industry. Then the complaints that we had in terms of not getting enough support, because what I understand, there are so many people associated with the industry, it is very challenging, and it's a very challenging task for the government to identify each of the stakeholders and extend the required support, because we are not yet been recognized as an industry. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Devjit. I understand. Yes, I think everybody understands that we have to be recognized by the Ministry of Tourism or by the state tourism boards. That's very important factor. Once you are recognized, only then the government will recognize you. Lastly, for 30 seconds to all of you, the panelists, very varied answers you have given, that the same thing, what kind of message you will give to the stakeholders sitting here and to all the industry people, that how do we accept all these challenges and convert into our opportunities? Jagdeep.
To sum up, the main thing, sustainability, preserve your resources, collaborate to your maximum, and grow. Grow together. Don't think of running alone. That's my message. Collaborate and grow. That's it.
Thank you, Jagdeep. Puritab.
We have to diversify the tourism to rural areas so that it becomes a source of sustainable tourism.
Thank you.
So it is time to understand the changes and adopt to that. And that is the key to the success. Thank you.
I think adaptability, because as people say, ki, barsati nale pe band nahi banaye jate. So please, whatever happened in 2 years, don't make your assumption based on these 2 years. Tourism is a very long subject, and we have to fulfill. This is the right time to take India on the top. Thank you.
Thank you, Amresh. So what exactly is we understand that exactly now how to, make our challenges into opportunities. And lastly, I would like to say that to all our stakeholders, the tourism and the hospitality industry, that there are a lot of opportunities in our life, but how to avail that we have to think. Don't only depend on the government only. Government will do whatever the best assistance they can do, they are doing it. I really believe in that, but also our efforts are also important to that. So add into that, Chalo Dekhein Apna Desh, and promote it for everybody and for the whole of India and make it a global leader in our country. Thank you very much to all my panelists.
Thank you so much. And yes, we are not letting you go without felicitating all of you. So thank you so much for the entire panel. Can we have a huge round of applause for them? Set the tone, very interesting discussion. And yes, with the idea that challenges need to be converted into opportunities now. So on that note, could I invite on stage Ms. Nilima Priyadarshi, the star anchor of Argus News, to felicitate our esteemed panel and our moderator, Mr. Khanna, as well. So can we have the mementos, please?
And let us hope that we'll work, all the industry should work with you. It is such a wonderful to be here in Odisha. And I think this message will go to not only to the government, it will go to the masses and to all of India. Let us hope for the best. Thank you, sir.
हाँ वही पुश चाहिए था सर चलो अब चलो Thank you, gentlemen. So we'll quickly move to our next session, and I'll once again make an humble request to both the moderators for the next session. Please stick to the time schedule since we have the valedictory ceremony at 5:30. So without any further delay, let me introduce the topic for the next discussion. This is sustainable and responsible tourism in India. As you all know, India's tourism industry is intricately connected with its ancient heritage, monuments, biodiversity. For this sector to flourish, travel and tourism must increasingly adopt sustainable and responsible practices that are completely in harmony with our communities and environment, because the industry must contribute to India's efforts towards sustainable development goals and reduction of carbon footprints. Also, the impacts of climate change must be factored in while promoting tourism in sensitive regions of the country. So all this and more will be now discussed by our next panel. Let me take this privilege to invite them on stage. Mr. Debashish Patnaik, President TI Bhubaneswar, Managing Director Hotel Crown, who is also going to moderate this session. We have with us Dr. Sagnik Chaudhary, Regional Director, East India Tourism, Eastern Regional Office, Kolkata. Dr. Ehsan Chitti, Deputy Director, Directorate of Tourism, Kashmir. Mr. Jaspreet Singh Bhatia, Secretary, Chhattisgarh Travel Trade Association. And Mr. Gagan Sarangi, Chapter Chairman, Indian Association of Tour Operators, Odisha. So with a round of applause from all of you, I would like to invite them on stage. As this stage is being set for them, let me also take this opportunity to give a little brief introduction about all of them. With decades of experience in the tourism and hospitality sector, Shri Debashish Patnaik, mostly known as Debu Patnaik, one of the most successful entrepreneurs from Odisha, who has also popularized Odia cuisine beyond the borders of the state, with the Dalma chain of restaurants that has 7 outlets, 3 in Bhubaneswar, 1 each in Rourkela, Bengaluru, Puri and Kolkata. 1 more in Bengaluru and 1 each in Pune and Hyderabad are also in the pipeline. Also the Managing Director, Hotel Crown, Bhubaneswar, Director, Hotel Crown, Jharsuguda, President of the Indus Entrepreneurs, Bhubaneswar, actively involved in fostering entrepreneurship in the state. We have with us Mr. Dr. Sagnik Chaudhary, 2 decades behind him in the tourism and hospitality sphere, an impassioned hotelier turned tourism
professional with a keen interest in public policy in the tourism space. Started his career as a management trainee with ITDC Limited, went on to head several units of ITDC across the country, served as the company's estate officer, joined the Ministry of Tourism as Assistant Director General in 2013. At the ministry, worked in the planning, human resource development and hotel division. During that time, he notably drafted the national guidelines for classification and approval of hotels and the alternative accommodation sector in India. Presently serving as the Deputy Director General and Regional Director, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, wherein he looks after the work of the ministry in the states of West Bengal, Odisha, Bihar, Jharkhand and the UT of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. We also have with us, of course, Mr. Jaspreet Singh Bhatia. We already heard him in the morning today, founder Ice Cube Holidays, has been serving the tourism industry since 2002, experience of over 18 years, destination marketing, tourism hospitality operation, tourism policy formulation. These are the specialized areas he's been working. Of course, has worked at the Chhattisgarh Tourism Board from 2002 to 2009. He's also served in the Chhattisgarh Handicraft Board for a period of 2 years from 2009 to 11. And yes, he was also listed amongst 15 out-of-the-box travel professionals in India by Express Travel World in Jan 2015. Has been representing and marketing Chhattisgarh as a tourism destination in all major national and international events. We have with us Mr. Gagan Sarangi, Chairman, Indian Association of Tour Operators, Founder, Managing Director, Dove Tours Private Limited, which has been promoting tribal, wildlife, cultural and sustainable tourism in India. He's also a member of IATO Committee for Destination Exploration and Development Committee, an avid traveler, has been passionate about travel and tourism. Again, has traveled abroad extensively, visited many countries for growing his venture and promoting Indian tourism. Strongly believes in high value, low impact, no negative impact, responsible tourism practices. Of course, we have with us Dr. Ehsan Chishti. We met him earlier during the day when he presented on Kashmir. And I just had mentioned he's been working with tourism for the last 2 years. Prior to that was with the State Information Department. Also has 2 books to his credits. I'll now request Mr. Debashish Patnaik to take this session forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening. It's a very interesting subject that we have been assigned with. Sustainable and responsible tourism in India. And I couldn't have thought of better panelists than those are there with me today. We are fortunate to have Dr. Chaudhary from the India Tourism. We have Dr. Chiste from JK Tourism. We have Mr. Bhatia from Chhattisgarh. And of course, our dear Gagan from Odisha. Now, sustainable tourism is something which is a new subject in tourism, and more so in the recent past. In the last couple of decades that we have been hearing about sustainable tourism. And if my information is correct, probably this Earth Summit in Rio in 1992 was the first time that we talked about sustainable tourism. And it's just a coincidence that today is 26th of March, which is the Earth Hour Day. And we are discussing sustainable tourism. What is attached to sustainable tourism is responsible tourism. Now, some people think that sustainable tourism and responsible tourism are the same thing. Or maybe they come together. In my personal opinion, I think sustainable tourism and responsible tourism are distinctly different and responsibility of different agencies. We would know more about it as my panelists speak their mind out. Let me not take much of your time and keep talking myself alone. I would probably I would give preference rather, as is everywhere, government is given the first preference. So let me give the first preference to India tourism and start with Dr. Sagnik Chaudhary. You got to tell us about the sustainable tourism, about what all that we have been doing in India. You know, we have this global sustainable tourism council. Then we have the sustainable indexes, indicators and matrices, all those things. If you could elaborate on that and possibly talk about the responsibility, the responsible tourism also. All yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patnaik, for giving me the opportunity to make the opening statement. Now, as you have very rightly pointed out, sustainable tourism and responsible tourism are very distinct from each other. And I would say that they are a common responsibility of all agencies, but yes, the implementation is different. While sustainable tourism is a policymaker's and a seller's agenda, responsible tourism is associated with the buyer behavior or consumer behavior. When we talk about sustainable tourism, we talk about eco-friendliness, we talk about rural and community involvement, allocentric tourism and so on, which essentially makes an effort to reduce the compromises that we make with the environment and with the local communities, and also to preserve and protect the resources for the future generations. Responsible tourism, on the other hand, relates to the way we behave when we are the consumers, users or buyers of tourism products and tourism services. So essentially, when we travel to a destination, when we buy something, when we avail accommodation at a hotel, when we travel in a car, when we visit a zoo, essentially these are the areas where responsible tourism comes in, and the agency for implementation of responsible tourism is us. Well, to talk about the policies in the government space with regard to sustainable tourism, we have come a very long way. I am not sure whether many of us are aware that over 25%, over 1/4 of India's total installed generation capacity is in the renewable energy sphere. We have come a really, really long way, and most of these developments have happened in the last 1 decade. When we talk about renewable energy or sustainability, there are 3 spheres, 3 spaces of energy generation which are prime in India. The first one being solar, the second one being hydro, and of course wind energy has its limited application because wind power is not readily available across the Indian subcontinent, so we have limitations in that aspect. But I would also like to apprise all of you that India has the world's largest renewable energy rollout and expansion program, and until 2022, we have an installed capacity of 175 gigawatts, which is phenomenal. We are globally the 4th, we are ranked 4th in terms of our renewable energy rollout. In terms of solar energy alone, The capacity increase in the last 7.5, 8 years has been from 2.6 gigawatts to 46 gigawatts. The power tariff, that is the solar power tariff, has reduced by 75%. Today, solar power is priced at 1 rupee 99 paisa per unit. The renewable energy capacity of India has increased 286% in the last 8 years. So these are the steps, these are the strides, the giant strides I would say that we have taken in the sustainable energy sphere. Insofar the government rollout in the area of renewable energy is concerned. Now it is up to us to make the best use of the installed capacity. Of course, we have not achieved our milestone. The installation is going to go up every year till we reach 95% of our capacity is from non-conventional sources, new and renewable sources. So that is going to go. But today, we are in a position where more than 1/4 of our capacity is in the sustainable sphere. And I'm talking only about energy generation here. So now, when we come to the responsible tourism part, the buying behavior, how we expect the consumers to behave, that is something that I would request our moderator to ask the other panelists to also talk about. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chaudhary. It is quite heartening to get these figures. I remember, one of the event then when probably 2016 or 2017, when Prime Minister Modi was visiting, I believe, UK. And those days there used to be those receptions being given to the Prime Minister by the local Indian community. And I remember Prime Minister saying that we are targeting to reach 1.75 gigabyte generation of renewable energy by 2022. I never knew that, because those days, 2016, 2015, 16, our renewable sector was not that advanced and the focus was not there. Now that you are giving me the figure of 1.75, I am a little surprised, because we generally don't achieve all that we promise to do or we plan to do. But in this case, it's eye-opener that it has happened. Now coming back to the responsible tourism and sustainable tourism, the country is seen, or the whole world, why country? The whole world, the tourism industry across the globe is looking at the change that is happening in Jammu and Kashmir. A destination which was always top of the agenda, had for political reasons, for different reasons, had gone down. And since 2019, it is something that is coming back. And the whole world is watching. It was a great pleasure to know yesterday from the Minister, and also repeated by Mr. Puri and Dr. Chisti, that for the next 3 months, 3 summer months, all the hotels in J&K are booked. That's a wonderful information, considering what we have gone through in the last 2 years. So let us learn from Dr. Chisti, the Deputy Director of J&K Tourism, about how and what all they have done to reach this level. Dr. Chisti.
Yeah, Thank you, Mr. Patnaik. Yes, certainly. Somebody in the previous panel said that tourists come to Kashmir automatically and there was no such marketing sort of a thing. But give me a minute or so. In fact, when I joined, only the 2 or 3 days before the national lockdown was announced, and after 3 or 4 days I was posted in the department. And I still remember my then HOD telling me, no issues, you have sent your joining report through WhatsApp, now stay home and or aapki tankha aayegi, aap office nahi aana please, because lockdown is there. From that point we have started from 0 arrivals, and it was government instruction, please don't move, don't go, all the destinations were closed. So we started from that scenario. And Jammu and Kashmir Tourism Department utilized these 2 years of lockdown into effective brainstorming and discussions within the department. Staggering, I mean, what have we achieved all these years? What are the tourist preferences? What are the priorities? And what's likely going to happen once the COVID restrictions are over? For these 2 years, we have not taken off, and we have all along been brainstorming on the subject. J&K Tourism Department was the first in the country to open up, and fortunately or incidentally, I was the one deputed to Kolkata in July when our government decided to lift the lockdown in a staggered manner. And I traveled down to Kolkata, and I remember my driver telling me from airport to the hotel, कि साहब किस काम से आए हो? मैंने कहा tourism के सिलसिले में. कहा आप ठीक तो हो ना? मैंने कहा ठीक हूं, क्या हुआ? कहा आप नहीं देख रहे हैं सारा बंद है और आप tourism की बात करने आए हैं. So it's from there we have started. Looking at the tourist preferences, looking at potentially what's going to happen after the first wave is over, and all these 2 years, we have utilized every day, every moment, strategizing the new initiatives, the new steps, or the new products to be put on display. See, if tourists today are coming to Kashmir, they are coming with a diversified portfolio. In these 2 years, we identified new trekking slots, we threw open new trekking routes, we revised the adventure portfolio, and tourists are there enjoying adventure in so many respects. Currently, we are having night skiing. Earlier, we used to have skiing in the day only, but at Gulmarg, we have introduced night skiing. We have opened new trekking routes, and not only that, we have added some more water activities in terms of the adventure. We have added heritage tourism. Added to that is that we have added more destinations to the itinerary. We have added Gurez, Bangas, and all other places. So when tourists now are coming, they are not going to Gulmarg alone. And you would be very happy to know that this winter, it was earlier, conventionally, Gulmarg was the only winter destination. And this winter, we made 4 destinations functional. It was Sonmarg, it was Dodhpatri, it was Pahalgam, of course, Gulmarg. For the first time in the history of Kashmir tourism, the houseboats didn't shut down during winters because they had planned, and they had their clientele available during winters. As far as the promotion outside is concerned, not only that we were in touch with the travel fraternity and travel operator, but we reached to the masses. We conducted festivals of mass appeal. For example, last autumn, give me a minute or so, sir. Last autumn, we conducted a national level, rather international level Sufi festival and a houseboat festival, which was not only covered by the national media, it was covered by the international media. We recreated a theater in the middle of the dull waters, on which the films based on Kashmir were screened. We have now started a trend of holding tulip festival. Last year we held a tulip festival which saw the attendance of some 20 lakh people during the 15 days of the festival. And then we have been going to the media and press. These are direct messages. You might be reading the stories and watching the television stories directly, which come directly to the drawing rooms of the people, of the customers, of the potential clientele. From Telegraph India to the New York Times, it was Kashmir tourism vibrating and then making efforts for the revival and for the sustenance of the tourism. It didn't happen in vacuum. It didn't happen all of a sudden. There was 2 years of rigorous toil by the department, by the government, and of course, the local stakeholders. So these are the issues, as you said, things to learn. So,
thank you, Dr. Chisti. You can see the passion coming out from within the person who has done it from the forefront and probably led it in that fashion. It's wonderful to know that, in my personal views, sustainable tourism is not only ecotourism or protecting the ecology. Sustainable tourism is also connecting the local people, connecting the local artists, connecting the local culture, and sustain their livelihood, which you have done wonderfully. Thank you so much, sir. And now, let me move to Jasprit Singh Bhatia ji from Chhattisgarh. Sir, I have a very specific, we have been handling different things, but I was having a look at your background and I see your involvement. Not only you are a I would say PPP person. When I say PPP person, you are a private entity, but supporting and probably getting involved in public activities. So this is something which, when we are talking about sustainable and responsible tourism, I would like to see your vision from both the capacity and also, do you really think that it is something which is standalone, or it is restricted to only tourism sector, or a composite plan should be made for the whole industry, the whole administration? I would not identify a particular department, I would not identify a particular industry or a sector. I would say that it is something which requires complete, a long-term
a holistic
vision,
picture, you would
holistic
say.
approach.
Yes.
Please, all yours.
Mr. Patnaik, I would appreciate that you have taken up this thing, because we often look at tourism in isolation in our society. But if you look at it, tourism is nothing in isolation. Tourism is a combination of a lot of other infrastructural things, and not just infrastructure, other things, law and order, roads, electricity, facilities, so services. So it's a combination, it's a holistic approach, and I'm glad you pointed that out. So yes, sustainability is critical, and I would like to dwell upon that. We often look at sustainability, as you said, from after the 1992 summit and all those things, we often look at sustainable tourism and sustainability from the point of environment, ecology, climate change, and all those things. But I would look at it differently. I would say that sustainability would be comprising of 3 issues. One would be economic issue, other would be social, and third would be environmental. So it's not just environmental issues that one needs to think of when we are talking of sustainability, tourism, or any other thing. It has to be the economical and social issues as well. So, it's the holistic thing, and we need to approach it in that way. And I feel that there should not be a separate sustainable tourism. Every tourism should be sustainable tourism by default. Because if it is not suitable, if it is not sustainable, then it should not exist. because then you are not securing your future, you're doing something wrong, you're not moving in the right direction. And so it is critical that we should think on these lines. And I have been fortunate enough to have the exception of working in the government earlier and then as a private entrepreneur currently. So I can understand there are a lot of things that, you know, a person in government would want to do, but the systems and processes don't let you do it so easily. So there are sometimes no ways out of it. So there has to be a way out of it. One should have a positive approach that how can we implement what is important. And as Mr. Bhagat had said in his speech, that it's very important that people sitting in administration in government should understand what tourism is, or what is the requirement for that sake in every other department. If you're in PWD, if you're in education, if you're in infrastructure development, you should understand the requirement and act according to it, and not just act for the sake of acting. You know, that I feel is very critical. If we are somehow able to get that common sense in our administration and in our government, which I see is coming a lot more, then I think we are in the right direction.
Thank you so much. You know, I also agree with you that this tourism should be treated separately. Tourism should be, you know, let's say we go to any government offices or we go to any state government. You know, one of our previous panelists was saying that tourism is not even in the concurrent list, it is on the state list. Now states need to act on that, which is not happening, because tourism, though everyone knows that tourism is one of the largest industry, tourism is one of the largest employer, everything is accepted, but in reality, does tourism get that kind of priority in administration? No. Not even today. In spite of all efforts, we are on a, you know, probably not even the top 10 departments or the ministries of the government. So that is something which needs to be understood. That is something which needs to get into the minds of the power that be. So before if we go on talking on that, then probably there is no end to it. Let's come back and talk about, again, responsible tourism. We have with us the chairman of IOCL Odisha chapter and an entrepreneur himself, Mr. Gagan Sarangi. I would like to have his views on responsible tourism. Thank
you. Hello. Working, sir? Hello. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Patnaik, for having me here and asking this question to me. You know, we are talking about sustainable tourism and responsible tourism. But sustainability of something can only be achieved when all of us, the different segment of the travel industry, you know, tour operator, travel agent, hotelier, including, of course, the policy maker, and everybody, if we act very responsibly, then one day we can make our destination sustainable. You know, Odisha is something, because I've been working in Odisha for last 25 years, and we have seen enough ups and downs in our life. Odisha is a coastal state, it's a very beautiful state, all of you know that. But we are also very much prone to all kind of, you know, cyclones sometime. It's quite common, you know, like sometime when we go outside and I introduce myself, I'm from Odisha, people ask me, oh, are you in Odisha and you are working in tourism? How come you sustain yourself? Because we always hear some kind of news, you know, it is always cyclone or maybe some sort of other calamities. Then how do you survive? But we have seen all these challenges in the past. And the biggest challenge is, in our sphere, in Odisha circle, we are also working in some of the most rural zone, and where the responsibility counts a lot. So as a tour operator, I think, including me, myself, I'm a tour operator, and also all my colleagues, we are committed to, sir, 100% committed to safe and honorable tourism and responsible tourism practices. And today I would say, because as you know, in Odisha, it is just not about Puri, Bhubaneswar and Konark, the cities. The real Odisha you can only see when you go to our villages. And in these rural areas, because for a common tourist, most of the tourists, those who visit Odisha, they don't expect to have, 5-star luxury like this, It is only possible in the big cities. But once they travel down to the villages, they like to have a experience, authentic experience, that we call it the experiential holidays. They like to have that kind of thing. So here, our responsibility as a tour operator is very much important, because how we, showcase our product, what kind of experience we offer to the clients. And responsibility, sir, responsible tourism for me, rather than going to talk something about the bookish knowledge or maybe, talking something big things about it, what I understand as a tour operator, I have to perform my job. I have to look after my staff, my driver, and of course, when I'm selling the destination, especially after the pandemic, I have to be 100% truthful. Any information I'm giving to the public, to my client, should be authentic, and I have to be responsible in my own way. Similarly, my driver, he has to be responsible, keeping the vehicle okay. And just like the guide, he has to be sensible, he has to be, he has to understand his responsibility also. So like that, in the entire team, in my company as a tour operator, we have to be responsible, and we cannot outsource our own task to somebody else. And when I can perform this, then I cannot say, no, this is not my responsibility. Perhaps this is the responsibility of the hotel where the client is going to stay. I cannot say like that. And it is then when the client go and stay in the hotel, of course, the responsibility start from there for the hotelier. And most important, sir, just like we have already discussed, the policymaker, they also have to understand their responsibility, which is very important. And also the media, sir, because sometimes small issues are highlighted in a very negative way, which is having a very, very bad effect. That the media has to be very much careful, because tourism is such an industry, and we have to be very careful while reporting any such thing. And the most important, sir, especially about the policymaker, they have to be, they have to understand exactly what the industry is, and if they perform their responsibility well, and they can also expect, how the industry can grow together, and one day we can make the destination sustainable. So this cannot happen overnight. This will take some time, but the prime task is everybody has to be responsible in our own way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sarangi. Now that most of my panelists are talking about policymakers, I have no choice but to ask Dr. Chaudhary to present his views how the government of Odisha, government of India, is addressing, and other than this ecological thing, what are the other things that policy planning is on for sustainable tourism? Let's not talk about responsible tourism. I understand that is not mostly a responsibility of the policymakers. It is the industry which has to take care of that. But as far as the sustainability part is concerned, how is it being handled by India Tourism?
Thank you. Thank you so much for that question, Mr. Patnaik. In fact, one of our co-panelists just said, apart from the eco-friendliness factor, the socio-cultural and the economical factors that are linked to sustainability or sustainable tourism are also very key. They're of key importance. So I'll just talk very shortly about a couple of ventures that we did in the recent past so that we can give you a perspective of the kind of work that we've been doing in this sphere. So very recently, just a few months back, we had done a destination development and training program in the rural West Bengal, rural South Bengal rather, where we got some resource persons together, you know, all stalwarts in their own field. So we identified 4 resource persons, put them in a car, and we went to these villages where they actually stationed themselves for 3 or 4 days, and it continued. From one village they kept going to another. So it was a hurricane trip for about 20-24 days covering 6-7 villages, where what essentially happened was over a period of 3 to 4 days, we trained them in certain modules that we had developed keeping them in mind. One of the modules was community development. So where we actually trained them about the holistic development of the community through a bed and breakfast ecosystem, where they could convert their own houses into B&B or homestay establishments, where they could offer accommodation and meals to visitors. The second module was on developing their ICH or intangible cultural heritage. Now these villages were famous for one or the other intangible cultural heritage. Some were potters' villages, some were where they made beautiful toys, some were famous for the weaves, some were famous for scroll paintings, some were famous for performing arts, for example the Baul cult of West Bengal. Now how to, you know, harness that capacity, that cultural heritage, and project it, market it to the international community, to the international market. So that was another key focus area for us. And the last module that we concentrated on was storytelling and guiding, because we realized that nobody could be better guides to a visitor than the people themselves, the villagers themselves. So this was a very holistically designed program comprising these 4 modules that I just spelled out to you. You know, the kind of response that we got after these programs ended and the trainers returned to their cities, they constantly received calls. They went out, they came up to us and they told that we are so happy that, you know, the people that we trained actually want to take this forward. They're so serious about it. They're calling us, they're maintaining contact over WhatsApp. You know, there are certain pain points that are associated with rolling out sustainable tourism. Our moderator asked me to speak about policy making. A good academic understanding of the subject makes it very easy to make a policy. But to put the policy into action, I'll give you a very small example. We all have these glass water bottles here. Having been a hotelier myself for a good decade, I know the pain point associated with not having plastic water dispensers and bottles at a banquet function of more than 100-150 people. So the fact that this hotel, our hosts, Vivanta, have been doing it is actually shows us that if you want to do it, there's not going to be excuses around it. You can actually do it at whatever the cost. So the rolling out and implementation of sustainable and responsible tourism practices is the key, and the day each one of us are going to come forward, the day each one of us is going to tell ourselves that we'll be responsible with our buying behavior, with our use of certain products and services, that will be the day we won't need to have these sessions on sustainable and responsible tourism. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Chaudhary. We are probably, I don't know, I need to talk to the people, how are we placed time-wise. Pradeep can tell us. But give us a little more time. That is very stingy. Mr. Chiste, I just wanted to know this turnaround of J&K tourism in such a short time, and you still did it, if not, near perfect way, I would say, if not 100% correct, probably near perfect way. So tell me, it would probably require a lot of capacity building, it would probably require a lot of other ancillary supports. How did you manage that with this COVID scenario?
Thank you, Mr. Patnaik. Yes, it did take a lot of effort and a lot of legwork on our part to come to this position, to come to this level. First of all, what we did was to undertake the vaccination, because we understood that even if the COVID threat is over, now the tourist would, physical safety of a tourist and health concerns of a tourist would be his foremost priority, rather than which destination to go or how much would it cost. And as a result, we got the tourism stakeholders associated, with the trade, the stakeholders, we got them declared as frontline workers when the vaccination drive was launched. And we are very thankful that the Honorable LG there took the initiative, and the tourism stakeholders were declared as the frontline workers at par with the doctors, paramedical staff and other administrative mechanism. And we undertook a rigorous and vigorous vaccination campaign deep through their, in Dal and all through the mountains. We ensured that all the shikarawalas, the poniwalas, the hotel staff, the drivers, they get both the vaccinations and consequent certificate. And now, anyone among you who has visited Kashmir, he would say, any stakeholder would come to you with a badge that I am vaccinated, you are safe. So that was our priority number one, that everybody has to be vaccinated. And very proudly, I would say today, everybody associated with tourism in Kashmir is vaccinated, number one. So that gave the confidence among the tourists. And second thing is that we undertook a massive capacity building program. See, in view of COVID, the mode of execution has changed now in terms of the tourism. So we undertook short capsule courses for the tourism stakeholders at the destinations and segment-wise, be it the drivers, be it the hotel staff, be it the travel agents, or be it the poniwalas or shikarawalas. And in the second phase, we undertook a capacity building program at the destinations, at all the major destinations, how to keep the hotel in a hygienic way, how to keep the vehicle in a hygienic way. And after having taken all these measures, we opened up Kashmir in a very staggered manner. Whosoever enters Kashmir Valley, it's after, first it was a rapid test and then gradually the COVID vaccination and all that. So it was a whole staggered way of opening up, and which resulted in what we are seeing today.
Thank you so much. Mr. Bhatti, I would take probably a small answer from you about responsible tourism. What is happening is, this is something which is expected from the tourist, and the ultimate connect that the tourist has with the industry. So could you elaborate on this, how it can be handled? But I am sorry.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief, don't worry. Last one was also a brief one. So I think first and foremost thing, we need to bring a cultural change, because most of the aspects of responsible tourism are basic courtesies. So I very strongly feel to educate a grown-up man is very difficult. First you have to unlearn and then you have to learn. So if we start focusing on our schools, if we start focusing on the next generation, and we teach them the basic courtesies, I think 90% of our problems of responsible tourism will be taken care of.
That's a wonderful suggestion, and I hope the policymakers take note of it. Before we close, Gagan, I would like to hear from you how the state has been responding to. We are sitting in Odisha, we are sitting in Bhubaneswar. We need to talk about Odisha tourism a little bit. So you got to tell us or enlighten us how the state is responding to sustainable tourism. But request, be brief. Thank you.
Yeah, let me be very brief on this. I think the state is doing its in its own way. Of course, the government of Odisha is spending, trying its best to promote Odisha as a destination. They've been doing it, okay? But I think from the industry point of view, from the tour operators point of view, many things can be done without ignoring the interest of the stakeholder. That is very much required. Because nowadays, sometimes, for example, the policymaker, the government need to understand to sustain the livelihood of the people, involved with the tourism industry. And from that point of view, I think we have big expectation from the government. And in the last 3 years, we have gone through very difficult times, but at least from the marketing point of view, the government is doing the destination promotion, but should make some changes or to rethink or to relook how the tour operator, guides and travel agent, they can also sustain their business. I don't want to go get into the details because I think this would be too lengthy. For example, just for a small example, I can tell you, the department is giving training to a lot of guides. I think many guides are being trained by government of Odisha, and that's a very good thing. Language programs are also taken care of. I think many, that's a good thing. But my only point is, we also have to see whether the people, those who have been trained already, whether they are able to sustain their livelihood by keeping themselves in the tourism trade. That's important. It won't happen like this. From my experience, I can say most of the people nowadays are switching on to the other profession because they no more find it viable to sustain their business or their profession. The government should think of this very seriously.
Thank you so much, Gagan. I'm sorry I have to cut it short. Basically because we saw the dog squad here, the governor is expected and there is another panel after us. It has been highly enlightening with the co-panelists about the sustainability and responsible tourism. Thank you all. Thank you so much. And thank you all for being such a nice listener. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panel and our moderator. Without any further delay, I would like to invite on dais Mr. Prakash Sahu, CEO, Argus News, to felicitate the entire panel. Sorry for the delay. A group photograph. And I just like to inform the entire audience here that as we move into the next panel, we of course have a time limit. We have certain protocols that have to be met for the session, for the valedictory ceremony for His Excellency. So we'll be taking care of a few things on checking the stage and the Thank you everyone. Thank you, gentlemen. So as we move to the next session, and I'm announcing details of the session and the speakers, there'll be some security arrangements and checks that'll be done for His Excellency's valedictory ceremony. I'll request everyone to please stay seated as I announce about the next session while the officials are doing the needful. So the next session, ladies and gentlemen, is on stimulating domestic travel thoughts, leadership and progressive policies. As per a report by the UN World Tourism Organization, international travel will not recover fully before 2024, although international flights have already started. Under such a scenario, domestic tourism will have to take up the mantle. For this, India's tourism sector needs new ideas, people in leadership positions to step up, and of course, a favorable ecosystem that fosters entrepreneurs. India's tourism policy also needs a refurbish in such a context. This conclave is an important step towards this, and the next panel is going to discuss this very critical aspect. I would like to briefly inform about our panelists while the needful is being done. So on the panel, we have with us Mr. K. Vijay Mohan, President Travel and Tour Association of Andhra, who's going to moderate the session. We have with us Mr. Ashibad Praharaj, GM Taj Vivanta Bhubaneswar, which is also the venue partner for this wonderful event. Mr. Sandeepan Ghosh, Secretary Eastern Himalaya Travel and Tour Operators Association. Mohammad Sabir Hussain, Nodal Officer, Indian Institute of Tourism and Travel Management. Mohammad Mir Liaquat Ali, President, Tour Operators Associations of Telangana. So as the stage gets set, I would also take this opportunity to inform you a little bit about all our panelists here. We have with us, of course, Mr. Vijay Mohan, who's going to moderate the session. Engineer by profession, owns a company called Holiday World, and alone with Connect India has 28 offices in India. Also has his own offices in Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, Sri Lanka, Nepal. Is the chairman of ADTOI for Andhra and Telangana. President of the Tours and Travel Association of Andhra, member Airport Advisory Committee, Director AP Chambers, Chairman Andhra Travel Mart, International Coordinator of Association of Buddhist Tour Operators, also a former member of the Andhra Pradesh Tourism Authority. We have with us Mr. Ashibad Praharaj, alumni of IHM Bhubaneswar and the OCLD. In a span of 24 years in the industry, he has worked across functions, being a housekeeper, front office manager, EAM of a few hotels, and has been in a GM role for the last 8 years, with his previous assignments being in Kerala, where he has worked with multiple brands within the Taj. Vivanta Bhubaneswar was his homecoming assignment with the launch of 136 rooms property back in August 2021. Yes. All right, so I'll discuss about the other two panelists in a short while. We are just going to check, as you know, is the protocol when His Excellency, the Honorable Governor of Odisha will arrive. As he comes on to the stage, we'll have the national anthem, and before he leaves, we'll also have the national anthem. Right now, we are just going to check the sound for the national anthem, but yes, since we'll play it for checking also, we'll have to request people to stand up. Thank you so much for cooperating. has more than 55 research papers published in journals of national and international repute, and has taught versatile subjects mainly at the postgraduate level, from live animal regulation to travel agency management, export import policy, travel trade and transport, air transport management, contemporary issues, tourist and visitor interpretation, tourism impact, wildlife tourism management, and many others. He is also the chairperson of IITFC and Eco-Tourism Resource Center, both flagship program of Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. So that is about the panel and the panelists. Let's, with a huge round of applause, invite all of them onto the stage. I'll request all of them to please join the stage. Once again, Mr. K. Vijay Mohan, President, Travel and Tour Association of Andhra, Mr. Ashirwad Prehra, GM Taj Vivanta, Mr. Sandeepan Ghosh, Secretary, Eastern Himalaya Travel and Tour Operator Association, Mohammad Sabir Hussain, Nodal Officer, Indian Institute of Tourism and Travel Management, and Mr. Mohammad Mir Liaquat Ali, President, Tour Operators Association of Telangana. I'll request Mr. Vijay Mohan to take this session forward, and will request him to please restrict it to the given time, because the session after this is the valedictory session where we are expecting His Excellency. So please stick to the time. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Welcome to all my panelists. We are today going to talk about stimulating domestic tourism, thought, leadership, and progressive policies. Well, after COVID, I think the agents who are sitting here will know about it. Our capitals were wiped out, income and wealth was eroded. And as we start today, I think we are starting either with minus capital or probably with a zero capital. So in this kind of scenario, the biggest loss that we probably had was our employment. I'm sure if each one of us had 10 employees, we're sitting with 5 or 2 employees today. Nobody has actually gone back to start off where we left off. For example, from the state of Andhra Pradesh, which I belong, we have about 1,000 agents, and the cash loss that we had every month was about 25 crores. So we didn't have operations for about 16 to 17 months in the 24 months. So the kind of loss that we had is not something that travel agents can recover so fast. And the revenue losses that the state had was about 4,800 crores of revenue losses. And today, as we sit down here and we discuss with our panelists about stimulus, so the first question that I'd probably want to take with Mr. Liaquat. Mr. Liaquat, how do you think we should develop and improve the community-based tourism as we take things forward now?
Good evening. Good evening, everyone.
Before we start, I want all our panelists to be very brief, precise, not exceeding more than 2 minutes a question, so that we can take more questions.
Sure. Good evening, everyone, and to the panelists. See, basically, community-based tourism would be the key factor for ecotourism and responsible tourism. And we at Telangana have initiated a pilot project with the help of USAID. One of our fellow colleagues is taking care of that, developing the ecotourism aspect and the community-based tourism, involving the local communities and the generating local employment in the wildlife and the tribal area in the district of Medak, which is hardly around 70 kilometers from Hyderabad, and which is involving a lot of day trips or cycling and so many other aspects where people get used to agricultural tourism, village tourism, and we are trying to push that to schools and colleges, as the other panelists have said, that we need to educate our children who will take care of the future tourism business. So we have to be responsible. Basically, our children have a great disconnect with agriculture. And not only children, the city dwellers have a great disconnect with agriculture and nature. So community-based tourism could act as a connect, as a, to reduce the barrier between the and reduce the disconnecting factor. and we could enhance it in many ways without disturbing the ecology and the nature, and coexist with the communities. That's what I would like to say.
Thanks, Liagat. I think it reminds us about yesterday's our Honorable Tourism Minister, who pointed out on the student thing being taken up, addressed by the Prime Minister in the last meeting, that they should do a lot of students being taken across the country, do a lot of exchange programs. I think that's a good way forward. Sir, Sabir sir, question to you. Can you throw a light on the steps taken by the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, to stimulate domestic tourism?
Thank you, sir. Hello. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity and asking me a question to respond about the efforts by Ministry of Tourism, Government of India to promote domestic tourism. During the previous sessions, someone raised a very pertinent question that we spoke about the negativities of COVID, but we haven't realized the positivities COVID gave us. One thing COVID gave us, that is, it stimulates domestic tourism in this country. We started appreciating our own thing, visiting places. So far Government of India is concerned, Ministry of Tourism is concerned, they have different scheduled scheme. One scheme is called Domestic Promotion and Publicity, including hospitality, through which they promote domestic tourism in the country. Ministry of Tourism further has different other schemes like Swadesh Darshan, Dekho Apna Desh. Under Dekho Apna Desh, this workshop is being organized like Chalo Dekho Apna Desh, and there is a scheme of Prasad, National Mission on Pilgrimage, Rejuvenation and Spiritual Heritage Augmentation Drive, through which religious tourism is promoted throughout the country. And there is a scheme called Central Financial Assistance to Central Agencies. Then champion service sector schemes like creation of tented accommodation in Buddhist circuit, extending incentives for improving air connectivity, capacity building program in and around iconic sites, then incentives to tour operators in emerging markets, and as from the ramparts of the Red Fort, Prime Minister Sir has emphasized that by 2022 everybody should ensure to visit at least 15 destinations under Dekho Apna Desh scheme. And there is a scheme called Adopt a Heritage Project. The Ministry of Tourism, Government of India has launched the Adopt a Heritage Apni Dharohar Apni Pehchan project, where corporates are being invited to adopt a heritage, take care of it, manage it, and promote it domestically as well as internationally. We can also take some innovative efforts, clues from some innovative efforts taken by different other countries to promote domestic tourism. One such effort is by Italy. During the pandemic, Italy, they declared a bonus called bonus vacanze. All those people whose earning is less than 40,000 euros, they have been paid 500 euros to see and move around Italy and see the places. Similarly, Malaysia allocated 113 million in travel discount vouchers, as well as a personal tax breakup of $227 for expenses related to domestic tourism. These are all motivations, incentives to promote. Costa Rica
moved all holidays in 2020 and 21 to Mondays so that Costa Ricans can enjoy long weekends to travel around the country and extend their stays. France.
Request you to be kindly.
Yeah. France has also had a scheme called This Summer I Visit France campaign, which highlighted the diversity of destinations across the country. Argentina had one scheme. Thailand has some schemes. So we can take such clues and promote domestic tourism. There are enough scope in this country because promotion of domestic tourism can strengthen the base of our tourism infrastructure and tourism can grow further. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. I mean, the one point that you probably told us was government inviting corporates also in a special scheme. I'll go down to Mr. Praharaj, who's our host here. Sir, what are the advantages of Odisha tourism over the other states in terms of domestic tourism being showcased?
Okay. To keep it short, I think the potential of Odisha tourism is like a white notebook in the hands of a student who would be the state, which has got multiple subjects, which are multiple potentials. Again, in the interest of time, tourism doesn't have to be around heritage or food or culture only. Tourism can be today around retail, tourism can be around wellness, tourism can be around even investment. So Odisha, the biggest advantage Odisha has is it's got multiple facets. It's got a very old history, it's a smart investment destination, it has fairly decent infrastructure that is getting upgraded as we speak in terms of airports, roads, etc. So, and it is also an easy to invest, location. So, the biggest advantage that Odisha has is its freshness, the fact that other locations have been well explored, and now there is a desire to move into places that have not been seen before. So that itself is the biggest driver, and you can look into any sub-segment of tourism and there is a potential. There is a potential for wellness, there is a potential for wildlife, there is a potential for retail. Just imagine how Dubai works. The biggest attraction to Dubai for anybody would be probably, one of the biggest attractions would be to shop. So all this potential is available, space is available, power is available, people are easy to work with, the government is very investment friendly, and that I think is the single largest driver.
You're right. I mean, 5 years back, we never had a good single brand in Bhubaneswar, but today we see, we really see brands in Odisha. So we'll go back to Sandeepan ji. How do you channelize the mind of the traveler to opt for local circuits, especially the offbeat places, to promote domestic tourism?
Hello and good evening to a lovely audience. Before I get to your question, sir, I think I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Prakash Sahu and Argus Media for having us here. It's been a wonderful platform, and I think this is going to be a platform that is going to relaunch domestic tourism in Odisha and of course across the country. I think the organizers deserve a round of applause. There's a wonderful, wonderful event. Now coming back to the question, I think COVID has had a very major impact. I have actually thought about 3 major impacts COVID has had on a human being. We have spoken about social impact, we've spoken about the economic impact. I think in very few meetings across Zoom that we have been having in the last 2 years, we've spoken about the mental impact on a human being of COVID. I think that's been very profound. But as my friend Debjit said, it's also had a very positive effect on a human being, because I think we have started to think in a different way in the post-COVID scenario, because now when a person sits down with his family to plan his vacation, I think he thinks very differently. He thinks about the safety of his family, he thinks about the sanitation of the place he's going to visit. Of course, economically we are challenged. Most of us we are challenged. So he also has to think about his pocket. So now, in relevance to Eastern Himalayas, where I belong from, I think we have seen this trend of people, flocking to very offbeat places, because that is where we feel, the human mind feels that, we are safe, because the inventory of the location is, the hotel or homestay that he's staying is limited. The number of people visiting that place is limited. So he's got this peace of mind. He's traveling mostly in his own vehicle. So he's got this adaptability thing that's coming in. So I think offbeat places are going to be here they are going to stay here for some time now. And very interestingly, a lot of investment is going into these places now. I think people are realizing that the conventional form of tourism, which is always going to be there, of course, but these offbeat places are now going to create that vibrancy in the market, and people are going to frequent these places much more. I think I would like to take this opportunity to thank Incredible India, the regional office Kolkata, for promoting the offbeat places. They have been really harping on us to promote this among our members in the association, of promoting places across Bengal, South Bengal, North Bengal, of these offbeat places, and we are blessed to have wonderful places in our region. So I think this is the future of tourism. Homestay and community tourism is here to stay, and we all will have to incorporate this sector in our itineraries when we plan our the travel of our clients. And this is going to be, I believe, one of the major segments of tourism and domestic tourism in the future.
Well said, Sandeep. I think it's true. We have seen officials from Kashmir telling us that they are now more concentrating on the offbeat destinations. We have also seen Chhattisgarh talking about offbeat destinations for the future. I think now, since we are talking about stimulus, we have two of our Mr. P.P. Kanaji and Mr. Tiwari are here, which, I mean, the stimulus, we all know government is not going to give any money to our travel agents. It's a known story, but the word stimulus that has to be created, probably I feel, sir, is you all have to take up, declare tourism first as an industry, which should be the most priority thing that should be doing. So we should stop LTC going abroad. There is more than 8,000 crores that is being spent on LTC abroad. We should probably tell the government, also falls in line with our Prime Minister saying by 2025 each one of us should see 15 destinations, new destinations. So we should request the government to probably say no more LTC abroad. So that will channelize more sales within India, and I think it will be good for the domestic industry. And also income tax benefit up to 50,000, if it can be created on spending on domestic tourism, I think this will create an automatic stimulus for the industry without asking for any financial benefit from the government. We'll go on to the next question. Mr. Yakatji, what is the role as a travel, as a travel association, what is the role of travel associations to take with their travel agents to promote domestic tourism and actually stimulate it within the travel fraternity?
The associations can play a major role in terms of development of the tourism, and they can focus, improve, improvise, coordinate, and work with the local communities and the existing, the available resources can be utilized to a greater extent. With the coordination and cooperation among the scattered operators, they can come together and work together and benefit together. That is what I feel.
Thanks a lot, to Senji. What would be the strategical focus to develop rural tourism as an alternative tourism, especially to create a new stimulus through the rural tourism?
So, as you know that travel and tourism is increasingly becoming experiential. There is an increasing trend of experiential tourism to know new things, experiencing culture, cuisine, traditions, etc. So, rural tourism in this country have tremendous potential to lead the way to boost domestic as well as international tourism, because more than 70% of our population live in rural India, and the diversities the rural India can offer in terms of culture, way of living, practice, cuisine, fairs, festivals, rituals can never be achieved through other modus operandi. Government of India realized this particular, Ministry of Tourism realized this particular aspect. They have now focusing more on niche tourism areas, mainly on rural tourism, eco-tourism, agro-tourism, and all such kind of things. And for that, they have formulated certain strategic pillars on which Government of India is working. They are, number one is digital technologies and platform for rural homestays. They're focusing on that. Developing clusters for rural homestays, marketing support for rural homestays, capacity building of stakeholders, and governance and institutional framework. On these 5 strategic pillars, Government of India is moving to boost rural tourism in the country, which would aid in the development of domestic tourism. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir. But a small request here. We've heard the digital thing that is being done on homestays. But again, that going to a private OTA, trying to do a joint venture with a private OTA, as what as travel agents we feel is a wrong strategy the Government of India took in terms of tying up with the OTA. So we feel that, it should go with each state tour operator, because we believe and we feel that nobody can do better, because any rural has to be sold and it has to be marketed by the local travel agents. This being offloaded to an OTA, I think is one of the biggest mistakes that probably MOT has to correct.
I would bring this concern before the authorities. We'll discuss and take appropriate course.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. To Mr. Praharaj, we as, being your neighbors in Andhra Pradesh, we have worked on a strategy because we have international flights that fly into Vizag from Singapore, from Malaysia and from Dubai. So we have actually started a new tagline, creating Vizag as the gateway destination to Odisha and Chhattisgarh. What do you think of this perspective? Do you think it will really work in this kind of a market strategy? Do you think the Odisha and the Chhattisgarh operators would toe this line, and whether we can really push this strategy where both states benefit out of this?
Okay. Anything that is a win-win situation for multiple stakeholders is always a good thing. So if a neighboring state promotes itself as a gateway to a location that's the neighboring, that its neighbor, I think it's a good thing. Now, how it's taken further, how Odisha and Chhattisgarh could reciprocate, and how we get out of thinking of a smaller circuit within a state to a larger circuit is yet to be seen. I do not know of circuits that are across borders. But then this is something that is, what you mentioned is, it's a new way of looking at it. That you promote a nearby city across the border, state border, as a gateway to this state. And I can't think of anything wrong with it, but I have no idea how it will get reciprocated as far as Chhattisgarh and Odisha is concerned in terms of a larger marketing. Because right now, everybody is focused on their own kitty. So,
Sandeepan Bhai, as your association being a flagship barrier for cross-border tourism, do you see this segment as a major player in the next few years?
Yeah, I think cross-border tourism has a huge potential. I mean, we at ITHWA have signed MOUs with the major travel forums in Nepal and Bangladesh, and we have also done membership exchange programs. In fact, just to enlighten the House, very recently we are going to have the Bangladesh Travel and Tourism Fair in Dhaka on 30th, starting on 30th of March. And in that fair, ITHWA and TUA, which is the largest segment, largest tour for travel forum in Bangladesh, we're going to exchange 50 members each. And that, I believe, is a very positive development because we are geographically very, very blessed. You know, West Bengal, in terms of its borders with Nepal, Bhutan and Bangladesh, these borders are very porous. I mean, porous in terms of the tourism terminology. And the cost of a package with airfares involved is so huge that we get such a lot of good tourism potential growing in this region because of people being able to travel from one country to the other. And we at ITHWA have identified this as a sector which we feel can actually be the backbone of travel post-COVID, because as soon as we have visas being issued from either side of the border and facilitating cross-border travel in the next few months, hopefully, preferably before that, I think this segment will really pick up. Bhutan, hopefully, we are getting information that is going to open up sometime in May. So very, very optimistic about cross-border tourism. I think this is here to stay, and especially even the MICE segment. I mean, I was talking to a few operators in Bangladesh, and they're so very encouraged about traveling to Gangtok in Sikkim and places across in the eastern Himalayas, because they feel the cost factor involved in traveling to different part of the country, and other parts of from Bangladesh, will be much more difficult for them in the post-COVID scenario when budget is a constraint with most MICE segments, and they feel that this is one of the major areas that they can focus and develop tourism. So I think potential is there. It is for us to dig into it and channelize it and help people to work with each other. And I think this is going to be the future in the next few months.
Thank you. Annaji, just during the second thing that was happening, when the policymakers thing came up, I scribbled over a very interesting thing that just came into my mind. We pay 18% luxury tax to hotel, and then again we charge 5% to the client. And then I again pay 18% of the small profit I make, which will be another 1%. And again on the overall profit I earn, I pay 30% on IT tax. I think where are we heading? And I think seriously as Faith, you need to show these figures to the government and make them understand that the way they are trying to tax us now, we as an industry, it will be very difficult for us to survive. I just wanted to put this across because it happened when the second thing was happening, when they were talking about policies. You can take this at the end of the meeting then. We'll go back to Mr. Liaquat. Liaquat, every place, every city has many local attractions. In your opinion and idea, how do you think these things have to be marketed? Every minute attraction has to be marketed.
As you rightly said, every place, every city has its attractions. And we need to educate, market in terms of search engine optimization, print media, electronic media, and basically the tour operators as well as the destination promoters have a major role to play, because they go on marketing the existing itineraries which have been in the market for a long time, but then they neglect and oversee taking care of the lesser known places which have to be done, and they have to come out of the box and think it in a new manner, and a fresh strategy has to be designed to market the lesser known places and the attractions. So we have to think it in those terms and take out the advantages of it and improve ourselves as well as improve the opportunities for the tourism at a larger scale.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hussainji, how do some DMOs adapt to the change in strategy now to revive tourism in this new normal that we are having now?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. We have seen many DMOs that initiated marketing campaigns by introducing their digitalized platforms to stay connected with their fellow consumers. Some such examples are available with Singapore Tourism Board, with the campaign Escape the Everyday by British Board. What should DMOs do to boost tourism in the present scenario? DMOs act as a platform between suppliers and consumers on what their city has to offer. In brief, in the present scenario, I would recommend that DMOs should identify the majority profiles of people visiting at different time points. That is, most basic yet crucial step. Knowing your market, it is like fishing where the fish is. That's very important. Number two, ensure your website is up to date with credible and relevant information, which in many of our destination sites, we are finding this lacuna. It is not thoroughly updated. That is very important and pertinent in the view of tourism, especially in the digital age. Third, take advantage of the social media tools. It is a very powerful tool. With the growing number of people on social networking these days, being active and responsive on social media platform, and it is sometimes people say that if you are not there in social media, you are not existing in this world, especially from the marketing point of view. Point four, collaborate with other organizations to react and reach out to bigger audiences. Collaborations and partnership is very important to sustain and remain pertinent in the market. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for the information. Next to our next speaker, Ms. Paraji. Sir, what are Taj Group's plan to actually promote Odisha tourism? Because since your entry here, and I heard that you're taking one more property in Bhubaneswar, so you're adding the second one, and I'm sure you would have a lot of plans. So how are you looking at?
Okay, so not just Odisha, the entire east and northeast is IHCL's focus at this point of time. We have diversified into new brands. So not just hotels, resorts and palaces between the Taj, Vivanta or the Selections buckets. We also have now got Amma Stays and Trails, which are our luxury residences brand. And with Bhubaneswar now a second flag getting added, hopefully towards the end of this year, we would soon be looking at Puri, and that project should see get closer towards commissioning in a couple of years' time, not very long from now. And we also in our Ginger brand, we have had a recent expansion. We remain open and committed to adding more Ginger properties here as well. So we should hopefully be having all our brands present in this state, and not just between the usual expected Bhubaneswar or Puri or Konark, but beyond. So that should happen in a few years to come.
Thanks a lot, sir, for throwing some light on Taj's role in Odisha. The last question, I think, before we end, and we have a few questions taken. Sandeepanji, as Ithoi, I mean, taking forward the mandate of the Ministry of Tourism, especially the Dekhein Apna Desh program for promotion of domestic tourism, what do you see the role that you will be playing as an association on this?
You know, right after the lockdown hit us, I think the regional office in Kolkata has been very, very proactive. We have been enlightened about all the mandates that, that were there for us to implement among our members. We have had online meetings. Very renowned people were taking, enlightening us about what exactly could be the scenario and how we could, although we were constrained, but we had this opportunity to, at least keep our members energized, and we had this opportunity to keep the members, on the job, because the general understanding was we didn't want them to get depressed. And I think the Ministry of Tourism and Regional Office has done a wonderful job, and we have this opportunity to enlighten our members and take this forward.
Thanks a lot. I think we'll have to stop this session. But I should be happy that we've done 3 rounds of questions, and we should congratulate the panel on the dais. I think you can answer that question, sir.
We will have to. I'm so sorry, gentlemen, and I'm really sorry that we have to just stop it because His Excellency is already on his way, and there are certain formalities that have to be done before the session. Could I request Mr. Ratikant Sahu, the HR head of Argus News, to please felicitate the panel? As we get ready for the valedictory session, ladies and gentlemen, it is mandatory for all of you to please keep your mobile phones now in silent mode for the valedictory session. Before His Excellency arrives here at the venue, I request everyone to please ensure that your mobile phones are in silent mode. And like I had informed, I'm going to repeat, as soon as His Excellency arrives on stage, the national anthem will play automatically. I'm not going to request anyone to rise. So it plays automatically, so it's expected everybody in the hall would rise. So it is expected. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Thank you to the panel as well. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We are really sorry for this hurry up thing at the last, but certain protocols have to be met. Thank you so much. So as I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, please ensure that your mobile phones are in silent mode. And yes, I would not be announcing on the, that people please rise for the national anthem. It plays automatically as His Excellency arrives on stage and when he leaves. So you guys please cooperate, and everybody should rise for the national anthem. Goes without saying, I hope. But yeah, it's just a humble request. He's already on his way and should be arriving here within the next 5 minutes.
Hello. 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 hello, 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 hello.
ମୁଁ ଏଇଥିରେ କହିଦେବି ନହେଲେ ମୋତେ କାଇଁ ଏଟା ଟିକେ ଉଞ୍ଚା ହେଇଯାଇପାରେ ମୁଁ ଏଇଥିରେ
ଆପଣ
ଏଇଟା ଧରିକି କହିପାରିବି
ଆରାମସେ
ମାନେ ମୁଁ ଚେକ୍ କରିବି ଟିକେ କାହିଁକି ଏଇଟା ମୋ ମୁହଁର ନାକ ଉପରେ ଆସିବ ତ ହଁ ତ ମୁଁ ଏଇଠୁ ଏମିତି ଏମିତି କହିଲେ ହବ ଦିସ୍ ଇଜ୍ ଫାଇନ୍ ଓକେ ଏଇଟା ଦିସ୍ ୱଣ୍ଟ ବି ଏଇଟା ହଲିବନି So just to inform all our other dignitaries for the valedictory ceremony as well, that the mic has been adjusted as per His Excellency's need. So in case someone finds it a little high, you can also use the cordless mic. I leave it here. This is for the other dignitaries who are a part of the valedictory ceremony.
Hello, 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 hello.
ଆଜ୍ଞା ଏଟା ତାର ମରା ହେଇଯାଉଛି ସେଲେଟ ମରା ହେଇଛି ତାର ସାର ଏମିତି ଦଉଛି ହ୍ୟାଲୋ 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 हेलो 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 हेलो
ଅନ୍ୟମାନଙ୍କୁ ନାହିଁ ଖାଲି ଗଭର୍ଣ୍ଣର ଠିକ ଅଛି ଖାଲି ଗଭର୍ଣ୍ଣରକୁ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଦିଆ ଇଏ ଚଳିବ ଖାଲି ଗଭର୍ଣ୍ଣରକୁ ହଁ ଖାଲି ଗଭର୍ଣ୍ଣରକୁ ଆଚ୍ଛା ତାହେଲେ ଶୁଣନ୍ତୁ ଆଗେ ଆସୁ ଆସୁ ଉତ୍ତରୀୟ ଫୁଲ ଦେଇଦେବେ ସଞ୍ଜୟ ବାବୁ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ମାନେ ଗଭର୍ଣ୍ଣର ଆଡ୍ରେସ୍ ପୂର୍ବରୁ ଆପଣ ମେମେଣ୍ଟୋଟା ଆପଣ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଦେଇଦେବେ ସମସ୍ତ ନାଁ ଲେଖା ହେଇକି ଅଣା ହେଇଛି ବୋଲି କୁହାହଉଛି କାଳି ଭାଇ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ସମସ୍ତ ନାଁରେ ଅଛି ଦେଇଦେବେ କ'ଣ ଅସୁବିଧା ଅଛି ତାହେଲେ ମୁଁ ଶୁଣନ୍ତୁ ମୋ କଥା ଶୁଣନ୍ତୁ ଆଉ ଟାଇମ୍ ନାହିଁ ସଞ୍ଜୟ ବାବୁଙ୍କୁ ମୁଁ କହିଦେଉଛି ସିଏ ଦେଇଦେବେ ଫୁଲ ଉତ୍ତରୀୟ
Hello, 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 hello.
ହେଲା ସିଏ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଦେଇଦେବେ ତିନି ଜଣକୁ ଆପଣ ଦେଇଦେବେ ମେମେଣ୍ଟୋ ମେମେଣ୍ଟୋ ଅଲଗାରେ ଦେବେ ନା ସବୁ ଏକାସହିତ ଏଇଠି ତ ପ୍ରେଜେଣ୍ଟେସନ ସୋଭେନିୟର ଅଲଗା ଲେଖା ହେଇଛି ଅଲଗା ଅଲଗା ଏଇ ହିସାବରେ ଆମେ ଖାଲି ଫୁଲ ଉତ୍ତରୀୟ ବିଗିନିଂରେ ଦେବା ଆଉ ମେମେଣ୍ଟୋଟା ଆପଣ ଗଭର୍ଣ୍ଣରଙ୍କ ସ୍ପିଚ୍ ପୂର୍ବରୁ ମୁଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ କହିଦେବି ଆପଣ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ଦେଇଦେବେ ହେଲା ସଞ୍ଜୟ ବାବୁଙ୍କୁ କହିଦେବି ଫୁଲ ଉତ୍ତରୀୟ ଦେବା ପାଇଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ କହିଦେବି ମେମେଣ୍ଟୋ ଦେବା ପାଇଁ ଆପଣ ସେଇଟା ମନେ ରଖନ୍ତୁ ବାସ୍ ହେଲା ଆପଣ ତ ଆନାଉନ୍ସ କରିବେ ସେ ଦେବେ
Hello, hello.
hello hello yeah, yeah, I'm just checking the sound for this, the sound level for this. Is this okay or fine? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Professor Ganeshi Lal, Governor of Odisha, has joined us. I extend a warm welcome to him on behalf of Argus News and invite him to the dais along with all other esteemed dignitaries. I would like to invite all other esteemed dignitaries on dais to join
Dr. Sagnik Chaudhary, Regional Director, East India Tourism, Eastern Regional Office, Kolkata. Dr. Ehsan Chishti, Deputy Director, Directorate of Tourism, Kashmir. Mr. Debashish Patnaik, President, I Bhubaneswar, Managing Director, Hotel Crown. Mr. Prakash Sahu, CEO, Argus News. And Mr. Sanjay Jana, Editor-in-Chief, Argus News. And of course, as is the customary practice, we would like to welcome His Excellency and esteemed guests on dais with bouquets and an uttariya. So I'll request Mr. Sanjay Jana, Editor-in-Chief, Argus News, to do the honors. I'll request Mr. Sanjay Jana to do the honors, please. Can we have the uttariya and the bouquets, please? Thank you so much. May I now request Mr. Sanjay Jana, Editor-in-Chief, Argus News, to present the welcome address.
अर्गस न्यूज तरफ चलो देखे अपना देश टूरिज्म कॉन्क्लेव रे आजिर मुख्य आकर्षण मुख्य अतिथि महामहिम राज्यपाल प्रोफेसर गणेशी लाल जी को मु स्वागत करुच्ची। गत काली एवं आज 2 दिन धरी भारत सरकार टूरिज्म विभाग मंत्री मार्गदर्शन रे ये कार्यक्रम आरंभ होइथिला आउ एबे ओडिशार महामहिम राज्यपाल प्रोफेसर गणेशी लाल द्वारा ये समाप्त हबो। आमे आम गहन रे ओडिशार महामहिम राज्यपाल को पाई आमे गर्वित। मु महामहिम को ये कार्यक्रम रे स्वागत करुची। तांका सहित डॉक्टर साग्निक चौधरी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया रीजनल डायरेक्टर ईस्ट पर्यटन विभाग तांको स्वागत करुची। डॉक्टर आसना चिष्टी डेप्यूटी डायरेक्टर टूरिज्म बोर्ड काश्मीर तांको स्वागत करुची। तांक सहित देवाशीष पटनायक प्रेसिडेंट टाई भुवनेश्वर तथा क्राउन ग्रुप होटेल निर्देशक तांको मध्य स्वागत करुची। एई सभागृह रे भुवनेश्वर सम्भ्रांत नागरिक सबु राज्यरू आसीथिबा प्रतिनिधि माने गणमाध्यम बंधु माने समस्त को मु स्वागत करुची। महामहिम को उपस्थिति ये कार्यक्रम को आहुरी सुंदर करुची। महामहिम को आउ थरे स्वागत करिकी मोर वक्तव्य शेष करुची। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much. I would now request Mr. Debashish Patnaik, President I Bhubaneswar, Managing Director Hotel Crown, and of course founder Dalma chain of restaurants, to address the gathering.
Honorable His Excellency the Governor of Odisha, Professor Ganesh Lal ji sir, my co-panelists on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. This event, a travel event happening physically, probably after 2 years of COVID. We all know that COVID had repercussion globally on all industries were affected. But we also know that most affected was the tourism industry and civil aviation industry. We had not seen a worse time than this in the past maybe 100 years or maybe more than that. But as they say, every dark side has a silver lining, and that probably came through our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji when he gave the slogan of Dekhein Apna Desh. This is where the thrust for domestic tourism, the pressure on the domestic tourism was initiated, and today we have an event which talks about Chalo Dekhein Apna Desh. So there can't be a better opportunity and better timing for this event than now. The other day somebody asked me that this is happening, but why Argus? Argus is a news channel. Why Argus? So I say, why not Argus? Why not Argus? Before His Excellency arrived, we had a panel discussion where we were talking about sustainable and responsible tourism. In my view, Argus presenting this event is sustainable and responsible journalism. This event is responsible journalism where you are trying to bring up an industry which is badly affected by the COVID. I really don't want to talk more on this. We have with us His Excellency the Governor of Odisha. Generally you would not come across a person, a political person who is such a strong storehouse of knowledge and information. All of us are looking forward to hearing from him. So thank you so much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be part of this event. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Could I now request Dr. Ehsan Chishti, Deputy Director, Directorate of Tourism, Kashmir, to speak a few words.
His Excellency Professor Ganeshi Lal, Honorable Governor Odisha, Mr. Patnaik, my other panelists on the dais, a very good afternoon. We are very eager to hear words of wisdom from, as Mr. Patnaik rightly said, the powerhouse of knowledge, Professor Ganeshi Lal. However, just for the sake of formality, I would put across a couple of words and won't remain between you and Sir. As Mr. Patnaik very rightly put it, that COVID was a challenge of almost century, but every crisis brings along opportunities. I would say this was the time when the whole country got united in one way or the other. One would often listen that somebody travels east, somebody travels north, somebody travels west. But due to COVID and the restrictions on international travel, it was a time when we would travel to each other, to the nearby villages, to the nearby states, and all around within the country. And that gave us an opportunity to know each other more intensely and more closely. In the morning, as I said, and I will repeat it again, that for the 2 days we have been here deliberating on issues, and I consider it as more than a travel event. It was more of a confluence of ideas, confluence of cultures and people, where we came across each other's priorities, and coming from different regions, each other's preferences, demands, and of course difficulties. And as far as Odisha is concerned, I had long back I had heard this is considered the nation's best kept secret. I now understand why it's a secret. Very virgin, good people, green areas, and a lot to explore about. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Could I now request Dr. Sagnik Chaudhary, Regional Director, East India Tourism, Eastern Regional Office, Kolkata, to address the gathering.
His Excellency, Honorable Governor of Odisha, Professor Ganeshi Lal, dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ministry of Tourism, I congratulate Argus for organizing this extremely important event. I sincerely thank hoteliers, travel agents, tour operators, my colleagues from the ministry, distinguished members of travel and hospitality industry, and friends from the media for making this event a very meaningful step towards the inclusive growth and development of tourism. At the outset, I convey my immense pleasure for being here in the beautiful state of Odisha. It is also a great privilege for me to be interacting with all of you, and I thank you for joining us this evening for the valedictory session of the Tourism Conclave, Chalo Dekhein Apna Desh. Friends, as you know, we are coming out of an unprecedented time. The COVID-19 pandemic had brought the entire world to a standstill. The pandemic had resulted in a drastic reduction in human mobility and tourism, both international and domestic, to an all-time low. The suspension of international flights, the closing of airports and borders, adoption of strict restrictions on travel, including domestic travel, caused an unprecedented crisis in ways more than one in sectors that are related to the tourism industry. Our sector is among the hardest hit, with millions of jobs at risk. But together, we are rising from the ashes. All sorts of travel restrictions in domestic travel have already been lifted, and now inbound tourism is all set to start in India. Already, the major destinations are reflecting sold-out dates. Just imagine the potential of growth of lesser-known destinations and experiential tourism with the rebound of inbound tourism. The Ministry of Tourism, under the leadership of Honorable Minister for Tourism, along with stakeholders, is working tirelessly to reboot the tourism sector at the earliest. The Ministry has continuously engaged with representatives of tourism and hospitality industry and stakeholders to discuss solutions and the way forward to revive the economy by reviving demand, especially through promotion of domestic tourism to start with. We have curated unique itineraries structures through Swadesh Darshan and Prasad schemes and prepared ourselves with the Incredible India 2.0 campaign to delight travelers like never before. With the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav campaign, India, for the first time in 75 years, has come up with experiential products of Azadi trails. Our lesser-known heroes and their legacy can now be shown to the entire world. This has only strengthened the already rich, diverse tourism offerings of incredible India. Odisha tourism has been an integral part of this effort to revive the brand Incredible India. Odisha has developed the eco-retreats, developed the coastal circuit, Gopalpur, Badkul, Satpada and Tampada under Swadesh Darshan scheme, and Puri, Sri Jagannath Dham Ramachandi Prachi riverfront at Deoli under the mega circuit project of Prasad scheme. Odisha tourism has wonderfully showcased the lesser-known destinations through extensive outdoor and media campaigns in the last few years. We have complemented their efforts in all parts of India in showcasing Odisha, India's best-kept secret. We have also realized the potential of Odisha as a tourist source market and campaigned for Dekhein Apna Desh and Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav in Odia, Hindi, Bengali and English languages in all our social media outreach to generate domestic tourism movement from Odisha to the rest of India. We have started events like Purvaiya to promote Odisha in collaboration with Odisha tourism and tourism stakeholders way back in 2019, and we plan to organize similar events in the near future to boost the tourism potential of Odisha in the next fiscal. I would like to mention to the stakeholders and participants that as we join forces to restart tourism, we must live up to our responsibility to ensure that tourism's benefits are shared by all. This rebound of domestic and inbound tourism is an opportunity to rethink the tourism sector and its contribution to the people and the planet. An opportunity to build better towards a more sustainable, inclusive and resilient future by placing rural development at the heart of tourism policies through education, investment, innovation and technology, as it can transform the livelihoods of millions, preserve our environment and our culture. Once again, I congratulate Argus and all of you for this stellar event which has come at the most opportune time on the face of reopening of tourism in India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chaudhary. Could I now request the CEO of Argus News, Mr. Prakash Sahu, for his address.
मंचासीन महामहिम राज्यपाल प्रोफेसर गणेशी लाल जी एवं एटी उपस्थित अन्य अतिथिगण डॉक्टर सैनिक चौधरी, डॉक्टर आशान चिश्ती, श्री विजय देवाशीष पटनायक एंड मो साथी चीफ एडिटर संजय जेना, उपस्थित समस्त अतिथि एंड साथीगण, ये प्रोग्राम आज आम जो 2 दिन धरी करुचंती ए कॉन्सेप्ट आमे गत 7-8 मास पूर्वर भाविथिलु जेतबेला आम गोटे नुआ मीडिया हाउस हिसाब से आरंभ कलु समस्ते न्यूज दौरान अर्गस तार गोटे लक्ष्य नहीं कि प्रोग्राम चैनल रे विभिन्न प्रकार जोटा मी टू स्टाफ सबू चैनल माने दियंती से प्रकार करूथुलु किंतु हमर पॉलिसी आम विजन गोटे लक्ष्य अच्छी कि जमती आम चीफ एडिटर सदा बेले कहती कि आम सब बेले लोकों इश्यू सहित रहा इश्यू को चर्चा माध्यम रे लोकलोचन केमती आनी पारिबा गोटे रेस्पॉन्सिबल मीडिया हाउस हिसाब रे सेटा करिया पई प्रत्येक मुहूर्त रे आमे रूटीन कोर न्यूज को छाड़ी किछि नुआ नुआ जिनस करिबा जोटा साधारण न्यूज माने छाड़ी किरी भी किछि सोशियो इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट लोकों को इश्यू सहित आमे गोटे कैटलिस्ट रोल प्ले करि पारिबु से चेष्टा सब बेले आम भितरे रहिथिला। आमे निजे फील करिछु कि टोटल हमरो चैनल टाको आमे 99% ड्यूरिंग पैंडेमिक ଭିତରେ ଏଇଟା କରିଛୁ କେତେ କଷ୍ଟରେ ସଂସ୍ଥା ଛିଡ଼ା ହେଇଛି ସେଟା ଆମେ ନିଜେ ଫିଲ୍ କରିଥିଲୁ ତା ସହିତ ସବୁଠୁ ବଡ଼ ଏମ୍ପ୍ଲୟମେଣ୍ଟ ଜେନେରେସନ ସେକ୍ଟର ଅନ୍ୟାନ୍ୟ ବହୁତ ଅନ୍ୟ ସେକ୍ଟର ପରେ ସର୍ଭିସ ସେକ୍ଟର ମାଧ୍ୟମରେ ଟୁରିଜମ ଗୋଟେ ବଡ଼ ସେକ୍ଟର ସେ ବହୁତ ପ୍ରୋବ୍ଲେମ ସେଟବ୍ୟାକ୍ ହେଇଛି ଏଇଟା ଆମେ ଫିଲ୍ କରିଛୁ ତମେ ଲାଗିଲା ଗୋଟେ ଇସ୍ୟୁକୁ କମ ସେ କମ ଆମେ ଉଠେଇବା माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी 2019 रे जो देखो अपना देश स्लोगन देते कैन वी एक्सटेंड दैट फर्दर एंड वी थॉट ऑफ दिस आइडिया ऑफ coined a program to give a momentum to the total concept of we developed this program called Chalo Dekhein Apna Desh. Sir, बहुत कम समय भितरे जनवरी प्रोग्राम करिवार थिला ओमिक्रॉन आसला भाबिलु अब प्रोग्राम करी हबनी तापर आमे डिसाइड करलु साहस करी करिवा प्रोग्राम मोर अनुभव सर गत 2 मास भितरे देशर कम से कम 17टा राज्य को आमे गलु सब फॉलो अप करले मोर टीम माने एंड we saw that there is tremendous response, good response from all the tour and travel operators and all stakeholders at large. They have come, they stayed here with us, they participated, where you got some good result and outcome. And we, whatever we have thought of showcasing and delivering through this program, I think we did our small role in delivering that. Thank you again, sir, for all of you being present here. Thank you.
I'll now request Mr. Sahu to felicitate and present souvenir on, from the family of Argus to His Excellency and all other esteemed guests on dais. We also have the Jammu and Kashmir and Assam teams here. They wanted to present a bit of memento from their side to His Excellency Honorable Governor of Odisha, Professor Ganeshi Lal ji. The teams from Assam and Jammu and Kashmir. All right, thank you. Chalo Dekhein Apna Desh. It is now my privilege to request His Excellency Professor Ganeshi Lal, Governor of Odisha, to address the gathering.
जय प्रभु जगन्नाथ। मंच को सुशोभित कर रहे हैं श्रीयुक्त देवाशीष पटनायक जी, डॉक्टर अशोन चिश्ती जी, डॉक्टर सौगनिक चौधरी जी, संजय कुमार जैना जी, और जिनकी प्रेरणा से शायद ये कार्यक्रम चल रहा है, प्रकाश साहू जी, and the excellence and the eminence, brilliance and elegance of this tourism department. समस्त जन को मोर प्रणाम। चलो देखें अपना देश। बहुत पहले अपने देश में चाइना से हुआन स्वांग आए थे, काफी वर्ष रहे, लिटरेचर कलेक्ट किया। अभी अभी बहुत देर नहीं हुई है, चाइना के सर्वे सर्वा जीपिंग भी आए। मेरे देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी उनको हिंदुस्तान का सबसे अच्छा टूरिस्ट प्लेस बाहुबली लेकर गए, कृष्ण का मक्खन भी खिलाया और अर्जुन का गांडीव भी दिखाया। वास्को डी गामा भारत आए, कहते हैं जब भारत से लौटे पुर्तगाल में इतना शराब पी गई कि वो शराब नालियों में बह रही थी कि हमारे देश का एक आदमी हिंदुस्तान जाकर आया है। बाबर भारत में आया, बाबरनामा में लिखता है बाबर कि मुझे अगर ये पता होता कि भारत के लोग इस प्रकार से पकवान खाते हैं तो मैं दुनिया को कभी का विजय प्राप्त कर लिया होता। फ्रांस से अल्फासा नाम की लड़की इधर आई, बेटी, जिसको हम श्री मां कर पुकारते हैं। वो कहते हैं पेरिस में मेरा बॉडी है लेकिन सोल मेरा भारत में है। इंग्लैंड से भगनी निवेदिता बन गई मार्गरेट नोबेल आकर यहां। स्टालिन रूस, उसकी बेटी स्वेतलेना भी यहां पर गंगा के किनारे पर झोपड़ी बना के रहना पसंद करती है। आचार्य रघुवीर एक बार दुनिया के देशों में गए तो सब लोग उनको छू छू कर जरा टच कर कर जाने लगे। तो आचार्य रघुवीर ने अपने साथियों को कहा, मुझसे कुछ भूल हो गई क्या जो सब लोग हमको धक्का मार कर जा रहे हैं? उन्होंने कहा, नहीं, आपको छूकर अपने आप को पवित्र करने के लिए छू रहे हैं। इसलिए स्वाभाविक रूप से ऐसा लगता है कि जो भी मेरे टूरिस्ट स्पॉट्स होंगे वो भारत की चेतना, संस्कृति और अध्यात्म और आस्था के शिखर को चूमने वाले होने चाहिए। इसलिए देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने 15 थीम बेस्ड सर्किट्स का आयोजन करने जा रहे हैं। एक रामायण सर्किट होगा, मैं बहुत डिटेल में बात नहीं कर रहा। एक बुद्धा सर्किट होगा। आदिवासियों के लिए हमने जगह जगह पूरे देश में आदिवासी म्यूजियम्स खोलने का किया है। पैलेस ऑन व्हील्स पहले चल रहा है। दुनिया के देशों में, एक एक देश में जो ताकत है वो भारत के एक राज्य का बराबरी नहीं कर सकते। ये है भारत। कौन से प्रदेश को आप लेना चाहेंगे? उड़ीसा को लेना चाहेंगे? उड़ीसा को तो छोड़ दीजिए, ये तो W.W. हंटर कहता है, दिस लैंड हैज द कैपेसिटी टू एक्सनरेट यू, टू डिलीवर यू, टू प्रोटेक्ट यू, टू सेव यू फ्रॉम ऑल द सिनफुल रिएक्शंस। उड़ीसा की तो बात ही कुछ अलग है। ये तो स्टेट थोड़ा है, ये तो ब्रह्मांड है, प्रभु जगन्नाथ का बैकुंठ निवास है। उड़ीसा का कहने का तो कोई विषय नहीं है। इसलिए आप बाकी भी किसी भी स्टेट को लेंगे, हिमाचल प्रदेश लीजिए, उत्तरांचल लीजिए, यूपी लीजिए, किसी भी प्रदेश को, कर्नाटक को ले लीजिए, केरल को ले लीजिए, शबरीमाला को ले लीजिए, हर प्रदेश का अपना एक विशिष्ट सौंदर्य है। केवल थोड़ा सा आवश्यकता है तो यह है कि क्लीनलीनेस, कन्वीनियंस, टाइम एंड थिंकिंग, मॉडर्न एंड इनोवेटिव जो आएगा उसको थोड़ा आजकल ठीक से उसको प्रबंध खाने पीने का, ठहरने का होना चाहिए, स्वच्छता होना चाहिए, सुविधा होना चाहिए, मेडिकल की वहां पर व्यवस्थाएं होनी चाहिए। इसलिए देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि इस सर्कल को ऐसे आप डेवलप करें तो अच्छा लगेगा। लेकिन हम टूरिज्म को जब हम बोलते हैं तो हमको टीचर पढ़ाते थे, कहते थे कि इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज में 3 सिलेबल से बड़ा कोई शब्द नहीं होता है। बाकी प्रीफिक्स है, सफिक्स है, इसे करकुर के बनाते हैं, या लैटिन से ले लेते हैं। संस्कृत से भी 13,000 शब्द इंग्लिश डिक्शनरी में है, ऐसा बताते हैं। हम टूर को, यूआर को तो यूअर हो गया और टी से ट्रांसेंडेंस हो गया। So tour means your transcendence. Well, that is Kalatit, Shabdatit, Gunatit. Vasudeva state, Sida Sida Odisha. Tour means a transcendental anxiety. The sparkle in the child's eye does not die, should not vanish. हमारे देश में लोगों ने टूरिज्म किया है. कहां से शुरू करें? कैकेयी और वशिष्ठ ने योजना बनाकर राम को टूरिज्म के लिए भेजा. सारा अगर आप उनका पूरा रास्ता देखेंगे तो अयोध्या से चलकर इधर मलकानगिरी, कोरापुट और कालांडी तीनों स्थानों पर गए हैं. मैंने तीनों स्थान देखे हैं. और फिर इधर से फिर छत्तीसगढ़ होते हुए, कर्नाटक होते हुए फिर लंका की तरफ गए हैं, चित्रकूट. ये प्लानिंग था कैकेयी का उसका कि भारत को देखिए, चलो देखें अपना देश. और फिर प्रतिज्ञा करते हैं, संकल्प करते हैं. यही संकल्प करते हैं, निश्चिरहीन करूं मही भुज उठाए पण की. कोई आतंकवाद को रहने नहीं देंगे. स्वस्थ भारत चाहिए, संपन्न भारत चाहिए, सशक्त भारत चाहिए, शिक्षित भारत चाहिए, सुशिक्षित भारत चाहिए, सुरक्षित भारत चाहिए, अपराध मुक्त भारत चाहिए, भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त भारत चाहिए, प्रदूषण मुक्त भारत चाहिए, पर्यावरण युक्त भारत चाहिए, स्वर्णिम भारत चाहिए, आत्मनिर्भर भारत चाहिए, विश्व वंदनीय भारत चाहिए, आतंकवाद मुक्त भारत चाहिए, गरीबी मुक्त भारत चाहिए, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम वाला भारत चाहिए, आत्मवत्सर भूतेषु वाला भारत चाहिए. इसलिए स्वाभाविक रूप से उन्होंने पूरे देश का दौरा किया. भगवान कृष्ण ने किया. कोई व्हीकल, गाड़ी तो नहीं था. वो नरकासुर को किधर मारते हैं? प्राग ज्योतिषपुर में, अरुणाचल प्रदेश जिसको आज कहते हैं. किस किस को नहीं मारा? पांचों तत्वों को शुद्ध किया है. व्योमासुर को मारा. कालियानाग, कौन है कालियानाग? Millions of tons of garbage is put into the bosom of the Mother Earth, you see, daily, every day. What to talk of having an Achman drinking water? You can't even bathe from Hathway to Bengal. That is the position of the water it is, you see. And Lord Krishna says, Rasoham opsu kaunteya, punya gandho prithavyam. I am the taste of the water. I am the original fragrance of this earth. लेकिन पांचों तत्व दूषित है. लॉर्ड कृष्णा ने ठीक किया. मिट्टी खाकर दिखाया कि मिट्टी खा सकते हैं. अभी आजकल मुझे नहीं लगता कि खा सकते हैं, लेकिन मिट्टी को खाकर दिखाया. ऐसे अगर लगातार लें, जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य यहां से चले, केरल से पहुंच गए कश्मीर. कोई व्हीकल नहीं है. बुद्धा चले, चैतन्य महाप्रभु चले, नानक चले, सब चले, जितने भी सब लोग थे. और सबने इस प्रकार से भारत को देखने का प्रयास किया. देश के प्रथम प्रधानमंत्री माननीय पंडित जवाहरलाल जी नेहरू ने डिस्कवरी ऑफ इंडिया लिखा. आप सबने पढ़ा होगा. अच्छा लगता है पुत्र मां की खोज करने चलता है. लेकिन डिस्कवरी ऑफ इंडिया लिखने के बाद भी, पढ़ने के बाद भी और देखने के बाद भी भारत को, वो महात्मा गांधी ने जिसे भारत को देखा था, उड़िया को देखने के बाद, उड़ीसा को देखने के बाद महात्मा गांधी ने अपना ड्रेस बदल लिया. जैसे देखा कि देश की देवी कैसे रहती है, तो मैं दो वस्त्र कैसे पहन सकता हूं. महात्मा गांधी ने देश को देखा तो दो शब्दों में उसको कंसाइज किया, सेल्फ डिसिप्लिन एंड सेल्फ रेस्ट्रेंट. लेकिन अदरवाइज जो देश का प्रधानमंत्री पहले हमारे प्रधानमंत्री रहे, well, they had to admit the blunder, you see, 1962, कि हमसे गलती हो गया. इसलिए भारत को देखने का है तो सबसे बड़ा टूरिस्ट तो मुझे लगता है नारद होगा. किधर किधर आतंकवाद कौन कौन फैला रहा है, ताकि सरकार को बता सकें. सरकार तो विष्णु है. कहां विष्णु को तिलोत्तमा बनना है, कहां विश्व मोहिनी बनना है, कहीं अमृत का कुंभ असुर लूट कर ना ले जाएं। इसलिए देश के अंदर टूरिस्ट जो हैं हमारे, उन्होंने दे हैव मेजर्ड द लाइफ विद द कप्स ऑफ कॉफी और टी, यू कैन से। मैं भी 3-4 दिन पहले जैन मॉन्क्स आप देखते होंगे, सब पैदल चलते हैं। आचार्य महाप्रज्ञ ने 52,000 किलोमीटर का यात्रा किया था, और अभी आचार्य श्री महाश्रवण उन्हीं के जो उत्तराधिकारी हैं 18,000 किलोमीटर 7 वर्षों में पूरा कर दिल्ली में उनका अभी 22 तारीख को कार्यक्रम था। मूविंग टू एवरी नुक एंड कॉर्नर ऑफ माई कंट्रीज। आज हमारे पास भगवान की कृपा से सब सुविधाएं हैं, पैदल चलने की ऐसा कोई आवश्यकता भी नहीं है, लेकिन ये तो हमको देखना ही पड़ेगा कि जिस प्रकार का भारत, जिसको स्वर्णिम भारत कहा जा रहा है, आत्मनिर्भर भारत कहा जा रहा है देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा, ऐसा भारत बनाने के लिए टूरिज्म अपने अंदर इनहेरेंट, इंडोमिटेबल, अनक्वेंचेबल, अनइक्वल्ड ऐसी शक्ति को अपने अंदर समेटे हुए है। बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं। दुनिया के जितने भी देश, अभी तो पूरा वर्ल्ड खड़ा है जैसे खड़ा, आप जानते हैं। हम लोग इसमें बहुत बड़ी मदद कर सकते हैं। हम लोग इसके अंदर, जैसे रशिया और यूक्रेन आज लड़ रहा है और पूरा विश्व को 2 हिस्सों में जैसे बांट दिया है, तो केवल अगर एकमात्र देश अगर कोई ठीक से खड़ा है जो आत्मवत्सर भूतेषु की बात कर सकता है, जो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की बात कर सकता है, जो श्री राम आचार्य की कि आदि शक्ति के गर्भ से हम सब उत्पन्न हुए हैं, जो 1893 में शिकागो हॉल के अंदर सिस्टर एंड ब्रदर्स ऑफ अमेरिका की बात को बोल सकता है, जो पूरे विश्व को यह बता सकता है कि आई बिलोंग टू यू एंड यू बिलोंग टू मी, वेयर एवर आई एम यू आर इन मी एंड वेयर एवर यू आर आई एम इन यू। अद्वैतम अनंतम है, अद्वैतम ही आनंदम है, नॉन ड्यूलिस्टिक, प्लूरलिस्टिक, इनक्लूसिव। भारत की जो संस्कृति है, सबको प्यार करो, स्वीकार करो, सम्मान करो, ये हम टूरिज्म के माध्यम से कर सकते हैं। और अगर अपने सभी स्पोर्ट्स के ऊपर हम लिख दें कि हमारे टूरिज्म का तो एक ही लक्ष्य है, प्रेम देवो भव, तो जो भी दुनिया का देश का आदमी आएगा, he will understand the ultimate reality of this universe is love. And love for a human body is what? Nothing else but that he doesn't belong to himself but to him. He can only talk of love. Who knows how to merge with the society at large, the humanity at large. Let this concluding session, valedictory function of this tourism, cry hoarse, make a trumpet of prophecy. And the prophecy should be that no child will go in the world hungry. Everything is vulgar if my child, my small child, is feeling hungry, you see. So therefore, let us give a message to the world at large. A new ethics and a new humanism is the need of the hour. And Jagi Vasudev says, now it is high time that this planet, this tiny speck of cosmos, can be converted into a conscious planet. The matter must be ready to manifest into spirit. And collaboration, responsible cooperation and coexistence can compel the matter to obey the spirit. Well, that is what I think you tourism that will be doing this business perhaps, and that will be a dividend, a benediction for the humanity at large, for the world at large. बहुत बहुत प्रणाम। वंदे उत्कल जननी भारत माता की जय।
Well, thank you to His Excellency and all other esteemed guests, and thank you everyone. This brings us to the end of the two-day national conclave on Chalo Dekhein Apna Desh. And we of course have understood and explored how beautiful our country India is, the vast potential of domestic tourism, which if tapped to its best can revolutionize the industry and contribute to economic growth of the country. So on that note, once again, thanking everyone, all our partners, all our sponsors, all our state partners, tourism associations, all the guests who have been part of this event for the last 2 days, all those who have come from different parts of the country to be a part of this conclave. A big, big thank you on behalf of the entire Argus family, and have a great evening ahead, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
निश्चित भाव माधुरी मु कैमेरा पर्सन को अनुरोध करी सीधा सड़क दृश्य देखिए आप देखिपे जो मुख्यमंत्री नवीन पट्टनायक ये नवीन निवास सामना जी कि बीजेडी कॉर्पोरेटर प्रार्थी विजय होती समस्त एक प्रकार आसी सहित कि समय पूर्व आम देखुले मेयर जे प्रार्थी रही बीजेडी मेयर प्रार्थी सुलोचना दास एवं सहित उत्तर विधायक सुशांत राउत एवं अन्य किसी नेता माने वर्तमान नवीन निवास भीतर को जाइछंती मुख्यमंत्री को देखा करने जहाँकि आम पाखे सूचना रोला जो सब कॉर्पोरेटर प्रार्थी मैंने विजय हासिल करते जनक पर जड़े जीवे और मुख्यमंत्री को देखा कर जहाँ कार्यक्रम रही है आम जहाँ शुणा पाइलु कि बर्तमान आप देखिपे जो नवीन निवास बाहर आप देखिपे एक प्रकार सेलिब्रेशन माहौल विभिन्न वार्ड रु कर्मी मैंने आसी नेता मैंने आसी एक प्रकार कह गले सबुठी उत्साह माहौल एवं समस्त एक प्रकार जो विजयटी होती से समस्त विजय को सेलिब्रेशन करुँच आम सहित किसी जन जोड़ी होती आम सह आलोचना करवा कौन कहे कौन किमी देखुं विजय को
आज जो विजय होती से विजय जनसाधारण मानकर भुवनेश्वर जनसाधारण को अशेष अशेष धन्यवाद एवं ओडिशार जो विकास प्रगतिर धारा आगक बढ़ी माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नवीन पट्टनायक जनहितकर कार्य प्रति लोक आकृष्ट होती प्रत्येक जनसाधारण माने जो भाई भाव में प्रार्थी मान विजय कर जनसाधारण मान बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद
आप शुणुले प्रतिक्रिया जो भाव बीजेडी कहवा गले एक तरफा विजय हासिल कर अधिकांश वार्ड रे कहवा गले विजय हासिल कर देखुले जनसाधारण को से कृतज्ञता जनइंट सहित ये जो विजयटी है यहाँ जो भुवनेश्वर जनसाधारण को विजय बोली कहते आप देखिपे जो भुवनेश्वर नवीन निवास सम्मुखर दृश्य कोभली केमी बीजेपी क्षमा करेंगे बीजेडी कर्मी मैंने आसुँच कहवा गले एक प्रकार उत्सवर माहौल और समस्त मुहर आप देखिपे जो विजयर खुशी रही है समस्त एक प्रकार कहवा गले सेलिब्रेशन कर समय पूर्व आप देखुले गोटे गोटे कॉर्पोरेटर जो मैंने विजय लाभ कर आसुले एक विशाल रैली में आसुले समस्त आसी एक प्रकार सेलिब्रेशन करुले सहित आप देखिपारे वर्तमान जो रही मुख्यमंत्री को निवास सामनार दृश्य कोभली भाव बीजेडी जो नेता मैंने कहतु कर्मी मैंने कहतु सहित जो कॉर्पोरेट प्रार्थी मैंने विजय हासिल कर सहित कर्मी मैंने पहुंची समस्ते एक प्रकार विजय को सेलिब्रेशन कर सहित आउ किसी जन नेत्री जोड़ी आम सह आलोचना करा मैडम कौन कहे केमी कौन देखुं विजय को जो भाव जनसाधारण आपण मान कह गले जनमत देले एकाधिक वार्ड रे आपण मैंने विजय हासिल
आमर नवीन पट्टनायक आशा और विश्वास आमर बापू भाई उत्तर विधायक सुशांत राउत आशा विश्वास रे आम प्रभासी महांती 11 नंबर वार्ड रे छिड़ा करते आम खुशी अच्छु आमर प्रभासी महांती जीति से आम बहुत बहुत खुशी अच्छु आमर समस्ते आसचु रैली करके बहुत खुशी अच्छु समस्ते
मात्र भोटिंग जदि देखा 50% मात्र है लोक आहरी सचेतन कर आवश्यकता रही है अधिक अधिक जो किमी भोट हम आप जानते किसी दिन पूर्व जो जाता पंचायत निर्वाचन गाँ गहली लोक मैंने अधिक अधिक मतदान करते मात्र शहरी भोटर संख्या टी कमी जाऊँगी मतदान कर माने सचेतनता आहरी आवश्यकता रही
नाई सेमती किसी ना आमर तो समस्ते सहर में भी अधिक रु अधिक जीति कारण आमर नवीन बाबू जहाँ जहाँ कर आम शंख चिन्ह को न देकी रही पारे कारण से आमर सहर में भी अधिक रु अधिक जीति गाँव में भी जी अधिक जीति आम सहर में भी से जीति आमर नवीन बाबू अच्छा जी गाँव में जी उन्नति कर सहर भी से उन्नति कर समस्ते आम शंख को आम खुशी शंख को देकी समस्ते आम शंख को भल पाऊ आम नवीन बाबू को भल
देखुले शुणुले जहाँ प्रतिक्रिया ये जो विजय होती है जनसाधारण विजय और समस्ते कहवा गले उत्सव मुखर होती समस्ते कहवा गले ये भुवनेश्वरवासी को एक प्रकार कृतज्ञता देते आम सहित आउ जोड़ी आलोचना करा कौन कहे रुद्र भाई ये जो विजय है समस्ते कहते यहाँ जनसाधारण विजय और समस्ते राजधानीवासी को कृतज्ञता जन
यहाँ हूँ भुवनेश्वर समस्तवासी विजय आम प्रिय चीफ मिनिस्टर नवीन पट्टनायक इंस्पिरेशन आम जमी परिवार हिसाब से समस्ते एका सागर अच्छु आज आमर जो सुलोचना अपा अच्छा मुझे सहित प्राय थी मु 15 दिन है देखी से सबु बेले माने सकाळू राति जाए से जो परिश्रम कर तार फल मिली नवीन आम प्रिय चीफ मिनिस्टर नवीन को आशीर्वाद आज विजय लाभटा
पंचायत इलेक्शन में जो भाव भोट प्रतिशत होता पौर निर्वाचन टी कमुचे लोक मान सचेतन कर आवश्यकता रही अधिक अधिक आज भोट दान करेंगे
हाँ भोट परसेंटेज टी कमी जाइए ମୁଁ ଭାବୁଛି आगामी दिन में आम भुवनेश्वर लोक मैंने भी आगू बढ़िया दरकार कहीं भोट हूँ आमर गोटे राइट से राइट को एक्सरसाइज करवा बहुत इंपोर्टेंट
ଆପଣ ଦେଖୁଥିଲେ ଯେଉଁ ରହିଛି ନବୀନ ନିବାସର ସମ୍ମୁଖର ଯେଉଁ ମାହୋଲ ଦେଖୁଥିଲେ କୋଭଳି ଭାବେ ନେତାମାନେ ଏକ ପ୍ରକାର ସେଲିବ୍ରେସନ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ତା ସହିତ ସବୁଠୁ ବଡ଼ ଗୁରୁତ୍ୱପୂର୍ଣ୍ଣ କଥା ଯେଉଁଟାକି ଭୁବନେଶ୍ୱରରେ ମାତ୍ର 50%